Chapter 1, A Rare Start. Chapter 1, A Rare Start. In the dimly lit passage, several kobolds waved their clubs and charged forward with guttural roars. Swish! A faint light flashed by, and the charging kobolds abruptly stopped. Then grey flames ignited across their bodies, reducing them to ashes. A purple stone fell to the ground. 2 meters away, a silver-haired boy with pointed ears stood calmly. He held a blood-stained sword, as if the scene before him had something to do with him. The faint light had been unleashed by this boy, and it was he who had slain the kobolds with a single strike. "It's time to head back, or Hestia will worry again," murmured Orsted, shaking the blood off his sword. With his pointed ears and silver hair, modern people would undoubtedly call him an elf. That's right, Orsted was an elf, and a transmigrator. He had come from a world called Earth, and reincarnated as a 15-year-old boy. The world Orsted was in, known as Is It Wrong to Try to Pick Up Girls in a Dungeon? It was an anime series Orsted had watched in his previous life. After arriving in this world and understanding its nature, Orsted quickly sought out Hestia, who was still struggling in the North Street slums. He became her first Familia member, and together they established the Hestia Familia. Today marked Orsted's 4th day of adventuring, and he was currently on the 5th floor of the dungeon. Having fought in the dungeon for hours, it was time to return. As a transmigrator, Orsted was cautious and avoided unnecessary risks. He still had half of his stamina left, a reserve he maintained to ensure a safe journey back. After all, the path back was the same as the one he had taken to reach this point, and monsters would inevitably spawn. So, Orsted needed enough stamina to deal with them, otherwise, the return trip could become dangerous. As Ryuhu had once said in one of the episodes, "The dungeon is cunning. It bares its fangs when you're exhausted, forcing you into desperate situations." Knowing this, Orsted naturally couldn't afford to expend all his strength unless absolutely necessary. Stepping forward, Orsted began collecting the magic stones scattered across the ground. After spending a few minutes gathering all the magic stones, he began his journey back. If he didn't return soon, Hestia would likely come to Babel to look for him, or worse, venture into the dungeon herself in a moment of impulsiveness. That would not end well. The gods had sealed their arcanum, leaving them nearly powerless. If a god were to use their power, the dungeon would sense it and retaliate, causing a full-scale riot. In such a scenario, the Hestia Familia would be in grave danger, likely facing condemnation from everyone. A normal dungeon riot or aka monster party was one thing, but a riot triggered by divine was entirely different. Without someone to take the blame, pacifying the situation would be impossible. After an hour of battling more monsters, Orsted finally emerged from the dungeon. Standing beneath Babel, he gazed at the sunset outside the window, his mind filled with thoughts. Every time he returned from the dungeon, Orsted felt as though he had been reborn. While the dungeon could make one stronger, its oppressive, dim environment was mentally taxing. Staying too long could easily take a toll on one's psyche. For Orsted, the sunset he saw exiting became a daily ritual to heal his soul. The sight of the setting sun swept away the lingering gloom he had seen in the dungeon. "Well, it's time to go back," Orsted said, taking a deep breath before stepping out of the Babel. "First, exchange all the magic stones for Valis, and then head home," he thought as he walked. However, after just a few steps, Orsted froze involuntarily. His calm expression shifted slightly, and a bitter smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. The reason for this change was the intense, burning gaze fixed on his back. "Freya! Why is she targeting me?" Orsted sighed and continued walking, and soon arrived at the guild's entrance. Chapter 2, Exchanging Magic Stones. Chapter 2, Exchanging Magic Stones. Having wasted his life in the glamorous world of his previous life, Orsted had seen too much, and his heart had been tainted. He did not believe his soul would be as pure as the bell cranals and doubted it would catch the attention of Freya. However, reality proved to be the opposite of what Orsted expected. He was noticed by Freya. The intense gaze, so hot it seemed to melt him even from such a distance, and the direction of the gaze coming, all indicated that Orsted was being watched by Freya, the goddess who could see through the souls of others. "I hope nothing happens." "Hey, Orsted, you're back," a voice greeted him as soon as he arrived at the counter. He saw Inatul, the guild advisor responsible for new adventurers, smiling at him with visible relief on her face. "Ina, I'm back," Orsted nodded lightly and greeted her. "Which floor did you go to today?" "You didn't go to the 5th floor, did you?" Ina asked, her tone concerned. As the person in charge of adventurers, it was her duty to keep track of their progress. The guild also recorded the depth of adventurers' explorations, specifically the floors they reached in the dungeon. This was a tacit agreement among the gods of Orario, and no one openly resisted it, at least not on the surface. However, many familiars concealed their true capabilities from the guild. For example, the Hermes Familia and the Iclos Familia were known to underreport their strength. The leader of the Hermes Familia, Asfi al-Andromeda, was a level 4 adventurer but reported as level 2. Similarly, Dix Perdix, the leader of the Iclos Familia, was a level 5 adventurer but registered as level 4. Many other familiars likely followed this practice. Hearing Ina's question, Orsted fell silent, which gave her the answer she feared. Her eyes twitched slightly, and she sighed, holding her forehead. "Orsted, I know you're talented, but that doesn't mean you can take such risks. You've only been an adventurer for a few days. How can you venture so deep into the dungeon?" In Ina's opinion, the 5th floor was already dangerously deep for a rookie like Orsted. The previous adventurers she supervised took 10 days to reach the 5th floor, even with the help of companions. Orsted, however, had done it alone in just 5 days. This was reckless. "Orsted, are you listening to me?" Ina's voice grew louder as she noticed his lack of response. "I'm sorry, but I'll follow your advice next time," Orsted replied, his tone sincere. "Humph, I know you're a good child, but I can't help worrying," Ina sighed, her voice softening. Orsted. Though they had only known each other for a few days, Ina had already gained a deep understanding of Orsted. His approach to adventuring was methodical and careful, and he rarely put himself in unnecessary danger. Still, the thought of him venturing so deep into the dungeon so early worried her. At 15, Orsted was too young, in her opinion. At his age, she had just graduated from the school district. Yet here he was, an adventurer exploring the dungeon alone, with no veteran to guide him. The Hestia Familia, to which he belonged, had no other members to rely on. "Thank you for your concern, Ina," Orsted said, offering a faint smile. "You sound like a little brat," Ina teased, shaking her head with a smile. She gently tapped his forehead and added, "Well, you're here to exchange magic stones, right? Hand them over. I'll handle the exchange for you. No need to go to the counter." "Yes, they're all here," Orsted nodded, untying the cloth bag from his waist and placing it on the counter. Ina's eyes widened slightly at the size of the bag. She had noticed it when Orsted entered the guild but couldn't help remarking, "Orsted, your luck is incredible. You always manage to bring back so many magic stones." For a solo adventurer venturing only as deep as the 5th floor, such a number of magic stones were unusual. Yet Orsted consistently returned with a large number. "Wait a moment. I'll process the exchange for you," Ina dived into her work again. Soon, she finished counting and placed a bag on the counter. A total of 110,000 valis. Another impressive earning. "With this, you can upgrade your equipment." "Thank you," Orsted replied, taking the bag and tucking it into his coat. "I should head back now," he said, preparing to leave. "All right, go on. Otherwise, your goddess might come to Babel again," Ina joked, waving him off. "See you tomorrow, Ina." See you tomorrow, Orsted. Chapter 3, Bad People Are Everywhere. Chapter 3, Bad People Are Everywhere. After leaving the guild, Orsted headed toward the Hestia Familia's residence. However, he hadn't gone far when he was blocked. 3 burly men appeared in front of him. One leaned against the wall of the alley, tossing a dagger in his hand, while the other 2 mirrored his posture. Their intentions were far from friendly. Orsted frowned slightly, his body tilting as he glanced over his shoulder. 2 more men had appeared behind him, their eyes locked on him with clear hostility. Kid, we've been watching you for days. Hand over your earnings, and we'll let you go unharmed. Otherwise, you'll regret it, the man leaning against the wall said, standing up straight and grinning. From his tone, it was clear they had been observing Orsted for some time. Indeed, ever since Orsted became an adventurer and earned 50,000 valis on his first day, he had caught their attention. To be cautious, they had watched him for several days, confirming that he wasn't someone they couldn't handle. Now, they had decided to corner him and take his earnings. Over the past few days, Orsted's income had exceeded 600,000 valis, a sum the 5 of them couldn't hope to earn together in the same time. But by robbing him, they could claim it all for themselves. As they spoke, the 5 men began closing in on Orsted. Glancing at their menacing expressions, he sighed softly and slowly drew the sword at his waist. You brought this on yourselves. Ha! What are you talking about? You think you can take us on? The leader burst into laughter, amused by Orsted's defiance. There are 5 of us, and you're just a rookie who's been an adventurer for a few days. Do you really think you stand a chance? The leader couldn't understand where Orsted's confidence came from. Orsted was a rookie, while they had been adventurers for over a year. In their eyes, there was no way someone like him could match their experience. They planned to strip Orsted of his earnings and prevent him from growing stronger. To them, Orsted was nothing more than a piggy bank, a source of easy money that would allow them to avoid the dangers of the dungeon. The leader's grin widened as he imagined their future profits. But in the next moment, his smile vanished. He saw his own arm flying through the air, blood spraying from it. Pain exploded through his body, so intense it nearly knocked him unconscious. Yet, he couldn't tear his eyes away from the scene before him. Orsted stood in front of him, his expression cold and indifferent. How is this possible? The leader stammered, his voice trembling. He hadn't even seen Orsted move. One moment, he was standing several feet away, the next, he was right in front of him. Wait! The leader's voice cracked as he noticed a faint glint in Orsted's eyes, a glint that sent a chill down his spine. They had messed with the wrong person. But before he could beg for mercy, he felt a cold sensation at his throat. Blood gushed from the wound, and his vision darkened. The last thing he saw was Orsted's calm, unflinching gaze. That look, even when killing, it doesn't change. What kind of monster have we provoked? With that final thought, the leader's consciousness faded. All of this happened in an instant. The other 4 adventurers were frozen in shock. By the time they reacted, their leader was already dead, his body collapsing to the ground. You bastard! One of the adventurers roared, his eyes bloodshot as he swung something at Orsted. Swish! Another sound echoed through the alley as the man fell, his body hitting the ground with a dull thud. Run! Run! The remaining 3 adventurers panicked, their bravado shattered. One of them screamed, turning to flee the alley. The other 2 followed, scattering in different directions. But they didn't get far. 3 screams pierced the air, echoing through the quiet alley. Orsted stood amidst the carnage, his expression unchanged. After sheathing his sword, Orsted gathered the bodies and, with a thought, made them disappear. Welcome back, Orsted. As soon as he returned to the abandoned church, a figure rushed toward him, leaping into his arms. It was Hestia. I'm back, Hestia, Orsted said, gently patting her head. But you should get down. I'm covered in blood. It's fine. We can take a bath together later, Hestia replied cheerfully. Orsted. He declined her offer. For now, he'll try to lay low. After a quick wash and a meal, Orsted asked Hestia to update his status. The glow of the fauna illuminated the entire room. Sacred texts floated in the air before descending onto Orsted's back, completing the update. Chapter 4, System. Chapter 4, System. Record broken. Orsted, you are so talented. In just 5 days, not only did you raise your basic abilities to this level, but you also broke some record in Orario's history. I've never even heard of this rank and status parameters before. After updating Orsted's status, Hestia exclaimed in excitement. Name, Orsted. Level, 1. Strength, SS1378. Endurance, SS1313. Dexterity, SS1356. Agility, SS1400. Magic, S988. Magic. Skill. Instant. Can instantly appear in front of anyone. No chanting required. This was Orsted's status. No wonder Hestia screamed. Orsted's basic abilities had increased at an astonishing rate. It had only been 5 days since Orsted joined Hestia's familia and received her fauna to become an adventurer. In just 5 days, his basic abilities had risen to this level, even breaking the record for status parameters in Orario, a record that had never exceeded S rank since the city's founding. If this were to spread, it would undoubtedly cause an uproar. Breaking a record is one thing, such feats are rare but not impossible. However, breaking it in just 5 days? That would raise suspicions. It was simply too shocking. Hestia, don't let this get out, or the Hestia familia won't survive. Facing Hestia's excitement, Orsted remained calm. Although he hadn't seen his updated status yet, Hestia's reaction made it clear that his basic abilities had surpassed S rank. Orsted definitely didn't want anyone else to know about this. Only Hestia, and he himself, needed to know. Yeah, I won't let it out, Hestia replied quickly, coming back to her senses. She wasn't stupid, she knew full well the consequences if this information were leaked. I'll transcribe the status. You can see it for yourself. Hestia began transferring Orsted's status from his back onto parchment. Here. Hestia handed the parchment to Orsted, then sat down with a bright smile, happily munching on the dessert Orsted had brought her. I've reached SS rank in everything except magic, but I can't rank up. Maybe my Excelia isn't sufficient yet. That makes sense. After all, I haven't killed many monsters these past few days. The reason for such improvement is due to the ability I gained from the system. It seems that to rank up, I'll need to accumulate more Excelia. Orsted murmured to himself as he examined the parchment and the status sheet on it. He knew his situation very well. He wasn't a genius, as Hestia had claimed. The reason his basic abilities had improved so rapidly was due to one of his unique skills, tenfold increase. This was the ability Orsted had gained after arriving in this world. It allowed certain actions he performed to yield 10 times the normal results. The exact conditions under which this ability activated were still unclear to Orsted. The only confirmed effect so far was its impact on his adventuring. It also affected Orsted's status. Every time Orsted fought monsters, the improvements to his status were amplified tenfold. This ability wasn't limited to his status, either; it also enhanced his physical attributes. In other words, Orsted's physical growth was directly tied to the changes in his status. Without the tenfold increase, his improvements would only be 1/10 of what they were now. Without it, his growth in all aspects would have been limited to increments of 10 or 20 points at most. That's why Orsted thought he had no innate talent. His rapid growth was entirely due to the tenfold increase. Additionally, it also affected the magic stones Orsted obtained from defeated dungeon monsters. At his current level, Orsted could get a massive number of magic stones daily. The magic stones were amplified tenfold, allowing Orsted to exchange them for a substantial amount of Valis. Without this ability, earning over 10,000 Valis daily would have been nearly impossible. As for the source of this ability, it came from Orsted's system. As a transmigrator, Orsted naturally possessed a unique system. His system was called the random sign-in system. As the name suggested, this system allowed Orsted to sign in randomly, with the timing and rewards left entirely to chance. Since arriving in this world, Orsted had only triggered the sign-in once when he met Hestia. It was during that encounter that he gained the tenfold increase ability. Since then, the system had remained dormant, unresponsive to Orsted's attempts to activate it. As a result, he abandoned the idea of relying on the system for power and chose to grow stronger through his own efforts. However, Orsted, even with your basic abilities improved to this level, you still haven't been qualified to rank up. Does this mean your potential at this stage hasn't been fully unlocked? Hehe, I really did get a child with terrifying talent. Hestia chuckled to herself, her voice filled with pride. Orsted. Clearly, my Excelia isn't enough yet. Chapter 5, Meeting Ryuu. Chapter 5, Meeting Ryuu. Orsted would not tell Hestia about his tenfold skill, as it was related to the system. Let's go out and eat, Orsted said to Hestia after putting on his clothes. Let's go. By the way, Orsted, how much Valis did you earn today? Hestia finished the dessert in her hand in a few bites, then stood up and asked. 100,000 Valis. I'll give you 100,000 later, Orsted replied calmly. This was the tacit understanding between Orsted and Hestia. Every time Orsted returned from the dungeon, he would give most of the Valis he exchanged at the guild to Hestia, keeping about 1/10 for himself. Hestia would save these Valis, and when there was enough, she would go to the guild to buy a better villa as the residence of the Hestia Familia. With a good residence, it would be easier for the Hestia Familia to recruit others. After all, having a villa as a residence was somewhat impressive, and adventurers without a familia would also consider joining Hestia's Familia. No, you don't have to give it to me this time. I'll give you another 200,000 Valis. You should replace your equipment first, Hestia said, shaking her head and refusing his offer. Equipments? That's fine, Orsted replied after a moment of thought. The two walked side by side and left the abandoned church. Or rather, Hestia held Orsted's arm with a smile as they left together. Since Orsted was only 15 years old and an elf with a slender figure, he was not very tall, about the same height as Hestia, but slightly taller. When Hestia held Orsted's arm like this, the two looked more like siblings than a goddess and her child. Although Hestia sometimes worried about Orsted's well-being, she had talked to him all night after he returned late on the first day. After observing him, Hestia completely relaxed and was no longer overly concerned about Orsted's adventures. As long as Orsted returned on time and didn't have any serious injuries, Hestia wouldn't ask too many questions. Seeing that Orsted's status had improved so much, Hestia didn't worry about him being reckless or stubborn. After spending time with Orsted, Hestia, like Inna, had a deep understanding of his character. Orsted was someone who would not easily put his life in danger, which was why Hestia felt reassured about him. The two walked quietly on the street without speaking. Soon, they arrived at a tavern. The Hostess of Fertility. Orsted frowned slightly as he looked at the tavern's sign. He hadn't expected Hestia to bring him here. He hadn't visited this place in the past few days. It wasn't that Orsted disliked the tavern, but there were certain individuals here that made him cautious. For one, there was Mia Grand, the owner of the tavern. Although she had once been the captain of the Freya Familia, she had since resigned and had little contact with them now. However, Orsted frowned because of another member of the Freya Familia who frequented the tavern, Seer Fleva, who could transform into Freya. Although Seer was currently herself, if Orsted were seen by her, it would be the same as being seen by Freya herself. In that case, Freya might take an interest in him, just as she had with Belle Cranel in the anime. While Orsted didn't think he would be treated the same way as Belle, it was better to be safe than sorry. For this reason, Orsted had been avoiding the hostess of fertility. Just as he was about to suggest to Hestia that they go to another tavern, the enthusiastic cat girl Anya, who was standing at the door, pulled Hestia inside. "Welcome, guests. Please come in," Anya said cheerfully. Seeing this, Orsted sighed slightly. Since they were already being ushered in, he couldn't just pull Hestia out. Doing so might offend Mia, the owner of the tavern. With this in mind, Orsted felt a sense of helplessness. "Please come in, sir," a calm voice said. Another waiter, an elf with slender figure, Ryuul Lion, stood before Orsted with her hands clasped in front of her. Orsted. Why is she? Orsted thought silently. Is something wrong, sir? Ryuul asked, her gaze piercing. No, nothing, Orsted replied, shaking his head slightly before walking past her and entering the tavern. Welcome. Please come this way, a warm voice greeted him from the counter. A waitress with a short grey ponytail and a headscarf smiled at him. Though her smile seemed genuine, Orsted's keen perception noticed a subtle pause in her expression after she saw him. He sighed inwardly. So, she already knows about me, Orsted thought. This was Seer Flava, the poster girl of the hostess of fertility and the substitute for the goddess Freya. With a blank expression, Orsted ignored Seer's welcome and walked over to Hestia, sitting down at a small table against the wall. Orsted, don't you like it here? Hestia asked, noticing the subtle shift in Orsted's mood despite his lack of expression. Orsted didn't answer, but his silence was enough for Hestia to understand. Then we won't come here next time, Hestia said. Excuse me, is there anything about our establishment that has made you dissatisfied? A calm voice interrupted. Ryuul had appeared at their table like an assassin. Hestia. Orsted. To some extent, Hestia's earlier comment could be seen as criticism of the hostess of fertility, and being caught by one of its waitresses was embarrassing. Hestia laughed dryly, trying to mask her discomfort. Ah ha ha. Chapter 6, Two Close Friends. Chapter 6, Two Close Friends. Please continue to dine here, two guests. At the door of the hostess of fertility, Orsted and Hestia stood side by side. Orsted looked calm, while Hestia appeared embarrassed. In front of them was Ryuul, who was observing them calmly. Although her expression was composed and her tone lacked dramatic fluctuations, Hestia was visibly shocked. Orsted, however, remained unfazed. After all, he had not spoken ill of anything. I will definitely come to your store next time, Hestia agreed with a dry laugh. Sir, if you have any questions about adventuring in the future, you can always ask me. I will do my best to help you. After receiving Hestia's response, Ryuul nodded, then turned her gaze to Orsted and addressed him in a slightly gentler tone. From the moment she saw Orsted, Ryuul had sensed something from him, a presence that only appeared after returning from the dungeon. In other words, despite his youthful appearance, Orsted had already ventured into the dungeon as an adventurer. Ryuul didn't mind offering assistance to a fellow elf. Moreover, she felt that this person might be the benefactor she had been searching for all these years. If so, then the return of the Astrea Familia could be expedited. She missed Elise and the others. Hestia? Orsted? Hearing Ryuul's sudden and inexplicable words, Hestia and Orsted were both puzzled, their faces filled with question marks. However, Ryuul had no intention of explaining further. After speaking, she turned and walked back into the tavern. That elf is really strange, too kind, perhaps, Hestia remarked, frowning. Maybe it's because she and I are of the same race, Orsted speculated, though he wasn't entirely sure why. That's possible. It seems we've met a good person. But is she really capable of helping? No matter how you look at it, that elf waitress doesn't seem like someone with much experience. Hestia began to doubt it. This left Orsted speechless. If Ryuho wasn't qualified to guide someone, then very few would be. After all, Ryuho had already reached level 4 several years ago. At that time, even the Sword Princess, Ace Wallenstein, wasn't as strong. If not for the disaster that occurred that year, Ryuho might have nearly reached level 5 by now. After pondering for a sec, Orsted leaned close to Hestia's ear and whispered Ryuho's true identity to her. What do you mean? Clearly, Hestia hadn't paid much attention to adventurers' affairs, so she didn't immediately grasp Orsted's words. In response, Orsted shrugged and didn't press the matter. He took Hestia's hand and led her toward home. It wasn't until halfway through their journey that Hestia realized the weight of Ryuho's name and exclaimed in surprise. Fortunately, Orsted was quick to react and covered Hestia's mouth before she could shout Ryuho's name aloud, preventing her from causing a scene on the street. After all, Ryuho was now blacklisted by the guild. Although the guild wasn't actively hunting her down, any clue about her whereabouts would prompt them to act in accordance with Orario's rules. This would inevitably lead to endless trouble. Hestia seemed to realize this as well and made no further attempts to shout. Orsted then released his hand. Don't make a fuss, Hestia. Do you know how much trouble it would cause for our familia if you had called out just now? Orsted said helplessly. Sorry. I didn't think of that earlier, Hestia apologized, embarrassed. Then, Hestia grew excited. If that's the case, then Orsted, don't you have a powerful ally? Hestia exclaimed, but she quickly dismissed the idea herself. No, that's not right. Even though she said you could go to her if you have any problems, the idea of her being there is still too far-fetched. It's fine, Hestia. If I come back late one day, you can go to her. It would be great if she could rescue me from the dungeon. If not, that's okay too, Orsted said with a slight nod. Hey, is that really okay? Hestia was surprised. She had considered the possibility earlier but quickly dismissed it. Although Ryuho had made the offer, they weren't closely related, just fellow elves. How could Ryuho risk so much for a mere request? After all, she was on the guild's blacklist. Acting on such a request could easily expose her. You can always try. If it works, we gain an advantage. If it doesn't, we lose nothing, right? Orsted smiled faintly, ruffling Hestia's hair as he spoke. Orsted, who had knowledge from the anime, knew that Ryuho was someone worthy of trust. Ryuho didn't care much for strangers, but once she recognized someone as a friend, she became an incredibly trustworthy ally. Although he wasn't sure why, Ryuho's words had already signaled that Orsted was someone she recognized. Therefore, if he were ever in danger, Ryuho would not stand idly by. Well, if you come back late, I'll go to her. No. Let's hope it doesn't come to that, Hestia agreed, nodding repeatedly, but she gasped in surprise midway. She didn't want such a situation to arise, as it would mean Orsted was in danger. Orsted didn't comment on this, but his gaze softened as he looked at Hestia. Although they had only known each other for 5 days, Hestia had been incredibly kind to him. She was one of only 2 close friends he had made since arriving in this world. The other was Ina, both of whom genuinely cared for him. Given the current circumstances, perhaps Ryuho would become the third. However, the future was unpredictable, and no one could be certain until it actually happened. Chapter 7, Heading to the Dungeon. Chapter 7, Heading to the Dungeon. Orsted and Hestia returned to the church and soon fell asleep. When they woke up again, it was already the next morning. Looking at the wisps of morning sunlight streaming through the cracks in the church, Orsted felt a momentary daze. After shaking off the grogginess, he got up and went to the slightly run-down bathroom to wash up. Living conditions in this world were far from comparable to those of his previous life. At least in terms of dental hygiene, they were incomparable. The toothbrush, resembling a scrubbing brush, had bristles so hard that it seemed designed to punish one's gums rather than clean them. Despite his complaints, Orsted picked up the brush and began brushing his teeth. After finishing his morning routine, Orsted approached Hestia's bedside. She was still deep in sleep. As was their habit, he wrote a note and left it on the bedside table before quietly making his way downstairs and leaving the church. Before leaving, he always left a note for Hestia to reassure her. By now, she had grown accustomed to it. This was an unspoken rule between Orsted and Hestia. Orsted was cautious in nature, but it did not dampen his enthusiasm for exploring the dungeon. After all, venturing into it was the fastest way to grow stronger. For Orsted, who had been an ordinary person in his previous life, the obsession with becoming stronger was undeniable. What boy wouldn't dream of possessing immense power? After leaving the church, Orsted made his way toward Babel. The entrance to the dungeon lay beneath the massive structure, and it was the only known access point aside from the artificial underground passages in Daedalus Street. Of course, there were rumors of other entrances such as one sealed beneath the sea by the Poseidon Familia. After a brisk 20-minute jog, Orsted arrived at Babel. However, he didn't head straight into the dungeon. Instead, he made his way to the stores inside Babel. The previous night, Hestia had urged him to upgrade his equipment. Orsted intended to make good use of the opportunity. Though it was still early, the shops in Babel were already open. Orsted entered a familiar store, one operated by the Hephaestus Familia. Given Hestia's friendship with Hephaestus, it was only natural for Orsted to patronize this shop. Despite the early hour, a few adventurers were already browsing the weapons and armor on display. Orsted's arrival went unnoticed. He moved straight for a specific section of the store. The light armor he currently wore was part of a set, consisting of a chest guard, hand guards, and knee guards. It was lightweight and far less cumbersome than heavy plate armor, making it ideal for adventurer like Orsted. The armor was a sleek silver white, and he had grown quite fond of it. The set he wore now was the basic version. If he wanted something better, he could simply buy a mid-tier version of the same design. After picking up the new armor, Orsted approached the counter. 250,000 valis, the shopkeeper said with a polite smile. Orsted paid the amount and sold his old set back to the shop at a discounted price. Hephaestus Familia often recycled used equipment, refurbishing it for resale in a second-hand section. This practice helped reduce waste and provided affordable gear for newer adventurers who couldn't yet afford good equipment. It was an unspoken agreement among the various familias, and most gods tacitly approved of the arrangement. Orsted left the store and made his way to the dungeon entrance. By now, a large crowd of adventurers had gathered at the entrance. Orsted joined the throng and entered the dungeon via the spiral staircase. Once inside, Orsted went straight for the 6th floor. His plan was to advance one floor per day, pushing himself until he reached the 10th floor. If he felt ready, he might even venture as far as the 12th floor. But if he hadn't grown strong enough by then, he would stop and wait until he was prepared to tackle the 13th floor and beyond. After an hour of navigating terrain, Orsted finally arrived at the 6th floor. It wasn't long before he encountered enemies. A swarm of kobolds and killer ants emerged from the walls and ceilings, quickly surrounding him. With all his basic abilities exceeding S and several even reaching SS, Orsted faced the monsters without fear. A brutal massacre ensued. The sharp cries of the kobolds echoed through the corridor as Orsted killed them down one after another. The killer ants fared no better, their bodies littering the ground alongside the shattered remains of magic stones. After more than 20 minutes, the corridor was silent. The ground was strewn with magic stone, and not a single monster remained. This floor doesn't seem to challenge me. Maybe I should move deeper. Chapter 8, Listening to Ina. Chapter 8, Listening to Ina. Adventurers go on various adventures to increase their excelia. If you don't take risks, your excelia will grow very slowly. Orsted has been able to increase his excelia so quickly thanks to his skill. If you only fight monsters that pose no threat, it's not really an adventure. It's no surprise that Excelia won't accumulate much in that case. Orsted understands this well. However, unlike reckless adventurers who throw themselves into danger, Orsted takes calculated risks. He only fights monsters that are a little challenging but still within his ability. He's careful and steady when it comes to adventuring. After exploring the 6th floor and killing hundreds of kobolds, Orsted followed the map to find the entrance to the 7th floor and went in. When he arrived on the 7th floor, the dungeon greeted him with its usual hospitality. A large group of killer ants emerged from the ground, walls, and ceiling. This time, there were no kobolds. Kobolds tend to appear more often on the upper and middle floors. The lower you go, the less likely they are to show up. Orsted didn't encounter any on this floor. Seeing the swarm of killer ants surrounding him, Orsted gripped his sword, dashed forward, and started attacking. Swish! With a single strike, Orsted killed several of killer ants. The other killer ants weren't scared. If anything, they seemed angrier and swarmed toward Orsted even faster. Another slaughter began. With Orsted's strength, dealing with these killer ants wasn't a problem. He could have even gone as far as the 10th floor without much trouble. But Orsted didn't rush. He decided to take it floor by floor, getting used to the strength of the monsters at each level. In the anime, Belle reached the 10th floor and ventured into the labyrinth district while still level 1. But Orsted wasn't going to take such reckless risks. After checking the area and making sure no new monsters were spawning, Orsted started collecting the magic stones scattered on the ground. Once he had gathered all the stones, Orsted looked at his pouch and felt a little worried. His system was a bit unusual. It had a random sign-in function, but it didn't come with the usual system storage space. If it had storage, he wouldn't have to worry about carrying supplies and loot. I hope the 2 pouches I brought are enough, Orsted muttered, patting the bag at his waist. Maybe I should find a supporter, he thought, and the image of a certain girl came to mind. I'll talk to Hestia about this when I get back, Orsted said to himself before setting off again. In just 2 hours, Orsted had gone from the 5th floor to the 9th floor. By then, both of his pouches were completely full. They're full, and it's getting late. Time to head back, Orsted decided. Yesterday, his pouches were only 2/3 full, and he'd earned 110,000 valis. This time, with both completely full, Orsted estimated he could exchange around 300,000 valis. I'm going to get another lecture from Ina, Orsted muttered as he walked through the dim passage. The return trip took a little over half the time it had taken to go down. In just over an hour, Orsted was back on the surface. When he went to exchange his valis at the guild, Ina scolded him, clearly worried about his safety. Ina even left her work at the front desk to pull Orsted into a private room for a serious talk. This was part of her job as Orsted's adventurer advisor. Orsted, do you even listen to me? Ina asked, looking both frustrated and concerned. Adventurers shouldn't take unnecessary risks. You've been ignoring my advice, haven't you? She said, her tone sharp. Ina didn't ask which floor Orsted had gone to today, but judging by the valis he had earned, she knew he must have gone as far as the 10th floor. Only the magic stones dropped by monsters on the 10th floor were large enough to be considered a lot. In other words, Orsted had jumped from the 5th floor to those floors in a single day, a much bigger leap than his previous gradual progress. Ina was worried that such a sudden increase in difficulty could lead to disaster. As an adventurer advisor, her main job was to keep the adventurers under her care safe. Over the years, she'd seen too many adventurers meet tragic ends, and she didn't want Orsted to share their fate. Ina, I'll say it again, I value my life. I only take on challenges I can handle, and I never act recklessly, Orsted finally said when Ina paused for breath. Are you saying you're strong enough to handle those floors? Ina asked, her frown deepening. Orsted didn't answer directly but just smiled. Seeing his expression, Ina's eyes widened, and she took a deep breath. To gain the strength to tackle the 10th floor in just 5 days, that was an incredible rate of growth. Recovering quickly, Ina told Orsted to keep his strength a secret. It was shocking enough that he'd reached such a level just 5 days after becoming an adventurer. After all, 5 days ago, Orsted had been a complete rookie. Seeing Ina's concern, Orsted smiled slightly and nodded. I understand. Chapter 9, Need a Supporter. Chapter 9, Need a Supporter. After leaving the guild, Orsted rushed home with today's harvest. When he arrived, Orsted saw Hestia sitting on a stone outside the underground church, waiting for him. Upon seeing Orsted, Hestia jumped down from the stone and rushed toward him. She threw herself into his arms, rubbing against him with a smile on her face, muttering, "Orsted, Orsted! Wow, so many! Orsted, where have you been today?" Hestia exclaimed in shock when she saw the valise he had brought back. This harvest was already 3 times what he had earned the previous day. The 10th floor. I can safely move around on the 10th floor with my current strength, Orsted said with a smile. Hestia was a little surprised to hear this. She walked around Orsted to check his physical condition. If Orsted had any injuries that even healing potions couldn't fix, Hestia would have stopped him from venturing to the 10th floor. However, after confirming that Orsted was unharmed, Hestia breathed a sigh of relief. Well, very good. You don't have any obvious injuries, so you should be able to handle the 10th floor. I feel relieved now, Hestia said with a smile, placing her hands on her hips after her inspection. Immediately, Hestia prepared to update Orsted's status. For most familiars, status updates are done once a week, or even once a month, as an adventurer's growth is usually slow. Currently, the fastest rank-up record in Orario is held by Ace Wallenstein, the Sword Princess of the Loki Familia. It took Ace a year to rank up. But her Orsted was different. It had only taken him 5 days to break records. As long as he accumulated enough Excelia, he could rank up. After updating Orsted's status for the first time, she noticed that his growth was rapid. Every day when Orsted returned, she would update his status. Her observations proved correct. Orsted's status was improving dramatically, changing significantly each day. And today, Orsted had ventured all the way to the 10th floor. Perhaps he had accumulated enough Excelia. So, Hestia was eager to update Orsted's status once more. Orsted didn't resist Hestia's enthusiasm. He took off his shirt and lay on the sofa, waiting for her to update his status. Orsted also wanted to know if he had accumulated enough Excelia after exploring so many floors and defeating so many monsters today. Seeing that Orsted was ready, Hestia began the update. After pricking her finger, she dripped her divine blood onto Orsted's bare back. An azure light instantly illuminated the entire underground church, and Orsted's status emerged on his back. Without hesitation, Hestia began updating his status. Sacred words floated up, shuffled, and reorganized themselves on Orsted's back before settling back into place. Orsted's status had changed accordingly. Name, Orsted. Level, 1. Strength, SS1478. Endurance, SS1413. Dexterity, SS1456. Agility, SS1467. Magic, SS1468. Magic. Skill. Instant. Can instantly appear in front of anyone. No chanting required. As she watched the changes in Orsted's status, Hestia felt a twinge of disappointment. There was no indication of a rank up on Orsted's status, meaning his Excelia was still insufficient for a rank up. She had really hoped to see Orsted rank up. The thought of him ranking up on the 6th day of becoming an adventurer was thrilling. However, upon reflection, the higher Orsted's status was before ranking up, the stronger he would become afterward. With this in mind, Hestia no longer felt disappointed. After imprinting the updated status, Hestia handed the parchment to Orsted and let him read it himself. She sat on the floor and began eating the dinner Orsted had brought. Orsted glanced at the parchment briefly and then burned it. Except for the status, nothing else had changed, so there was no need to study it in detail. Then, Orsted sat beside Hestia and joined her for dinner. "Hey, Hestia, I've been thinking about finding a supporter," Orsted said as they ate. "Ah, yes, you should find a supporter. Without one, your adventures will be much more difficult," Hestia agreed, nodding. She had been considering the same thing. Although the amount of Valis Orsted brought back didn't seem excessive, exchanging it for magic stones would undoubtedly result in a significant sum. If Orsted carried a large number of magic stones by himself, it would definitely hinder his movements. Even if Orsted hadn't brought it up, Hestia had planned to mention it to him later. "I'll go to Hephaestus tomorrow to see if she has any new supporters," Hestia shared her plan. "Well, I can find a supporter myself, so there's no need to trouble goddess Hephaestus," Orsted replied, shaking his head. In Orsted's opinion, the best choice for a supporter was Lilyruka Arde, also known as Lily. After all, Lily possessed a skill called Artel Assist, which allowed her to carry items far heavier than her own body weight. As for Lily's personal issues, treating her well would easily correct her behavior. Just like Belle Cranel in the original story. If not for being manipulated, Lily would never have considered betraying Belle. Is that so?" Hestia asked, surprised. "In that case, I'll leave it to you to find one yourself," she said after a moment of thought, deciding to let Orsted handle the matter. Chapter 10, Meeting Lily. Chapter 10, Meeting Lily. The next morning, Orsted left early and headed to Babel to replenish his supplies. The potions Orsted bought were primarily for treating minor injuries, but he also purchased 2 bottles of high-grade potion. These were expensive, and Orsted didn't dare to buy too many. After gathering his supplies, Orsted made his way to the square beneath Babel and waited quietly. Aside from solo adventurers like him, most adventurers gathered here to meet their companions before venturing into the dungeon. In the anime, Lilyruka Arde often sought clients in this area. Orsted hoped to encounter her here. However, he gave himself only an hour. If Lilyruka didn't appear within that time, Orsted would head straight into the dungeon and try again the next day. Fortunately, luck seemed to be on his side. He had waited less than 10 minutes when he spotted a small figure carrying an oversized backpack. Seeing this, Orsted approached her directly. "Adventurer." Lilyruka was visibly surprised by Orsted's approach. "Hello." Orsted nodded slightly and was about to extend his invitation. But at that moment, the system that had been dormant for 6 days suddenly prompted something. Random sign-in triggered. "Would you like to sign in?" This startled Orsted, but he chose to sign in without hesitation. "Sign in. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the perfect version of sun breathing. Note, the host can teach this technique to anyone." Orsted was stunned. Teach this technique to someone? Was this prepared for future members of Hestia Familia? Orsted knew full well how difficult sun breathing was to master. In Demon Slayer, only 3 individuals had ever achieved it. But the description implied that anyone Orsted taught could learn it, regardless of their natural aptitude. This meant Orsted could share this powerful technique with others, significantly boosting the strength of Hestia Familia. Of course, Orsted himself would remain unmatched, thanks to his 10-fold skill. With sun breathing, the future members of Hestia Familia would undoubtedly grow stronger. Adventurer. Seeing Orsted's distracted expression, Lilyruka frowned slightly, taking a subtle step back. Is something wrong? Could this be one of the adventurers she had deceived in the past? No, Lilyruka was certain she had never tricked an elf, let alone one as handsome as Orsted. Her thoughts raced anxiously. "Oh, sorry. Something just came to mind," Orsted said, snapping back to reality. Lilyruka Arde, may I call you Lily? And would you like to team up with me? Orsted smiled warmly and extended his invitation. Adventurer, you know my name. Lilyruka took a few steps back, her voice tinged with alarm. If Orsted knew her name, he must have investigated her past. He was surely aware of her reputation and the rumors surrounding her. Was this a trap? Did he have ulterior motives? I know about your past, but I don't care. My invitation is sincere. Lily, do you want a chance to start over? Orsted reached out his hand, his tone earnest. If Lilyruka accepted, Orsted was determined to help her rebuild her life and welcome her into Hestia Familia. She was teetering on the edge of despair, one step away from falling into the abyss. But if someone extended a hand, that person could become her guiding light, the one she would respect and follow for the rest of her life. Just as in the anime. Orsted, familiar with the story, was confident he could become that light for her. As Lilyruka looked into Orsted's eyes, her heart trembled. She felt an inexplicable warmth radiating from him, as if he truly didn't care about her past mistakes and genuinely wanted to help her. If she let this opportunity slip, she might never encounter someone like him again. But was it safe to trust him? Her mind was still wrestling with doubt, but her body acted on its own. Her small hand found its way into Orsted's palm. The touch snapped her back to reality, and she stared in shock at what she had done. It's a deal, then. From now on, you'll be my companion, Orsted smiled as he held her hand. Ah, okay, Lilyruka nodded blankly. She didn't understand why she had acted so impulsively, but deep down, she knew she had always longed for redemption. Orsted-sama, will you be my salvation? Lilyruka thought anxiously as she walked beside him, her backpack slung over her shoulders. Don't be so nervous, Lily. We're companions now, Orsted said gently, noticing her unease. I'll help you work through your problems step by step. You'll be living with me in Hestia from now on. That way, you won't have to worry about the Soma Familia causing you trouble. Lilyruka nodded silently, still processing everything. Seeing her hesitation, Orsted shook his head slightly. Her heart was still guarded, and she was clearly confused by his sudden appearance. To ease her tension, Orsted began chatting about various topics, gradually drawing Lilyruka into the conversation. His efforts paid off. Within half an hour, Lilyruka began responding more actively. Orsted-sama, which floor are we heading to? The 10th floor. That deep? Is it deep? Isn't it? Not really. If I weren't bringing you along, I'd be heading to the middle floors. Lilyruka. Chapter 11, Sun Breathing. Chapter 11, Sun Breathing. Is this the power of sun breathing? After unleashing the full might of sun breathing to create a swirling blade aura, Orsted couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. Now, even if a minotaur stood before him, Orsted was confident he could slay it in a single strike. A minotaur is a level 2 monster, yet Orsted was certain he could defeat it instantly. This alone speaks volumes about how much his combat prowess had improved after getting sun breathing. This is the advantage of having a sign-in system. Before, Orsted had relied solely on his instincts in battle, leaving him utterly vulnerable. He had no formal combat skills to speak of. After all, Orsted was still a rookie adventurer, having only started his journey 5 or 6 days ago. But now, he had overcome this weakness. As for the fact that these combat skills weren't something he had learned through experience but rather acquired through a system, Orsted didn't mind. He wasn't arrogant by nature, in fact, he was quite humble. Unlike those prideful protagonists who looked down on borrowed power, believing only their own hard-earned skills were worthy, Orsted had a clear understanding of himself. If he gained something, it was his to use. It didn't matter if it was created by someone else. Orsted-sama, you're amazing. Lily couldn't help but murmur as she watched Orsted effortlessly slay over a dozen purple moths without a scratch. The battle was a sight to behold. She had accompanied many adventurers before, but none had left such an impression as Orsted. "Lily, what are you standing there for? Come help me collect the magic stones." Orsted, already busy gathering the magic stones, noticed Lily standing in a daze and called out to her. "Ah, yes, Orsted-sama. Lily is on her way." Snapping out of her reverie, Lily hurried over and began collecting the magic stones scattered across the ground. "We've got a drop item. It's a purple moth wing. They're quite rare and fetch a high price on the market." After a moment of collecting, Lily held up a shimmering wing and ran over to Orsted. "Oh, a drop item? I didn't expect that. I'm not too familiar with these things. Lily, do you know how much this wing is worth?" Orsted asked, genuinely surprised. Having only been an adventurer for a few days, he was still learning the ropes. "They're worth about 50,000 valis each. They're incredibly valuable." "Orsted-sama, you're so lucky!" Lily exclaimed excitedly. Typically, supporters like Lily received half of the spoils adventurers earned. With the drop of a purple moth wing, as long as Orsted honored the unspoken agreement between adventurers and supporters, unlike some unscrupulous adventurers, she stood to gain 25,000 valis. "That much? That's fantastic!" Orsted was pleasantly surprised. The magic stones dropped by the purple moths he had slain weren't nearly as valuable as this wing. "Here, your share just increased by 25,000 valis." After examining the wing, Orsted handed it to Lily with a smile. "Hey!" Lily was momentarily stunned, then broke into a wide grin. "Thank you, Orsted-sama." Once they had collected all the magic stones, the pair pressed onward. At this point, Orsted and Lily were on the 9th floor. The next floor was the 10th floor. As soon as they entered, Orsted noticed the thick fog enveloping the area. The 10th floor was a large, flat expanse, perpetually shrouded in dense fog, making it difficult to see more than a few dozen meters ahead. Most Level 1 adventurers would proceed with caution here, wary of being ambushed by monsters from all directions. But Orsted felt no fear. After all, he possessed skill like instant. Even if surrounded, he could use it to escape with Lily. Not long after entering the floor, the dungeon responded. One by one, orcs emerged from the fog, charging toward Orsted and Lily. "Lily, stay back!" Lily obeyed immediately, retreating with her oversized backpack. As Lily moved away, an orc tried to intercept her, but Orsted swiftly took it down. "So powerful! They can't even withstand a single strike from Orsted-sama." Lily, glancing back as she ran, was amazed. The orcs were clearly stronger than the purple moths, yet Orsted dispatched them with ease. But this was only the beginning. What followed completely redefined Lily's understanding of Orsted's strength. A dozen orcs posed no threat to him. Orsted moved like a blur, darting between the monsters and cutting them down in a matter of moments. "You're incredible!" Lily murmured, utterly awestruck. "Lily, come collect the magic stones. It looks like we've got more drop items." Orsted called out. "Oh, right away." Lily responded quickly, rushing over. "Orsted-sama, you're so lucky. Another drop item. These are orc weapons. They can be forged into incredibly durable gear. Many new adventurers love these materials. This Hilda, for example, could sell for at least 70,000 valis." Lily explained, her excitement palpable. "Hey, I never got any drop items when I was adventuring alone before. But today, teaming up with you, Lily, we've gotten 2 drops in a row. You must be my good luck charm. It seems I made the right choice," Orsted said with a grin. Lily blushed, feeling both embarrassed and pleased. "Oh, stop it, Orsted-sama. Lily isn't that lucky." Chapter 12, Inviting Lily. Chapter 12, Inviting Lily. After spending several hours on the 10th floor, Orsted set out on his return journey. Thanks to Lily, Orsted obtained 5 drop items today, as well as more magic stones than yesterday. It took only an hour for the two to return to the surface. However, when they emerged, it was already evening. Soon, Orsted exchanged their magic stones for Valis. Fortunately, Lily did not follow him inside. Otherwise, based on Ina's understanding of Lily, she would certainly advise Orsted not to associate with her. The amount has increased again. Have you reached a new floor? Ina remarked, noticing that Orsted had exchanged more than double the Valis compared to yesterday. She sighed slightly and looked at him with a hint of helplessness. No, I found a supporter today, so I was able to fight more freely and gain more, Orsted replied, shaking his head. He had not ventured to a new floor today, instead staying active on the 10th floor. Really? That's good to hear. Here, a total of 500,000 Valis, Ina said, relieved by Orsted's answer. She handed him the exchanged Valis, divided into 2 pouches, one for Orsted and one for his supporter. Thank you, Ina, Orsted smiled, grateful for her thoughtfulness. You're welcome. Just remember, don't take unnecessary risks, Ina replied with a nod, offering a brief warning before returning to her work without further lecturing, unlike the previous day. Orsted did not disturb her further. After glancing at Ina as she continued her work, he turned and left the guild. As soon as he stepped outside, Orsted saw Lily waiting for him. At that moment, Lily's face was filled with anticipation, though it was tinged with a trace of worry. Orsted understood her thoughts immediately. She was likely concerned that he might behave like those unscrupulous adventurers who either withheld or deducted their supporters' shares. Without a word, Orsted handed her the pouch that Ina had prepared. Lily quickly reached out and took it, opening it to inspect the contents. Confirming that Orsted had not shortchanged her like others, a relieved and excited smile spread across her face. However, at that moment, Orsted spoke up. Lily, come to my place first today. Your situation doesn't seem to be very safe. Hey! Lily looked up at Orsted, puzzled. Orsted was not looking at her but to the left. Lily followed his gaze, and her pupil shrank. She recognized those people. They were members of the Soma Familia who often robbed her of her earnings. Several times, she had managed to secure rewards from kind-hearted adventurers, only to have them stolen by these individuals. The sight of them filled Lily with hatred. At the same time, she felt a pang of fear. She was no match for them. Every time they robbed her, they would beat her up. Let's go, Lily, Orsted said calmly after observing them for a moment. Lily nodded and followed him without protest. Before leaving, she shot a defiant glance at the group, hoping to provoke them. She wanted them to attack her today, knowing that Orsted would make them regret it. After all, Lily had witnessed Orsted's strength firsthand throughout the day. The monsters on the 10th floor hadn't even been able to touch him. In contrast, these thieves were nothing more than weaklings who had made no progress in over a year. What was that look in Lily's eyes just now? One of the adventurers muttered angrily, clearly provoked by her glare. Let's follow them, another said. We'll take Lily and that new adventurer down together, their leader declared. With that, the group quietly trailed Orsted and Lily. Lily, do you think we should deal with these guys? Orsted noticed their pursuit. Orsted-sama, are you planning to kill them? Lily's heart skipped a beat at his words. She could sense the cold, unmistakable aura emanating from him, sending a shiver down her spine. If you don't want me to, I can spare their lives. Orsted-sama can do as he sees fit. Lily has no objections, Lily shook her head. She despised those men deeply. If they hadn't robbed her of her earnings, she might never have resorted to those wrongdoings. If Orsted wanted to eliminate them, she fully supported the idea. However, she couldn't help but voice a concern. Is it really okay to kill them? It's fine. We'll just lead them to a remote area, Orsted replied calmly, his expression unchanged. With that, he quickened his pace. Lily hurried to keep up. The group followed closely. Soon, Orsted and Lily entered a dark, secluded alley. The pursuers, seeing their opportunity, rushed in after them. However, as soon as they entered the alley, something greeted them. Sun-breathing second form, clear blue sky. Chapter 13, Is this correct? Chapter 13, Is this correct? Orsted defeated those weaklings in one go, and the other party didn't even see how he did it. Orsted-sama, what should we do next? Seeing Orsted kill the 3 men who had been following them so easily, Lily was both shocked and worried. Although this place was remote, there were still some people around. They and the 3 trackers who had entered here might have been seen. Now that the 3 were killed by Orsted, once the guild investigated, it was very likely that they would be traced back to this location. It's okay, I have a way, Orsted said with a faint smile. Hey! Lily, come here. Orsted didn't explain further. Instead, he half-crouched beside the 3 corpses and waved Lily over. Lily didn't understand but complied nonetheless. As she approached Orsted, she felt a hand gently placed on her shoulder. This startled Lily, and for a moment, she thought Orsted might kill her to silence her. However, the next moment, she realized she was overthinking. There was a flash of light, and Orsted, Lily, and the 3 corpses on the ground disappeared instantly. Orsted was skilled at disposing of bodies and covering his tracks, and this was how he had handled similar situations before. Lily only felt a flash before her eyes, and then she found herself transported from the dark alley to a ruin. When Lily regained her senses, she saw Orsted digging a hole. Orsted-sama! Lily called out, still confused. Ah, Lily, you've come back to your senses. Come and help me, Orsted said, pausing his digging to gesture toward her. Orsted-sama, what are you doing? Lily still didn't understand. Digging a pit to bury them. We need to dispose of these bodies, Orsted replied matter-of-factly. Lily exclaimed in surprise. I feel like the image of Orsted-sama in my heart has been shattered in an instant, Lily said blankly after helping him bury the 3 bodies. Oh? What image did you have of me? Orsted asked, curious. Well, I don't know how to say it, but I always felt that you, Orsted-sama, were like a ray of light, Lily admitted, her face flushing with embarrassment. Before, she had seen Orsted as a beacon of hope, gradually shining into her heart. Now, however, she couldn't help but feel that this light was a little tarnished. Haha, Orsted laughed heartily at her response. He hadn't expected Lily to hold such an image of him. Still, this was a good thing. After all, Orsted had planned to treat Lily as a companion. Since he was prepared to do so, he naturally wanted to redeem her. And if his image in Lily's heart was that of a ray of light, it was a positive foundation to build upon. Redeeming someone, after all, was about filling their heart with warmth and light, or so Orsted believed. Since I am a light in your heart, I will try to let this light fill your heart in the future, Orsted said gently, reaching out to pat Lily's head. Lily was slightly stunned by his words and gentle expression. For a moment, the tarnished light she had perceived seemed to regain its brilliance. After a long pause, Lily hurriedly lowered her head, her cheeks tinged with red. Orsted-sama is so kind. Lily, I will introduce you to Hestia later. Then, Hestia and I will try to help you leave the Soma Familia, Orsted said as they walked back to the abandoned church. Orsted-sama, you seem to know me very well. In that case, you must also know what I've done. Why would you want to help me, Orsted-sama? Lily asked, her voice filled with disbelief. She was smart enough to realize that Orsted was fully aware of her past actions. Yet, she couldn't understand why he would still want to help her. You haven't truly fallen into the abyss. You can still pull yourself back. I value your abilities, and I'm confident I can guide you toward redemption, Orsted replied with a smile. That reason? Lily wasn't entirely convinced. Who would believe such words? That he valued her abilities and was willing to overlook her past misdeeds? It seemed too good to be true. Well, you can think of it as me being kind. Just trust that I won't hurt you, Orsted said, realizing that a few words wouldn't be enough to earn Lily's complete trust. After all, Lily's harsh upbringing had made her deeply wary of others. It was already a significant step that she had extended even a small measure of trust toward him today. Orsted was prepared to gradually earn her trust through daily interactions and cooperation, slowly working his way into her heart. Hearing this, Lily gave Orsted a long, thoughtful look but didn't press the matter further. Instead, she began discussing with him how to handle the 5 dropped items they had acquired that day. As they walked and talked, they soon arrived at the temporary residence of the Hestia Familia, the abandoned church. Hestia was waiting outside the church and ran over excitedly when she saw Orsted. However, upon noticing Lily beside him, Hestia's steps faltered slightly. But the hesitation was brief, and she quickly resumed her pace, throwing herself into Orsted's arms. "Welcome back, Orsted. And who is this?" "This is Lily, my chosen supporter." Lily. Chapter 14, My Ache. Chapter 14, My Ache. The next day, Orsted did not set out for the dungeon early morning but stayed in the church. As for the reason, Hestia had told him not to go. Her friend, My Ache, wanted to ask him to collect some medicinal herbs. So, although Orsted woke up very early, he did not go directly to the dungeon. Soon, My Ache arrived at the abandoned church. "Random sign-in has been triggered. Host, do you wish to sign in?" As soon as Orsted saw My Ache, the system prompt sounded in his mind. Orsted was slightly startled but quickly complied. "Sign in. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the Familia Barrier." Familia Barrier. The Familia Barrier can effectively protect the Familia's residence and its god from danger. Seeing this reward, Orsted was overjoyed. His current situation was developing smoothly, but the one thing he worried about was Hestia. Adventurers were closely tied to their gods. If their god encountered trouble, the adventurers would also face consequences. In the anime, the adventurers of Evilus had nearly died due to the ascension of their god. Orsted didn't know the exact consequences adventurers faced after their god ascended, but it was undoubtedly disastrous. Orsted had always been concerned about the dangers Hestia might encounter. Now, with the Familia Barrier, he no longer had to worry. The barrier could not only protect the Familia's residence but also provide one-on-one protection for her. In other words, if Hestia were ever in danger, the barrier would activate immediately to shield her from harm. Orsted wasn't sure how strong the barrier's protection was, but having it was far better than not. Though he pondered all this, only a second had passed in reality. No one noticed Orsted's momentary distraction. "Orsted-kun, I'll leave those infos in your hands." Standing before Orsted was My Ache, Hestia's friend and the god of medicine. As Hestia had mentioned the previous night, My Ache had come to entrust Orsted with gathering herbs and materials to make potions. "My Ache-sama, would you like Naza to join us?" Orsted asked after glancing at the list of materials. My Ache was slightly taken aback but then shook his head gently. "I would like Naza to accompany you, but the child is still terrified of the dungeon. She doesn't dare to venture down there," My Ache explained with a sigh. Orsted recalled that Naza was the sole remaining member of the My Ache familia. Due to past trauma, she had developed a deep fear of monsters and avoided facing them entirely. Now, she stayed on the Orario, running the My Ache familia's small shop and crafting potions for a living. Occasionally, she would venture out to sell the potions she made. "Orsted-kun, if you have time, please visit us. The potions I make are truly exceptional," My Ache said with a smile before taking his leave. "Orsted-sama, these materials are found on the 6th and 9th floors. I know where they're most abundant. I can lead the way." Lily, who had been standing quietly nearby, spoke up after Myaik left. Lily was familiar with the materials listed on the paper, as she often dealt with various medicinal ingredients. After all, crafting poisons required knowledge of herbs as well. You know where to find them? That's great. I was worried we'd have to search blindly. Having only recently arrived in this world, Orsted was still unfamiliar with the dungeon's layout, despite learning much from Ina. Soon, Orsted and Lily packed their supplies and left the abandoned church, heading toward Babel. Only Hestia remained in the church, still asleep. She always slept until she woke naturally, carefree and childlike. Orsted and Lily didn't head straight to the dungeon. Instead, they went to Babel to sell the materials they had gathered the previous day and convert their earnings into Valis. Once that was done, they made their way to the dungeon. First, they completed Myaika's commission, then proceeded to the 10th floor and beyond to hunt monsters. Yesterday, they had adventured on the 10th floor. Today, Orsted planned to push further, venturing into the 11th and 12th floors. With his strength, he was more than capable of handling the challenges there. His current status made him extraordinary. At least among level 1 adventurers, Orsted was unmatched. The 11th and 12th floors were still considered beginner areas for level 1 adventurers. Beyond the 12th floor lay the 13th floor, marking the beginning of the middle floors. The floors were divided into 4 parts: the upper floors, the middle floors, the lower floors, and the deep floors. The upper floors spanned the 1st to 12th floors, the middle floors the 13th to 24th, and the lower floors the 25th to 36th. Beyond the 37th floor lay the deep floors. The monsters were also tiered by floor. Monsters on the upper floors were level 1, suitable for level 1 adventurers. The middle floors housed primarily level 2 monsters, with a few level 1 exceptions, making them ideal for level 2 adventurers. The lower floors were dominated by level 3 monsters, while the deep floors were home to level 4 creatures. To survive in the deep floors, one needed at least level 4 combat prowess unless, of course, they were part of a large-scale Familia expedition. Chapter 15, Shadows of Her Past. Chapter 15, Shadows of Her Past. For several days, Orsted and Lily stayed in the upper floors and did not venture into the middle floors. During this time, Myaik commissioned Orsted to collect herbs daily, rewarding him with 2 bottles of high potions crafted by Myaik himself. The potions were incredibly valuable, each bottle costing at least 25,000 Valis. Naza, are you sure you won't join us? Orsted asked, looking at the Chienthrope who had taken the herbs. Thank you, Orsted, Naza replied gently. But I'm afraid I still can't bring myself to enter the dungeon. Naza Irisus, the sole remaining member of the Myaik Familia, was the adventurer Orsted had mentioned earlier, the one who had suffered a traumatic experience in the dungeon and could no longer face monsters. She smiled softly as she declined Orsted's invitation, her expression tinged with regret. This was Orsted's 5th invitation. Nearly every day when he came to submit the commission, he would ask her to join him. But Naza didn't find it annoying. On the contrary, she was deeply grateful for Orsted's persistence. Over the past few days, Naza had come to regard Orsted as a friend. Not only because their respective deities were friends, but also because of Orsted's unwavering concern for her. She had long understood Orsted's intentions and was certain that he genuinely cared about her. He wanted to help her overcome her past trauma, which was why he kept inviting her. Her certainty stemmed from her deity, Myaik. Humans couldn't lie in the presence of gods, and Myaik could discern the truth in Orsted's words. Myaik had assured her that everything Orsted said was sincere. He truly cared for her and wanted to see her recover. Unfortunately, Naza still couldn't escape the shadows of her past. All she could do was apologize to Orsted. Is that so? In that case, I'll ask again tomorrow, Orsted said with a smile, unfazed by her refusal. He accepted the 2 potions Naza handed him, nodded politely, and turned to leave. Naza watched quietly as Orsted's figure disappeared through the shop door, then slowly turned away. Naza, Mayaka's voice called out shortly after Orsted left. The small door at the back of the shop opened, and Mayake emerged. Mayake-sama, Naza greeted softly. Naza, if possible, I also hope you'll consider joining Orsted, Mayake said with a gentle smile. He's very concerned about you. I believe he wants you to be the pharmacist for his team. He'll protect you and ensure you're not harmed. Let me think about it, Naza replied, her voice hesitant. She had heard this from her deity many times but still couldn't bring herself to agree. Take your time, Mayake said kindly, not pressing the matter further. He took the herbs Orsted had delivered and sat down at the workbench to begin crafting potions. Naza fell silent, her gaze drifting back to the shop door. On the other side, after leaving Mayaka's potion shop, Orsted found Lily waiting outside. Orsted-sama, Lily called out as he approached. Let's go, Lily. We'll head to Babel, sell our drop items, upgrade our equipment, and prepare to enter the middle floors tomorrow, Orsted said with a smile. Lily truly seemed to bring good fortune. In the days before recruiting her as a supporter, Orsted had rarely encountered drop items. But since she joined him, they had found valuable items almost every day. In fact, the proceeds from the drop items they sold the day before yesterday had even surpassed the earnings from magic stones. Except for the items obtained on their first day together, which were sold before their second adventure, the drop items from the past few days had been sold immediately upon their return to the surface. Today, however, was different. Orsted needed to upgrade his equipment, which would take some time, so he had decided to visit Mayaka's shop first to submit the commission. Orsted was ready to venture into the middle floors. His strength was more than sufficient for the challenges there. The only reason he had stayed in the upper floors was to accumulate enough excelia to level up to level 2. It would be safer to explore the middle floors as a level 2 adventurer. However, after several days, Orsted's excelia still hadn't reached the required threshold. He decided not to waste any more time in the upper floors and instead planned to seek out level 2 monsters in the middle floors. Defeating 1 or 2 level 2 monsters should be enough to fill his excelia bar. Once their equipment was upgraded, Orsted and Lily would begin their adventure in the middle floors. By the way, Orsted hadn't triggered sign-in when he met Naza earlier. It seemed the system's sign-ins were truly random. As Orsted and Lily walked toward Babel, their camaraderie had grown stronger over the past few days. Lily's initial wariness of Orsted had almost entirely faded, replaced by deep trust. The reason for this was Orsted's decision to teach her the sun breathing. Since learning it, Lily had practiced diligently, and her once frail physique had gradually improved to match that of a normal person. In another day or two, Lily's body would likely be strong enough for her to officially become an adventurer. As a result, Lily felt immense gratitude toward Orsted. This gratitude had blossomed into unwavering trust. The two chatted and laughed as they made their way to Babel. Over here, Orsted. Lily. Ina's voice called out as they approached. She stood on tiptoe, waving enthusiastically outside Babel. Orsted quickened his pace, and Lily hurried after him. Ina, thank you for waiting, Orsted said with a smile as they reached her. No problem. Let's go, I'll help you prepare the supplies you'll need for the middle floors, Ina replied warmly. With that, the three of them entered Babel, boarded the elevator, and went to upper area. Chapter 16, Asking Ina. Chapter 16, Asking Ina. Neither Orsted nor Lily knew much about the situation on the middle floors. Although Orsted had been adventuring in the dungeon these days and returned very late every night, he hadn't had much time to ask Ina for information about the middle floors. Lily, though doing well on the upper floors, was not very familiar with the middle floors and lacked sufficient information. But Ina was different. The guild collected the most comprehensive information about the dungeon. After every adventure or expedition, each familia would submit their findings to the guild. As a guild employee and Orsted's advisor, Ina could easily access this information. Since Ina happened to be Orsted's advisor, it was natural for him to consult her directly if he needed information about the middle floors. Now, he could ask Ina for advice on upgrading his equipment and preparing supplies for the middle floors, and she would gladly assist. Orsted invited Ina to join him and Lily at Babel. Orsted, you want to go to the middle floors? I won't oppose your decision, but you must be careful and avoid taking unnecessary risks. Understand? Ina warned, walking ahead of Orsted and Lily with her hands behind her back. She didn't look back as she spoke, but halfway through her warning, she turned around and smiled at Orsted. If it were anyone else, a rookie with less than 10 days of experience and no veteran to guide them, saying they wanted to venture into the middle floors, Ina would have thought them foolish. If it were one of the rookies under her care, she would have done everything in her power to stop them. But this was Orsted, and she wouldn't stop him. She knew his strength and the number of adventures he had undertaken in the past few days from the exchange of Valis. The magic stones Orsted had collected were increasing daily, and the Valis he exchanged was growing as well. This meant Orsted's strength was sufficient for the upper floors, and staying there would only hinder his growth. However, while Ina wouldn't stop him, she still felt the need to remind him of the dangers. She had seen too many rookies die in the dungeon due to recklessness. Several of the adventurers she had advised had met such fates. She didn't want Orsted to end up like them. As she spoke, Ina glanced at Lily out of the corner of her eye. She had been opposed to Orsted recruiting Lily as his supporter, knowing Lily's reputation. She had even warned Orsted about Lily's past, but he had simply smiled and said nothing in response. Though he didn't explicitly state it, Ina understood that Orsted had no intention of giving up on Lily as his supporter. This worried her, but it was ultimately Orsted's decision, so she didn't interfere. Instead, she made a habit of arriving at the guild early every morning to wait for Orsted and Lily at the entrance, giving Orsted daily reminders to be cautious of Lily. Lily noticed Ina's gaze but wasn't angry. She knew how bad her reputation was among adventurers. As Orsted's advisor, it was natural for Ina to be wary of a supporter with such a notorious past. However, Lily had decided to turn over a new leaf and adventure honestly with Orsted. She believed that, over time, Ina would come to see her in a new light. I've said it before, I value my life more than anyone else, and I'll only do what I'm capable of, Orsted replied with a smile, responding to Ina's daily admonitions. Good, Ina said, deciding not to press further. She then led Orsted and Lily through Babel to help them prepare supplies. Of course, the cost of the supplies was covered by Orsted and Lily. On Ina's salary, she couldn't afford to buy much for them. By the end of the trip, Lily's large backpack was nearly full, and Orsted's earnings for the day were completely spent. After purchasing the supplies, the three returned to the surface. At the guild entrance, Orsted waved goodbye to Ina. But before parting, he suddenly thought of something. Hey, Ina, have you ever considered becoming an adventurer? Orsted asked, turning back to her. Hey! Ina was momentarily stunned by the question. After a moment, she shook her head slightly. I didn't expect you to invite me to become an adventurer, but I'm sorry I can't give you an answer right now. That's fine, Orsted said with a nod, unfazed. He then left with Lily. As Orsted and Lily walked away, Ina quietly watched their retreating figures, her gaze lingering on Orsted. A faint sparkle appeared in her eyes. It was the first time someone had invited her to become an adventurer companion. Such invitations weren't uncommon in the guild. Guild staff, especially advisors, were highly sought after by adventurers due to their extensive knowledge of the dungeon. Having an advisor as a companion provided a significant advantage in terms of intelligence, making it easier to navigate the upper, middle, and even lower floors safely. However, since becoming an advisor, Ina had never received such an invitation. Orsted was the first to ask her. Though she couldn't give him an immediate answer, the invitation lingered in her mind. Maybe I are really, Ina murmured to herself, thinking of Orsted's seemingly slender and unassuming appearance. She had a soft spot for boys like him, ones who appeared delicate but were strong in their own way. If she joined the Hestia Familia, perhaps Orsted would rely on her even more, especially for intelligence and logistics. With this thought, Ina turned and slowly made her way home. Read advanced chapters at patreon.com/verse7. Power Stones. 200 stones equals 1 chapter. 400 stones equals 2 chapter. Chapter 17, Meeting Hestia's Another Friend. Chapter 17, Meeting Hestia's Another Friend. Orsted and Lily said goodbye to Ina and headed toward the church. After more than 10 minutes of travel, the two returned. In the past, Hestia would wait for them on the stone outside the abandoned church. However, this time, Orsted and Lily did not see her. As they approached the entrance of the church, Orsted heard laughter coming from inside. There were two female voices, one was Hestia's, and the other was unfamiliar to both Orsted and Lily. The two exchanged glances. Is this one of Hestia's friend? They wondered. Then, they stepped into the church. Ah, Orsted, Lily, you're back! Hestia exclaimed. Let me introduce you to Hephaestus. This is Orsted, my first Familia member, Hestia continued. And next to him is Lily, from the Soma Familia, who is Orsted's supporter. As Orsted and Lily approached, Hestia immediately introduced them to the red-haired goddess sitting beside her. Hephaestus was dressed like a modern beauty, wearing a white shirt, black leather pants, and a black eye patch over one eye. Lady Hephaestus, Orsted said, bowing slightly. He was familiar with her, as she was Hestia's closest friend. After Hestia descended from heaven, she had initially stayed with Hephaestus. However, Hestia's obsession with heroic books and her lack of effort in building her familia eventually led Hephaestus to ask her to leave. The church where they now lived was provided by Hephaestus as a gesture of friendship. Lily followed Orsted's lead and greeted respectfully, Lady Hephaestus. Just call me Hephaestus, the goddess replied gently. At that moment, system prompt sounded in Orsted's mind. Random sign-in has been triggered. Would you like to sign in? Sign in. Sign in successful. Congratulations, for obtaining Mystery, X. Orsted was momentarily confused by the reward but decided to investigate later, as the current situation wasn't suitable. Orsted, Lily, surprise! Hestia said with a smile. Hephaestus and I have agreed that if you need to buy equipment in the future, you can visit her shop, and she'll give you a 20% discount. Orsted was slightly stunned, his mouth opening in surprise. Lily, too, was taken aback. Hestia noticed their lack of enthusiasm and grew confused. Why don't you seem excited about this? She asked. Hephaestus, however, quickly deduced the reason. Hestia, it seems Orsted has already brought new equipments, she said, covering her mouth as she chuckled. Hestia froze, then shattered into a state of despair. Recovering, she rushed to Orsted, grabbed his collar, and roared in frustration, Orsted, why didn't you discuss the equipments with me? Hestia-sama, Lily blushed slightly, Orsted-sama mentioned it to you last night, but you were drunk at the time. He and I left you a note this morning. Didn't you see it? Hestia's face froze. The previous night, she had dined and chatted with Hephaestus and Myaik, drinking heavily. When she woke up, she felt terrible and had a runny nose. In her groggy state, she had grabbed something from the bedside table, crumpled it, and used it to blow her nose. After fully waking up, she had tossed it into the trash. Hey? The paper is missing. Lily's voice came from the bedside. At this point, not only was Hestia's face frozen, but her entire body seemed to stiffen. She turned her head mechanically toward the trash can near the bed, her expression one of utter devastation. Seeing her reaction, Orsted and Lily didn't need to guess what had happened. Ha ha! Hephaestus laughed without restraint. Her laughter seemed to trigger something in Hestia, who clutched her head and shook it wildly. Orsted quickly stepped forward to comfort her, saying everything he could to soothe her shattered spirits. Eventually, Hestia calmed down, though she remained somewhat silent. "Well, I'll head back now," Hephaestus said, as she stood up. "Orsted, I've already informed my familia. When you visit to purchase equipment, just mention your name, and they'll give you a discount." "Thank you, Lady Hephaestus. No need for formalities. Just call me Hephaestus." "Then." "Hephaestus. Yes, that's fine. Read advanced chapters at patreon.com/verse7. Power Stones. 200 stones equals 1 chapter. 400 stones equals 2 chapter. Chapter 18, Another Idiot. Chapter 18, Another Idiot. After Hephaestus left, Orsted examined the reward he had just received. Taking a moment to understand the so-called mystery, he couldn't help but take a deep breath. Mystery is the foundation for crafting magic items. Only adventurers with the development ability of mystery are qualified to create such items. What Orsted had obtained was this very ability, and it was of the highest tier. With this ability, Orsted could create a wide range of magic items. If combined with development ability of mage, he could even craft grimoires. Suppressing the excitement bubbling within him, Orsted took a deep breath to steady himself. "What's wrong, Orsted-sama?" Lily asked, tilting her head in confusion. Hestia, too, looked at him with curiosity. "It's a secret. You'll find out when the time comes," Orsted replied with a playful wink. His vague answer only deepened their curiosity, but neither Hestia nor Lily pressed further. The three of them shared dinner, chatted about the middle floors, and eventually drifted off to sleep. As for the daily updates of his status, Orsted had decided to hold off. Knowing his exelia wasn't sufficient, he didn't update his status. He planned to do so after returning from the middle floors. The next morning, Orsted and Lily prepared to set out. However, they didn't leave together. Lily mentioned she needed to stop by a place she frequented to pick up some supplies. Orsted, on the other hand, went ahead to wait at Babel Square. Orsted was supposed to wait for Lily at the square, and the two would enter the dungeon together. However, after waiting for over 20 minutes, things took an unexpected turn. For the first time since becoming an adventurer, someone approached Orsted, and it wasn't a friendly encounter. The man tried to drive a wedge between Orsted and Lily, speaking negatively about her and even attempting to stand shoulder to shoulder with Orsted. But Orsted stepped aside, avoiding him entirely. Orsted didn't bother hiding his disgust. The man, unfazed, simply smirked and walked away. Shortly after, Lily arrived at the square. In the past, Lily's smile had always been bright and genuine. Now, though she still smiled, Orsted noticed a hint of stiffness in her expression. Glancing at the group lingering nearby, he immediately understood. These were the same individuals who had caused trouble between Belle Cranel and Lily in the anime. Gently patting Lily's head, Orsted spoke in a soft tone, "Lily, keep up the act for now. Let them think they've fooled us. Once we're in the dungeon, we'll find a chance to deal with them." Hearing his words, Lily's eyes widened slightly, and her smile grew brighter. "Of course, Orsted-sama would never harm me." After spending so much time together, she had come to understand Orsted's character. He was decisive and ruthless, the type who avoided trouble but never backed down when confronted. In the past few days, anyone who had provoked him in the dungeon had met a grim fate. If Orsted said he would eliminate those people, he meant it. Since he was already planning to take care of them, there was no way he would side with them against her. Now that she thought about it, the earlier scene had likely been staged by those bastards to make her doubt Orsted, just as they had done before. Today's plans would need some adjustments. While dealing with those bastards would be a hassle, Lily couldn't help but feel a surge of happiness. "Orsted-sama, let's put on a show for them, she suggested after a moment of thought. Those people were cunning and wouldn't be easily fooled. To deceive them, they'd need to put on a convincing performance. Hearing her idea, Orsted paused, then smiled and shook his head. There's no need for that. Once we're in the dungeon, we'll find a quiet spot and take care of them directly. In the anime, Lily had stolen Belle's Hestia knife and was later ambushed by those individuals. But this time was different. Orsted knew exactly who they were, and Lily hadn't fallen for their tricks. There was no need to waste time on elaborate schemes. They could handle the situation swiftly and move on to the middle floors. Hearing Orsted's straightforward plan, Lily was momentarily surprised but soon laughed. Yes, Orsted was powerful and decisive. There was no need to play games with those bastards. Orsted was the type who didn't hesitate to act when provoked. If someone caused trouble, he would eliminate them without a second thought. It was simple, effective, and exactly what she admired about him. The more time she spent with him, the more Lily realized how well they complemented each other. She respected his character deeply. Without wasting any more time, the two of them entered the dungeon. It didn't take long for Orsted to notice they were being followed. It was obvious who the followers were. Without drawing attention, Orsted led Lily to a secluded area. Seeing the change in direction, Lily immediately understood. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation. Canu and his gang had been the ones who harassed her in the past. The thought of Orsted taking care of them filled her with joy. If he could eliminate those bastards, it would be a form of revenge on her behalf. She couldn't help but smile at the thought. As for whether Orsted could handle Canu, Lily had no doubts. After spending so much time together, she was well aware of his strength. Dealing with those bastards would be more than enough. In fact, she felt confident she could take on one of them herself now. After practicing the sun breathing, her physique had improved. She was now capable of being an adventurer, but she still preferred to remain a supporter, following Orsted and assisting him. Without Orsted, she wouldn't be who she was today, and she wanted to repay his kindness. Of course, there was also a small, secret part of her that had grown fond of him. She wanted to stay by his side. Orsted, however, was unaware of Lily's feelings. At that moment, his focus was entirely on the task at hand. Leading Lily to a remote area, he stopped and gestured for her to hide. Together, they waited for their pursuers to arrive. Read advanced chapters at patreon.com/verse7. Power Stones. 200 stones equals 1 chapter. 400 stones equals 2 chapter. Chapter 19, A New Start. Chapter 19, A New Start. The group didn't keep Orsted and Lily waiting for long. Shortly after they hid, their figures appeared, following the trail Orsted and Lily had left behind. It was clear from their cautious movements that these bastards were being careful. The footprints end here, said the man who had spoken to Orsted earlier, frowning as he examined the ground. His expression filled with doubt. Haha, looks like we've been discovered, said Canu with a calm smile. He and the others didn't seem too concerned. Lily, we know you're nearby. Come out, the bearded man shouted loudly into the darkness. From the shadows, Orsted and Lily emerged slowly. It seems you've found yourself a good partner, Lily, Canu said with a smirk, realizing their plan to drive a wedge between Orsted and Lily had failed. The man beside him remained silent, his face dark with frustration. Lily, do you want to give it a try? Orsted asked, ignoring the others and turning to Lily. Lily was momentarily surprised but quickly understood what he meant. Her eyes hardened with determination as she replied, Orsted-sama, please leave Canu to me. If I can't handle him, I'll ask for your help. All right, Orsted nodded in agreement. Canu and his companions weren't fools. They immediately understood what Orsted and Lily were planning, and their expressions darkened. The man who had spoken to Orsted earlier suddenly shouted in anger, drawing his weapon and charging at Orsted. But in the next moment, he felt a sharp pain in his throat. A trickle of blood appeared in his vision as he collapsed to the ground, his eyes wide with shock and confusion. "This is..." he muttered weakly before falling unconscious. Behind him, Orsted's figure reappeared, his expression calm as he silently observed Canu and the remaining two. Canu and the others were stunned. Their face contracted in fear, and they instinctively took defensive stances. But before they could react, Orsted vanished again. The two men beside Canu clutched their throats and collapsed, following the fate of the man who had spoken earlier. The sight terrified Canu, who stumbled backward, his confidence shattered. Realizing the danger, Canu turned to flee, but a sharp whistling sound stopped him in his tracks. He barely managed to dodge the attack by rolling to the side. When he looked up, he saw Lily standing before him, her large backpack discarded and a long sword in her hand. Canu quickly drew his weapon, barely managing to block Lily's swift strikes. The two soon clashed in a fierce duel. Orsted stood to the side, observing quietly without intervening. Before meeting Orsted, Lily's physique had made her unsuitable to be an adventurer. But after learning sun breathing from him, her body had grown stronger in just a week of training. Combined with forms of sun breathing, Lily was now more than capable of holding her own against Canu, a level 1 adventurer with years of experience in the dungeon. Lily wasn't lacking in combat experience either. Over the years, even as a supporter, she had seen enough battles to know how to fight. What had held her back was her weak physique. Now, with her improved strength and sun breathing, she fought with the confidence of a seasoned warrior. The battle was evenly matched at first, but as time passed, Lily grew more proficient with different forms of the breathing. She began to overpower Canu, forcing him into a defensive position. With Orsted watching nearby, Canu couldn't focus entirely on the fight, and his movements grew increasingly desperate. After just 5 minutes, Lily seized an opening. Her blade slashed across Canu's body, leaving a deep wound from his shoulder to his waist. Canu collapsed, blood pouring from the injury. Lily pressed her knife to his neck, and Canu froze, too afraid to move. "Canu, did you ever imagine this day would come?" Lily's words cut through the air like a winter storm. "You took pleasure in bullying me. How does it feel to be on the other side?" Canu's face was drenched in sweat, his eyes wide with fear. "Lily, I was wrong. Please, forgive me. I have money, a lot of it. I'll give you everything if you spare my life," he begged, his voice trembling. But Lily remained unmoved. She looked at Canu, her expression indifferent. Without hesitation, she raised the sword and brought it down. "Forgive me," Canu's plea was cut short as the weapon struck. Blood sprayed across the floor, staining Lily's clothes. She stood still for a moment, taking a deep breath before closing her eyes. After a long pause, Lily opened her eyes and turned to Orsted. "Sorry to keep you waiting, Orsted-sama," she said with a bright smile, as if the events of the past few minutes had never happened. "It's fine. Clean up, and then we'll head to the middle floors," Orsted replied with a nod. "Please give me a few minutes," Lily said, her tone cheerful as she began to tidy up. Read advanced chapters at patreon.com/verse7. Power Stones. 200 stones equals 1 chapter. 400 stones equals 2 chapter. Chapter 20, Loki Familia. Chapter 20, Loki Familia. Orsted and Lily planned to stay in the middle floors for 2 days before returning to the surface. Therefore, the supplies in Lily's backpack were plentiful, including 2 or 3 sets of spare clothes. Before changing, however, Lily searched Canu and his companions, taking anything useful from them. She quickly changed into a fresh set of clothes. Though the outfit was new, the style remained the same, making it seem as if Lily hadn't changed at all. "Sorry to keep you waiting, Orsted-sama," Lily said with a smile after changing. "Let's go, Orsted replied with a slight nod before turning and walking away. Lily followed closely behind. After the two left, several kobolds appeared. As soon as they arrived, they began eating the bodies of Canu and his companions. Within a minute, the bodies were eaten up. But this had nothing to do with Orsted and Lily. An hour later, Orsted and Lily arrived at the entrance of the passage leading from the 12th floor to the 13th floor. "Let's go, Lily," Orsted looked at the dim passage before stepping inside. "Yet," Lily responded enthusiastically, following him with a spring in her step. After a few minutes of walking through the passage, the two officially entered the middle floors. What Orsted didn't know was that, at the same time, something big was happening on the 17th floor. Loki Familia, returning from their expedition, had encountered a monster party. More than 20 minotaurs surrounded their members. However, after the Hiriot sisters killed 2 minotaurs with their bare hands, the remaining minotaurs became terrified and fled. Their escape route led them toward upper floors. This turn of events left the Loki Familia members uneasy. "Chase them!" shouted Reverial Joseph, the vice-captain of the Loki Familia. In the next moment, Ace Wallenstein swiftly pursued the fleeing monsters. Orsted, of course, was unaware of this. At that moment, he was already engaged in battle. As expected, the dungeon gave Orsted and Lily a warm welcome upon their arrival in the middle floors. More than a dozen imps appeared to greet them. Orsted took on 10 of the imps himself, leaving the remaining 2 for Lily. Although the middle floors are considered more dangerous, not all monsters there are level 2. Among the middle floor monsters, only the Minotaur is level 2, the rest, including the imps, are still level 1. The earlier battle between Lily and Canu had shown Orsted that Lily was strong enough to be an adventurer. Since she was now trying to be an adventurer, Orsted decided to let her formally experience the life of one. These 2 imps were the training Orsted had prepared for Lily. Lily proved to be a natural fighter. She remained calm and composed, handling the 2 imps with ease. Orsted nodded in approval at her performance. His companions couldn't always be supporters. Members of the Hestia Familia, even if they were supporters, needed to have enough strength to support future expeditions. Lily's current performance met Orsted's expectations for his companions. Before long, the imps were all defeated by Orsted and Lily. "Lily, you really are a lucky star," Orsted smiled at the confused girl. Every time he teamed with Lily, Orsted get to obtain rare drop items. "No, all of this is thanks to you, Orsted-sama," Lily replied, scratching her head in embarrassment at the praise. This wasn't flattery, she truly believed it. She had partnered with many adventurers before, but nothing like this had ever happened. If it had, her reputation would have spread, and she would have become a highly sought-after supporter among adventurers. But that had never been the case. This only began after she met Orsted. So she felt that the current situation wasn't due to her own luck but rather Orsted's. In response, Orsted simply smiled and said nothing more, continuing to collect the magic stones scattered on the ground. Once they had gathered all the magic stones, the two continued their journey. Not long after, they encountered another wave of monsters. This time, however, they weren't imps but killer ants. Without hesitation, Orsted and Lily launched a direct assault, engaging the killer ants in front of them. In a matter of seconds, Orsted dealt with the killer ants he was responsible for and then turned to observe Lily's battle. Lily's opponents were still 2, and while she wasn't as strong as Orsted, she held her own against them. Though it wasn't easy for her, Orsted had no intention of intervening. He wanted Lily to handle it on her own. However, the dungeon seemed determined to keep Orsted from staying idle. As he watched Lily fight, Orsted's ears twitched slightly, and he turned his gaze toward a passage on the left. He heard a violent rumbling coming from that direction. Something was approaching, and Orsted was certain it wasn't adventurers, it was a monster. The vibrations were identical to those caused by an orc. Turning to face the source of the noise, Orsted narrowed his eyes. There were no other monsters on this floor besides imps and killer ants. Neither of those monsters could produce sounds like these. What in the world was coming? Read advanced chapters at patreon.com/verse7. Power Stones. 200 stones equals 1 chapter. 400 stones equals 2 chapter. Chapter 21, Minotaurs. Chapter 21, Minotaurs. Minotaurs. Why are these guys here? Looking at the Minotaur rushing toward him, Orsted muttered under his breath, then drew the sword he had just sheathed. With the sword in hand, he charged toward the Minotaurs. What appeared in front of Orsted was a level 2 monster that typically only appeared between the 15th and 17th floor, the Minotaur. But Orsted and Lily were currently on the 13th floor. Why were there Minotaurs here, and why were there 3 of them? Although Orsted didn't know the reason, he understood one thing clearly: he couldn't let these 3 Minotaurs get past him. If the Minotaurs broke through, Lily would be in grave danger. Lily's strength was already stretched thin dealing with imps and killer ants. For her to face Minotaurs would be nothing short of suicidal. She would likely be defeated in a matter of seconds. Orsted took the initiative, and the Minotaurs on the opposite side noticed him. They roared and charged toward him. The Minotaur at the front wielded an axe. Its roar was the loudest, and its momentum was the most ferocious. Its massive size gave off an overwhelming sense of oppression. If this were an ordinary level 1 adventurer facing 3 Minotaurs, they would likely be frozen in fear. But Orsted was different. "I don't feel any sense of danger," Orsted murmured to himself as he rushed toward the 3 Minotaurs. Orsted had an innate ability: he could sense a feeling of crisis from enemies within a certain range. He could detect danger from foes that posed a threat to him. When he first entered the dungeon, Orsted had only felt this sensation from kobolds. At that time, Orsted had just become an adventurer, and his strength was no different from that of an ordinary person. He could handle kobolds, but he needed to be cautious. That was why he had felt such a strong sense of danger from them. However, this sense of crisis had weakened over time. Until a few days ago, Orsted no longer felt any sense of danger from monsters. This was because, in recent days, Orsted's strength had increased to a level where he could roam freely in the upper floors of the dungeon. Monsters no longer posed a threat to him, so he naturally didn't feel any sense of danger. When he first saw the 3 Minotaurs, Orsted thought he might feel that sense of crisis again. But as he got closer, he realized that these 3 Minotaurs couldn't make him feel the slightest hint of danger. This meant that these Minotaurs were far weaker than he was. Has my strength reached level 2? Orsted wondered silently. The sword in his hand struck the Minotaur at the front with incredible speed, sending it flying. The force of the blow even knocked the 2 Minotaurs behind it off their feet. As everyone knew, Minotaurs were level 2 monsters. Only level 2 adventurers could defeat them. For a level 1 adventurer, it was nearly impossible. Although Belle Cranel had defeated a Minotaur in the anime, it had been a life-and-death struggle. It seems I was mistaken. The Minotaur that Belle wasn't an ordinary Minotaur. That one had been trained by Otter for a long time, so its strength was far beyond that of a normal Minotaur. Yet Belle, whose basic abilities were only SS at the time, managed to kill it through sheer desperation. This means that the so-called level 2 monster, the Minotaur, can be defeated. Especially if a level 1 adventurer has high enough basic abilities. My basic abilities are already high enough and in SSS. Based on this, my current strength is likely comparable to that of a level 2 adventurer, and not just any level 2, but one who ranked up with high basic abilities. After all, most adventurers choose to rank up once their basic abilities reach C or higher, provided they have enough Excelia. Those who level up with lower basic abilities probably wouldn't be able to defeat a Minotaur. Still, this is all speculation. It would be great if I could find someone to test my strength. Raihu. I remember Raihu said before that if I needed help, I could ask her. When I get back, I'll ask Ryuhu to help me test my strength. These thoughts raced through Orsted's mind, but in reality, only 2 seconds had passed. He rushed toward the 3 minotaurs he had just sent flying, aiming to finish them off. But just as Orsted was halfway there, a blonde figure appeared at the corner of the passage ahead. The appearance of this figure gave Orsted a brief pause. However, Orsted only hesitated for a moment before continuing his charge. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of minotaurs. He raised his sword high and brought it down with a swift strike. Whoosh! The blonde figure who had just appeared watched the scene unfold in silence. Orsted turned his head and looked over, silently recognizing the person. Sword Princess, Ace Wallenstein. Random sign-in has been triggered. Would you like to sign in? Orsted. Read advanced chapters at patreon.com/verse7. Power Stones. 200 stones equals 1 chapter. 400 stones equals 2 chapter. Chapter 22, Meeting Them. Chapter 22, Meeting Them. Random sign-in has been triggered. Would you like to sign in? The system prompt sounded in his mind, but Orsted ignored it for the time being. Because the scene in front of him reminded him of something. It seemed that this scene was the beginning of the anime. During the return journey of the Loki Familia's expedition, the first team encountered many minotaurs while passing through the 17th floor. However, the strength displayed by the Hiriot sisters made the minotaurs scare away. A large number of minotaurs fled to the upper floors, which also set the stage for the fateful encounter between the protagonist, Belle Cranel, and Ace Wallenstein. Belle met Ace, and it was at this moment that he fell in love with her. Later, his adventuring journey began. Due to his admiration for Ace, Belle obtained the powerful skill, Lyris Freeze. Lyris Freeze was essentially a cheat skill for Belle Cranel. It not only greatly increased the speed at which his basic abilities grew but also allowed him to break the upper limit of an adventurer's basic abilities, reaching SS or even SSS. Additionally, Lyris Freeze allowed Belle Cranel to resist the charm of the Goddess of Beauty. However, there was no presence of Belle. "Sorry," Ace said softly as she approached Orsted. "No, it's okay," Orsted replied, shaking his head gently after hearing her apology. Then, Orsted sheathed his sword and picked up the magic stone on the ground. At that moment, footsteps echoed from the direction where Ace had appeared. Both of them turned to look. A few seconds later, a figure came into view. "Ace, did you stop them?" the figure called out as soon as she appeared. "Hey? Who are you?" The figure noticed Orsted standing next to Ace. When she saw Orsted's handsome face, her eyes lit up, and she asked curiously while walking toward them. The girl had wheat-colored skin, had short black hair, and a slightly lean figure. She was the first-class adventurer of the Loki Familia, Tiona Hiriot. "The Minotaurs have been dealt with." "He killed them," Ace said gently. "Hey, did you kill them?" "Thank you very much." Tiona's eyes brightened when she heard this. "My name is Orsted, Orsted Alvarez." "Hello," Orsted nodded slightly and introduced himself to the two. "Ace, Ace Wallenstein," Ace introduced herself in a calm tone. "I'm Tiona, Tiona Hiriot." "Nice to meet you, Orsted." Compared to Ace's reserved demeanor, Tiona's introduction was lively and energetic. "Nice to meet you," Orsted nodded, then glanced at Lily. "Is that Palom your companion?" Ace and Tiona also looked over. After seeing Lily, Tiona asked. "Yes, Lily is my companion," Orsted nodded slightly. At that moment, Ace spoke up, "What an impressive swordsmanship! Indeed, a seamless and coherent fighting style, allowing this Palom to exert maximum combat power with minimal strength," Tiona agreed, nodding. Both of them were experienced adventurers, and their keen eyes immediately recognized the sword technique Lily was using. Lily was able to hold her own against 2 killer ants in her current condition, largely thanks to the set of swordsmanship Orsted had taught her. Without the sun breathing, Lily would have struggled to deal with even one killer ant. After all, Lily's physique had only recently recovered to the point where she could function as an adventurer. "Thanks for the compliment," Orsted said on Lily's behalf. "Hey." Tiona was slightly surprised by Orsted's response. "Did you teach her?" Tiona asked, her eyes shining with curiosity. "Eh? How did you know?" Orsted was taken aback. "If you didn't teach her, why would you thank me for praising her?" Tiona replied with a grin. Hearing this, Orsted felt a bit embarrassed. He hadn't intended to take credit but had simply thanked Tiona politely on Lily's behalf. After all, it was normal to be modest when someone praised your skills. He hadn't expected Tiona to interpret it that way. Though, in this case, she was right. "Yes, I taught her," Orsted admitted honestly. Ace's expression remained unchanged, but her gaze lingered on Orsted, flickering slightly. When Tiona heard Orsted confirm that he had taught Lily, her interest in him grew even more. She could tell that the swordsmanship Lily used was incredibly powerful. Even for her, defeating someone using such skill at the same level would be challenging, with a real risk of losing. Setting aside strength, the fact that Orsted has such a powerful skill suggested he was a seasoned warrior. Tiona, naturally admired strong and experienced warriors. If Orsted wasn't lying, then he was an adventurer worth befriending. Unfortunately, in terms of overall combat, Orsted was still relatively inexperienced. If he were to fight without using any weapon, he would be little more than a rookie. It was a perfect misunderstanding. "Hey, Orsted, which familia are you from?" Tiona, eager to befriend him, immediately asked about his familia. "Familia? Hestia familia." "Eh? Hestia? Never heard of it. It's a newly formed familia, nothing noteworthy. Read advanced chapters at patreon.com/verse7. Power Stones. 200 stones equals 1 chapter. 400 stones equals 2 chapter. Chapter 23, New Development Ability. Chapter 23, New Development Ability. Orsted didn't talk to Ace and Tiona for too long. After Lily defeated the 2 killer ants, Orsted said goodbye to them and went their separate ways. After all, it was their first meeting. Although they seemed to have a good conversation, they weren't familiar with each other. Orsted took Lily to continue their adventure in the middle floors. "What a surprise! I didn't expect to meet the Sword Princess and one of the Hiriut sisters in the dungeon," Lily sighed after they parted ways. Ace and Tiona were first-class adventurers, and it was rare to encounter them under normal circumstances. The only guaranteed opportunity to see them was during the Loki Familia's expeditions. At that time, the members of the Loki Familia would gather in the square in front of Babel, and those participating in the expedition would assemble there. Lily had been a supporter for nearly 10 years and had only seen the Ace and the others 3 times, all in the square of Babel. It was almost impossible to see them in the dungeon. "I was a little surprised too," Orsted nodded slightly. Orsted was indeed surprised, but his surprise was different from Lily's. He was surprised that this event had happened now. Bel Cranel hadn't appeared yet, but the incident of Ace Wallenstein chasing the Minotaurs had already occurred, and he had been caught up in it. However, what surprised Lily even more was you, Orsted-sama. "I didn't expect the Minotaurs to last less than 2 rounds against you. Orsted-sama, can we really accumulate enough Excelia to level up during this trip to the middle floors?" Lily asked with some concern. The accumulation of an adventurer's Excelia was closely tied to the strength of their opponents and the difficulty of the situation. But in Orsted's case, the monsters in the upper floors couldn't pose any threat to him at all, which meant he didn't feel any real challenge. This also meant that, although Orsted had maxed out his basic abilities, he hadn't accumulated enough Excelia. After spending a week in the upper floors, he still hadn't gathered enough to level up. This time, Their main goal in entering the middle floors was to fight minotaurs there, as the monsters in the upper floors were only level 1 and couldn't challenge Orsted. The minotaurs in the middle floors should have been a better option since they were level 2 monsters. But unexpectedly, even the minotaurs in the middle floors were too weak to pose a threat to Orsted. Although Lily had been busy fighting the killer ants, she had noticed Orsted's situation and saw with her own eyes how he effortlessly dispatched 3 minotaurs with a single strike. In this case, the minotaurs couldn't provide Orsted with enough excelia. It's fine. If quality isn't enough, we'll make up for it with quantity. Lily, use the monster luring item to attract more minotaurs. Although 1 or 2 minotaurs can't threaten me, a larger group might still pose a challenge, Orsted said gently, shaking his head. Understood, Orsted-sama. But please, don't push yourself too hard. If it becomes too much, use teleportation magic to escape the Minotaur's encirclement immediately, Lily replied, taking a deep breath and nodding. Their purpose for coming to the middle floors was to fight Minotaurs, so there was no avoiding it. But Lily made sure to express her concern and offer the advice she felt was necessary. Of course. By the way, Lily, keep an eye out for the items in the album I gave you. Make sure to collect them if you see them, Orsted reminded her with a smile. I remember. But, Orsted-sama, why do you need these things? They seem to be materials used for crafting equipments, Lily responded, her expression slightly puzzled. You know about these? Orsted was a little surprised. Lily has been dealing with various materials for a long time, so she knows a little, Lily said, puffing out her chest with a hint of pride. Haha, Orsted laughed when he saw this. Orsted-sama, you still haven't told Lily why you need these materials, Lily pressed, feeling a little embarrassed by his laughter but quickly regaining her composure. You'll find out when the time comes, Orsted replied cryptically. Lily was slightly puzzled but didn't press further. Orsted didn't elaborate, and his mind turned to the system. Sign in. Orsted had earned 2 sign-ins from meeting Ace and Tiona earlier, 1 for Ace and 1 for Tiona. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the development ability, Luck, X. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the development ability, Magic, X. Hearing the system's prompt, Orsted was momentarily stunned and stopped in his tracks. What's wrong, Orsted-sama? Lily noticed Orsted had stopped and turned to ask curiously. No, nothing, Orsted replied, shaking his head slightly before continuing to walk. The two of them pressed on. First, I got Mystery, X, and now Luck, X and Magic, X. What is the system trying to do? Getting development abilities from 3 consecutive sign-ins all at the X level made Orsted happy, but he couldn't help feeling a little uneasy. Still, Orsted was quite pleased with these 3 development abilities. At the very least, combining mystery and magic would allow him to create grimoires to strengthen his familia. I'll give it a try when we get back, Orsted murmured to himself with a slight smile. Meanwhile, as Orsted and Lily made their way toward the 15th floor, Ace and Tiona had already rejoined the rest of the Loki familia. Read advanced chapters at patreon.com/verse7. Power Stones. 200 stones equals 1 chapter. 400 stones equals 2 chapter. Chapter 24, I'll allow. Chapter 24, I'll allow. You said you met an adventurer with very strong swordsmanship. Findiamn, the captain of Loki Familia, looked at Tiona as she sat at the desk. Yes, although Orsted himself didn't use it, the skills he taught the Palom were incredibly refined. Orsted said he was the one who taught her, and the Palom didn't refute it. Ace can confirm this, Tiona said with a smile, her hands behind her back. Hearing Tiona's repeated affirmation, Finn grew curious, as did the others present. Then, several people turned their eyes to the silent Ace. Yes, what Tiona said is true. Moreover, the 3 minotaurs I was chasing were killed by him with a single strike." Ace nodded slightly and said softly. "It's truly unexpected to hear such praise from both of you. Do you know which familia the adventurer named Orsted belongs to?" After confirming the truth of the matter from Ace, Finn's eyes flickered slightly. The Loki familia was a large and powerful familia, rivaled only by the Freya familia. Even the Ganesha familia, known as the city's guardians, couldn't compare to the Loki familia. However, despite their size and strength, the Loki familia never underestimated other familias. They were always on the lookout for adventurers with great potential and often took the initiative to befriend them. Now that Finn had heard about an adventurer with such potential, he naturally wouldn't sit idly by. Even if they couldn't be friends, they certainly shouldn't be enemies. Building connections was the right choice for any force, as was the way of the world. "Yes, I asked him, and he said he's from the Hestia familia." "Do you know the Hestia familia?" Tiona nodded repeatedly, answering excitedly. When Finn heard the name Hestia, his face froze, as did Riveria's and Gareth's. "What's wrong?" Tiona asked, confused by Finn's expression. Ace, Tioni, and Bet, who were also present, looked over, each of them puzzled by the sudden change in the expressions of their familia's top executives. "Ah, this." Finn smiled bitterly. "What a troublesome adventurer," Riveria said, holding her forehead with a look of exasperation. "Should we call Loki over?" Gareth asked, looking at Finn and Riveria. The others might not know about the rocky relationship between Loki and Hestia, but the 3 executives of the Loki familia were well aware. They knew that their goddess and Hestia didn't get along and often quarreled whenever they met. So, upon learning that Orsted was a member of the Hestia familia, the 3 of them felt a headache coming on. "Tioni, go call Loki over here," Finn said to Tioni. "Yes, Captain." Tioni nodded excitedly and rushed out of the office. Ace and the others didn't understand the conversation between Finn, Riveria, and Gareth. They exchanged glances, each seeing the confusion in the other's eyes. At that moment, Riveria seemed to remember something and looked at Ace with a serious expression. "Ace, you said the 3 minotaurs you were chasing was killed by that boy named Orsted." "Yes, one strike knocked them back, and another strike beheaded them." "All 3 minotaurs died at the same time," Ace nodded and answered truthfully. After confirming this, Riveria's eyes narrowed slightly, and she quickly turned to Finn. "Finn." "Yes, I know." Finn's expression was equally solemn. Gareth also looked troubled. "What's going on with you guys?" Tiona asked, scratching her head in frustration as she watched the 3 of them. "Tiona, the Hestia familia didn't exist before our expedition. Goddess Hestia has only been in the lower world for less than half a year," Finn said in a serious tone. As soon as he said this, Tiona's hand froze mid-motion. Ace and Bet, who had been sitting on the sofa, stood up abruptly, both looking shocked. The Hestia familia didn't exist before the expedition. And Orsted killed 3 minotaurs with a single strike? Tiona asked, her voice tinged with disbelief. "That's correct," Finn nodded slightly. "Even if Hestia started forming her familia immediately after descending, it's only been half a year since its establishment. In half a year, Orsted has grown to the point where he can kill minotaurs in seconds. Minotaurs are level 2 monsters, which means that in just half a year, he has gone from a rookie to someone comparable to a level 2 adventurer," Tiona said, her voice trailing off as she processed the information. Bang! The door was kicked open, and Loki walked in with Tioni trailing behind. "It's not even half a year. I'm certain that Hestia hadn't formed her familia half a month ago. She was still staying with Hephaestus and was only driven out recently," Loki said with a serious expression. As soon as she spoke, the expressions of everyone in the room grew even more serious. The familia had only been formed half a month ago. In other words, it had taken Orsted just half a month to grow from a rookie to someone capable of killing minotaurs in seconds. The thought made everyone present uneasy. Is it possible that he was traded off? Gareth asked, frowning as he tried to make sense of the situation. There's no way an adventurer would be foolish enough to be traded to a familia that hadn't even been formed yet. However, no matter what, this Orsted you're talking about is clearly a very promising individual. Even though he's part of her familia, I'll allow you to make contact with him, Loki said, nodding as she made the decision. Read advanced chapters at patreon.com/verse7. Power Stones. 200 stones equals 1 chapter. 400 stones equals 2 chapter. Chapter 25, Loki, don't ruin my reputation. Chapter 25, Loki, don't ruin my reputation. Loki, don't you have a bad relationship with Lady Hestia? Why? After Ace and the others left, Finn crossed his hands on the desk and asked Loki curiously. They all knew about the feud between Loki and Hestia, so they were surprised that Loki had taken the initiative to ask them to contact Orsted. Intuition. I have a strong feeling. The Orsted you mentioned is the first case, Loki crossed her arms and explained with a smile. Is this the intuition of a god? Hearing this, Finn narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze flickering. By the way, the Orsted you're talking about is an elf, right? Riveria, see if you can lure him over here, Loki said to Riveria. Stop talking nonsense, Riveria was slightly stunned by Loki's words, then rolled her eyes at her. Although she was the elven princess, and many elves would be willing to join the Loki familia or even trade it if she asked, she would never do such a thing. She despised that kind of behavior. Hey, just kidding, just kidding. But if possible, I still hope you can get in touch with that guy. When I heard the name Orsted, I felt a strange feeling. Riveria, it would be good for you to get in touch with him, Loki said, still smiling, and even urged Riveria again. At this, Riveria immediately frowned. Why are you so obsessed with this Orsted? Riveria asked, puzzled. Finn and Gareth shared her confusion. Well, besides the strange feeling, there's another reason. I heard Freya mention this name when I was having tea with her a few days ago. It's not easy for someone like Freya to take an interest in him, Loki explained, finally revealing the reason. Freya. Since we all know she's interested in him, why do you want me to get involved? Riveria glared at Loki, not hiding her disgust, then turned and left the office. I mean, Loki. Finn shook his head helplessly, and Gareth did the same. Well, I won't deny that I wanted to cause that guy some trouble, but what I just said to Riveria wasn't a lie. I really feel it would be good for Riveria to have contact with the elf named Orsted, Loki said, scratching her head honestly. Really? Yes, I'm not joking. Don't you joke enough? Don't forget what kind of god you are. The god of mischief. Good, you know. Damn, my reputation is ruined. Even you, Finn, can't frame me like this. I'm not. Orsted, of course, had no idea what was going on with the Loki familia. While the Loki familia returned to the Twilight Manor, their residence, Orsted and Lily arrived at the 15th floor and officially encountered monsters like the Minotaurs. Not counting the ones that had escaped to the 13th floor earlier, this was the first time Orsted had seen Minotaurs emerging from the walls. Moreover, there were 7 or 8 of them at once. While it wasn't a monster party, it was still a large number under normal circumstances. Orsted asked Lily to hide aside and faced the Minotaurs alone. Although Lily could now rely on sun-breathing to fight killer ants and imps, even defeating 1 or 2, she stood no chance against Minotaurs. If she were to fight a Minotaur, she would likely be torn apart in a few rounds. However, Orsted still overestimated the strength of the Minotaurs. Facing 7 or 8 Minotaurs, Orsted still didn't feel any sense of danger. This made him frown slightly. Nevertheless, Orsted didn't say anything and charged toward the Minotaurs. Using his sword skills continuously, Orsted killed all 8 Minotaurs in just a few minutes. Amounts of magic stones fell to the ground. Lily, who had been hiding nearby, trotted over to collect the magic stones. After picking up the magic stones, Lily noticed Orsted frowning and quickly asked, "Orsted-sama, what's wrong? Are you dissatisfied with these minotaurs?" "Yes, they don't give me any sense of danger at all," Orsted nodded and admitted. 8 minotaurs aren't enough. "In that case, we'll have to resort to the backup plan," Lily frowned upon hearing this and then suggested. "Yes, that's the only option now," Orsted agreed with Lily's proposal. The backup plan Lily mentioned involved using monster luring items, special props she had crafted to attract large numbers of monsters. In the anime, when Lily believed Belle had betrayed her, she used monster luring items to distract him with monsters while she made her escape. Monster luring items had their pros and cons depending on the situation. They were beneficial when you needed to attract monsters but problematic when you didn't. For Orsted, however, monster luring items were now a useful tool. When you needed to kill a large number of monsters, the effect of these items was invaluable. Without hesitation, Lily pulled out the prepared item from her backpack. "Orsted-sama, get ready. I'm going to throw it now," Lily warned Orsted before tossing the monster luring item forward. After throwing it, Lily immediately took out a morbule and retreated to a safe distance. Monster luring items attracted monsters, while morbule repelled them. The effect of the monster luring item was almost instantaneous. Within seconds, there was movement in the surrounding dungeon. One by one, minotaurs emerged from the walls. In the distance, the ground began to tremble, signaling the approach of a large number of monsters. Needless to say, a horde of monsters was rushing toward them. As Orsted watched the minotaurs appear and felt the vibrations from the ground, he finally felt a slight sense of danger. The emergence of this sense of danger didn't panic him. Instead, a faint smile appeared on his face. "It's finally here." Read advanced chapters at patreon.com/verse7. Power Stones. 200 stones equals 1 chapter. 400 stones equals 2 chapter. Chapter 26, 18th floor. Chapter 26, 18th floor. Orsted's plan attracted nearly a dozen minotaurs. It was enough for him to feel pressured. Since the first day of his adventure, he had rarely felt this sensation. This was only the second time. And it was exactly what Orsted needed. Killing monsters that didn't pose a threat to him wouldn't help him accumulate the excelia required for ranking up. After reaching SSS in his basic abilities, he had spent over a week grinding in the upper floors, but he still hadn't gathered enough excelia. Now, he could only rely on these monsters. It had to be said that those minotaurs did bring Orsted a sense of crisis. After all, these were level 2 monsters, and Orsted was only level 1. Even if he was the strongest level 1, he was still level 1. It was already good for him to face a level 2 monster, let alone more than a dozen at once. Facing over a dozen minotaurs, Orsted sustained some minor injuries. Fortunately, they were only superficial, and he managed to eliminate all the minotaurs. "Orsted-sama, how do you feel?" After seeing Orsted wipe out this wave of minotaurs, Lily hurried over and asked anxiously. "It should be enough," Orsted nodded slightly and then added, "Let's continue." "Understood," Lily replied, excited for Orsted, and nodded enthusiastically. The two of them immediately moved to a new location and repeated the process. Another large group of minotaurs appeared in Orsted's sight, surrounding him. Seeing this, Orsted smiled slightly, took a big step forward, and charged into the group of minotaurs, engaging them in combat. Time passed slowly. Soon, more than 2 hours had gone by. In that time, Orsted had eliminated 7 waves of minotaurs. "This should be enough for the time being," Orsted muttered to himself as he sheathed his sword and looked at the magic stones scattered on the ground. He then began collecting them with Lily. "Is this the effect of luck, X? 7 waves of minotaurs, and they actually dropped 10 drop items," Orsted murmured, narrowing his eyes slightly as he examined the minotaur horn in his hand. Although recruiting Lily into his team had improved his luck, allowing him to gather drop items daily, it was rare to get 10 items in such a short time. This change had started after he obtained the Luck X. It would be great if the tenfold ability also affected the drop items. Or has it already taken effect? Is the reason I've been getting drop items every day not just because of Lily's luck but also because of that? Orsted wondered silently. Orsted-sama, let's stop here for today. Next, let's go find the materials you need, and then head to the 18th floor to rest, Lily suggested with a smile after collecting all the magic stones and drop items. Yes, that sounds good, Orsted nodded in agreement. The main purpose of coming to the middle floors was to fight monsters and accumulate enough excelia. The second goal was to collect materials exclusive to the middle floors. For this, Orsted had spent the previous night sketching a simple manual and giving it to Lily. The two of them then began exploring the 16th floor. 2 hours later, Lily's backpack was filled with materials. Are there really this many materials in the middle floors? Are they always this easy to find? Lily asked, shaking her backpack and feeling its weight. She was a little dazed, almost doubting her own experience. She knew that gathering materials in the dungeon wasn't an easy task. Materials were scarce and scattered, making collection commissions time-consuming and labor-intensive. The rewards for such commissions were higher than usual, reflecting the difficulty. She had helped the Myaik familia gather medicinal herbs in the upper floors, and it had been a tedious process. But today, it felt like the materials were appearing on their own, as if they didn't have to search for them at all. Well, isn't this a good thing? Orsted said with a smile. True. Let's go, Orsted-sama, to the 18th floor, the safe zone, Lily said with a laugh after a brief pause. Under normal circumstances, Lily wouldn't recommend going to the safe zone. To reach it, they had to pass through the 17th floor, and its floor boss, Goliath. However, Orsted had the skill instant, so they could bypass Goliath without issue. Additionally, they had just encountered members of the Loki familia. Goliath had likely been defeated by the Loki familia during their recent expedition and wouldn't respawn for at least half a month. With these two factors in mind, they didn't have to worry about Goliath. Yes, let's go. It's time to rest, Orsted nodded. The two of them then made their way to the 17th floor. It took half an hour for Orsted and Lily to pass through the wall of grief and enter the passage leading to the 18th floor. Is this the safe zone? I feel refreshed all of a sudden, Lily couldn't help but let out a contented sigh. Read advanced chapters at patreon.com/verse7. Power Stones. 200 stones equals 1 chapter. 400 stones equals 2 chapter. Chapter 27, Another Sign-In. Chapter 27, Another Sign-In. While Lily was enjoying the rare light in the dungeon, Orsted immersed himself in the system once again. Random sign-in has been triggered. Would you like to sign in? Sign in. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a random summon card. Random summon card can randomly summon characters from other worlds. Looking at the card floating in the system panel, Orsted fell into deep thought. Was the system trying to encourage him to summon people from other worlds to strengthen the Hestia familia? It seemed like a plausible idea. After a moment of consideration, Orsted withdrew his attention from the system. As for the sign-in reward he had just received, Orsted didn't take it out immediately. After all, rewards obtained from the system could remain in the system panel until he decided to retrieve them. He could take it out whenever he wanted. Soon Orsted and Lily headed toward the town ahead. The safe zone had a special town where adventurers were stationed. A large number of adventurers had settled here, forming a town called Rivera. There was even a tavern built by adventurers in the town. However, Orsted and Lily didn't choose to stay there. It was too expensive. The prices at the tavern in Riviera were at least 3 times higher than those on the surface. Orsted and Lily didn't want to be taken advantage of. Instead, the two of them planned to set up tents in an open space outside the town as a temporary residence. Many adventurers did the same, so their presence wouldn't stand out. Orsted-sama, can you help me with something? Before setting up the tent, Lily approached Orsted shyly and made a request. Go ahead, Orsted nodded. Lily wants to take a bath. Can you please keep watch for me, Orsted-sama? Lily asked, holding the hem of her clothes with both hands, her cheeks slightly flushed. Of course, no problem. Let's go. I'd like to take a bath too. We can take turns later, Orsted agreed without hesitation. Hearing Orsted's words, Lily's cheeks turned even redder, and she replied softly, It had to be said that there were many lakes on the safe floor. Orsted found one easily, and it even had a waterfall, ensuring a constant flow of fresh water. You go first. I'll keep watch, Orsted said after they arrived at the lake. He then walked to a spot where he could remain hidden, taking Lily's large backpack with him. Lily watched Orsted settle behind a large rock, then slowly removed her clothes and stepped into the lake to begin washing. As for Orsted, he had already started rummaging through Lily's backpack. During their journey, Orsted and Lily had collected many materials that Orsted needed. Now that he had obtained the Mystery X development ability, Orsted had everything he needed to craft equipment. These materials were what he planned to use to create those items. Let's start with a protective shield for Lily, myself, and Ina, Orsted muttered to himself as he sorted through the materials. There was no need to worry about Hestia. With the Familia's barrier, nothing would happen to her. Aside from Hestia, Orsted was most concerned about Lily's safety. After all, Lily would be accompanying him into the dungeon for adventures. In comparison, Ina didn't have much to worry about. As a guild employee, Ina didn't have to deal with monsters. No one would dare cause trouble for a guild employee, as they would face severe punishment. Still, Orsted decided to include Ina in his plans. He placed the materials on the ground and clasped his hands together, covering them. The next second, the materials floated into the air and began spinning rapidly. After a few moments, they emitted a bright light. The light completely enveloped the materials, making it impossible to see their original forms. Then, the glowing materials began to merge, intertwining and blending together until they formed a single mass. A minute later, the materials had transformed into a ball of light. Seeing this, Orsted nodded in satisfaction and increased the mana input. When the light faded, 3 perfectly crafted amulets lay in his hands. It was that simple. For any other mystery user, crafting equipment would require a complicated process and might only succeed after multiple attempts. Even then, the resulting item might not be very powerful. But for Orsted, it was effortless. Done. It's my first attempt, and the materials aren't the best, so it's a bit underwhelming. These amulets can create a protective shield which can only withstand attacks from a level 5 adventurer for 5 minutes, Orsted said casually as he examined the amulet. However, this was to be expected. The power of equipment depended on the creator's skill level. The higher the skill, the stronger the items. With Orsted's mystery, he could craft equipment with ease. Even these amulets he made could withstand attacks from a level 5 adventurer. And this was made with relatively average materials. If Orsted had access to high-quality materials, he could create items capable of resisting attacks from a level 7 adventurer. Setting the amulets aside, Orsted continued crafting more equipment. Read advanced chapters at patreon.com/verse7. Power Stones. 200 stones equals 1 chapter. 400 stones equals 2 chapter. Chapter 28, Awkward. Chapter 28, Awkward. The remaining materials were only enough to craft 2 more items. After some thought, Orsted decided on the designs for the remaining 2. He planned to create a material radar and a flight device. The material radar would allow him to locate nearby materials without having to search aimlessly. While such an intelligent piece of equipment would be impossible for most to create, it was different for Orsted. After all, mystery allowed him to craft nearly anything, as long as he had the materials and a clear idea. Orsted's current level of mystery far surpassed that of the sage Fels. If Fels could create a device to locate Evilus, there was no reason Orsted couldn't make a material radar. As for the flight device, it was Orsted's preparation for potential encounters with aerial monsters in the future. The dungeon had its share of those monsters, and once they took to the air, they became difficult to hit. With the flight device, Orsted could easily deal with those airborne threats. Not long after, the two pieces of equipment were completed. Looking at the material radar in his hand, Orsted rubbed his chin thoughtfully. I guess I did watch too much Dragon Ball. I ended up making a radar that looks just like the Dragon Radar. Indeed, the material radar in Orsted's hand bore a striking resemblance to the Dragon Radar from Dragon Ball. When he was crafting it, the image that had come to mind was exactly that, resulting in the final product looking the same. Click. After pressing the button on the radar, the device began to operate. However, Orsted hadn't yet input any material data, so the radar displayed nothing. Without hesitation, Orsted began entering all the material information he knew. With his mystery development ability, Orsted not only had the skill to craft top-tier equipment but also possessed an encyclopedic knowledge of materials. This process took a full 10 minutes. It was a testament to the sheer volume of material data Orsted had in his mind. Once the information was input, Orsted turned on the radar again. This time, as soon as it activated, a large number of red dots appeared on the screen. There were plenty of materials nearby. Orsted raised an eyebrow, then stood up and began moving in the direction indicated by the radar. Soon, he found a medicinal herb hidden deep within a dense thicket. Holding the herb in his hand, Orsted smiled. Collecting materials would be much easier from now on. However, the next moment, a scream reached Orsted's ears. Instinctively, Orsted turned toward the source of the sound. The scene before him made stunned. Sorry, Lily, I forgot you were bathing here. Orsted hurriedly moved to another direction. Orsted-sama, you're such a pervert, Lily muttered under her breath, her face red as she hid her body beneath the water. After a moment, her already flushed face turned even redder, and she whispered to herself, if Orsted-sama wanted to see, he could have just asked. As for Orsted, after escaping from the lake, he returned to his previous spot. Ugh, I completely forgot Lily was there, Orsted muttered, sitting cross-legged on the ground. He had been so engrossed in the joy of completing the material radar that he had genuinely forgotten about Lily. Otherwise, he wouldn't have wandered over. Still, Lily's figure was quite impressive. While it couldn't compare to Hestia's, it was still perfect for someone of the Palom race. Wait, what am I thinking? Orsted shook his head, dispelling the inappropriate thoughts. Then, he turned his attention to the other piece of equipment, the flight device. He had crafted them in the form of a white bracelet. The bracelet could be activated using mana. Once activated, a pair of white wings appeared, allowing the Orsted to fly by. This time, however, Orsted didn't immediately take to the air. He was wary of causing the same incident as before, so he simply tested the wings by gliding slowly above the ground. With a mere thought, the wings carried Orsted more than 30 meters in an instant. This speed was comparable to that of a level 1 adventurer. However, while the speed was impressive, the mana consumption was significant. Orsted, with his current mana, could maintain this speed for only about 5 minutes. Still, this thing is a bit tricky to use in combat. It's too fast, and I'm not used to it yet. I'll need to practice more before I can effectively use it in aerial combat, Orsted muttered to himself after testing the flying equipment. Soon, Orsted returned to his original spot. However, there was now an additional person there, Lily. Ah, Lily, you're done, Orsted said, feeling a bit awkward as he recalled the earlier incident. Lily, on the other hand, was blushing. Orsted-sama, if you want to see Lily's body, you can just ask. There's no need to peek, Lily said shyly, then turned around and began packing her backpack, her back to Orsted. Hearing Lily's words, Orsted's mouth twitched slightly. Read advanced chapters at patreon.com/verse7. Power Stones. 200 stones equals 1 chapter. 400 stones equals 2 chapter. Chapter 29, Magic Items. Chapter 29, Magic Items. Lily didn't seem to want to dwell on the earlier incident, so Orsted decided not to bring it up again. After saying goodbye to her, Orsted headed to the lake to wash up. When it came to bathing, there was often a noticeable difference between males and females. For instance, Lily had taken half an hour, while Orsted was done in just 10 minutes. Orsted-sama, let's find a place to set up the tent, Lily said with a smile when Orsted returned. Her expression was as calm as ever, as if nothing had happened. Though Orsted was a little surprised, he didn't comment and simply nodded. Together, they began searching for a suitable campsite. By the way, Lily, this is for you. Wear it on your body, Orsted said, pulling out one of the amulets he had crafted earlier and handing it to her. What is this? Lily asked, reaching out to take it with a look of surprise. It's a magic item I made. It can activate a protective shield strong enough to withstand attacks from level 5 adventurers if your life is in danger, Orsted explained honestly. Orsted-sama, you can actually create magic items. And it can resist attacks from a first-class adventurer. Lily was stunned by his explanation. Yes. I don't know why, but I suddenly found myself able to craft these items yesterday. That's why I asked you to collect those materials, Orsted nodded and explained. Orsted-sama, are you really a pure elf? Lily's expression turned curious as she spoke, her eyes lingering on Orsted's ears. Why do you ask? Orsted narrowed his eyes slightly. The situation you described is something only seen in descendants of families who were blessed by spirits. In ancient times, spirits descended to the mortal world and mingled with humans, giving rise to families born with unique abilities. I've heard of a family born with the ability to craft magic swords, and they carry the blood of spirits, Lily explained, sharing her thoughts. The ability to craft special items was typically associated with spirits. But Orsted was clearly not a half-elf. His elven features were pure. In that case, the possibility of Orsted having spirit blood could be ruled out. Still, Lily wasn't entirely sure. I'm a pure-blooded elf, not a half-elf. Anyway, there's no need to dwell on it. It's a good thing, isn't it? Orsted said after hearing Lily's explanation. For example, Welf Krazo, the exclusive blacksmith for Bel Cranel in the anime, had the unique ability to forge magic swords. The Krazo family was known for crafting magic swords, and their creations were far more powerful than those made by other blacksmiths. To be honest, Orsted had once considered recruiting Welf as his personal blacksmith, much like Bel had done. After all, Welf's forging skills were exceptional, and even Tsubaki, the captain of the Hephaestus Familia, had praised him. However, as soon as Orsted entertained the idea, an inexplicable sense of disgust washed over him. Orsted immediately understood. This was the instinctive aversion carried by his elven blood. The Krazo magic swords had destroyed countless forests and displaced numerous elven tribes, earning the Krazo family the hatred of the elves. This aversion had been passed down through generations. As an elf in this life, Orsted was also affected. Realizing this, Orsted abandoned the idea of recruiting Welf. It was impossible. Elves and Krazo family were natural enemies. It was already a miracle if they didn't attack each other on sight, let alone become companions. Yes, this is indeed a good thing, Lily agreed with a smile, deciding not to press the matter further. She then began examining the amulet in her hand. After a while, she suddenly looked up at Orsted. "Orsted-sama, could you help Lily put it on?" Lily asked, her eyes filled with expectation. Orsted was slightly surprised but smiled and nodded. Taking the amulet from Lily, Orsted crouched down to her level and carefully placed it around her neck. "Thank you, Orsted-sama. Lily will take good care of it," Lily said excitedly after Orsted fastened it. Hearing this, Orsted couldn't help but comment. "The amulet is meant to protect you. What's the point of you protecting it?" "It is indeed meant to protect me, but that doesn't mean I can't cherish it. After all, this was given to Lily by you," Lily replied with a bright smile. Orsted had thought of crafting a better one to replace this once he found higher quality materials. But seeing how happy Lily was, it seemed this amulet couldn't be replaced unless it was destroyed. I'll just enhance it in the future," Orsted thought to himself. Read advanced chapters at patreon.com/verse7. Power Stones. 200 stones equals 1 chapter. 400 stones equals 2 chapter. Chapter 30, Fighting. Chapter 30, Fighting. After a peaceful night on the safe zone, Orsted used material radar to collect various materials found there. The safe zone had far more materials than the normal floors, but most were cleverly hidden and rarely noticed by adventurers. With the material radar in hand, Orsted could locate these no matter how well hidden they were. As a result, in just one night, Orsted and Lily made a big profit. "Orsted-sama, if we sell the materials we've collected, we could easily make 1,000,000 valis," Lily said early in the morning as she packed up the tent. "I plan to keep these for crafting magic items, not sell them," Orsted replied, shaking his head. "That's true. These materials are too rare. Each one is found in extremely hidden locations, and it would be a waste to sell them," Lily agreed, nodding. She hadn't seriously considered selling the materials. After learning that Orsted could craft such items, Lily had already decided to save all future materials for his use. Orsted's decision aligned perfectly with her thoughts. "By the way, Orsted-sama, are we going to continue luring monsters today?" Lily asked, shifting the topic to their plans for the day. "Yes, we'll keep doing it," Orsted nodded. "Understood, Orsted-sama." The two entered the passage to the 18th floor, passed through the wall of grief, and soon arrived at the 17th floor. As soon as they stepped onto the floor, the dungeon welcomed them with open arms, or rather, with a horde of monsters. It seemed that because Orsted had lured monsters all the way down yesterday, the number of minotaurs that appeared this time was excessive. "Orsted-sama, this is a monster party!" Lily exclaimed in shock as more than 20 minotaurs emerged from the walls on all sides. Lily had only heard of monster party but had never seen one before. Today was her first experience. "Yes," Orsted nodded slightly, then used instant twice to get Lily out of the encirclement. Minotaurs were far beyond Lily's capabilities, and there was no need to waste the protective shield on them. After ensuring Lily's safety, Orsted turned to face the horde of minotaurs, who had now turned their attention toward him. The minotaurs roared and charged at Orsted. "Orsted-sama, please be careful!" Lily shouted, her voice filled with worry. Orsted took a deep breath, then used instant to teleport forward. Shhhh! In an instant, Orsted had killed the 5 minotaurs at the front. Seeing this, the remaining minotaurs paused mid-charge, frozen in place. The next moment, they scattered in all directions, fleeing in panic. Clearly, the sight of Orsted effortlessly killing 5 of their comrades had terrified them. A level 1 adventurer receiving the same treatment as Ace and Tiona, Orsted wasn't sure whether to feel honored or not. If these minotaurs escaped, it could lead to the same situation the Loki Familia had faced earlier. However, Orsted remained calm. Using instant again, he appeared in front of the fleeing minotaurs, blocking their path. Before the minotaurs could react, Orsted launched another attack. In moments, he had killed 5 more. Now, more than half of the original 20 minotaurs were gone. Realizing they couldn't escape, the remaining minotaurs stopped running. Roaring in defiance, they brandished their weapons and charged at Orsted. Roar! Shhhhhhh! A series of tearing sounds echoed as Orsted swiftly killed the remaining minotaurs. As expected of Orsted-sama, Lily exclaimed, trotting over to praise him after witnessing his heroic display. She then happily began collecting the magic stones and drop items. It had to be said that Orsted's luck was truly unmatched. A single monster party had given 3 drop items. All 3 were highly valuable materials for forging weapons and could fetch a high price. Even without knowing the market well, Orsted understood how precious these drop items were. Collecting their loot, the two continued their journey toward the surface. It seemed the dungeon had it out for Orsted. Along the way, they encountered 5 consecutive monster hordes. By this point, Lily was completely numb. Orsted-sama, have we run out of luck? Lily, who had always been praised by Orsted for her good luck, followed him with a heavy backpack. Now, she was feeling very unsure. If her luck was truly good, why had they encountered so many monsters in a row? Lily, think about it differently. How many drop items did we get along the way? Orsted said with a slight smile, seeing Lily's wilted expression. Hearing this, Lily paused, then glanced back at the backpack she was carrying and shook it. The next moment, her face lit up with realization. It seems I really am quite lucky, Lily said, her smile returning. Although they had faced multiple monster hordes, Orsted had handled them all effortlessly, and each encounter had given several drop items. If this wasn't luck, what was? With this thought, Lily stopped worrying and resumed chatting with Orsted. Read advanced chapters at patreon.com/verse7. Power Stones. 200 stones equals 1 chapter. 400 stones equals 2 chapter. Chapter 31, Level 2. Chapter 31, Level 2. It was afternoon when Orsted and Lily returned to the surface. After exchanging their collected loot for Valis at the guild, they made their way toward the familia's residence. Ina seemed to have been assigned other tasks, as Orsted didn't see her at the guild. Otherwise, he might not have been able to leave so quickly and would likely have stopped him for a detailed discussion about his recent activities. Hestia had been waiting outside the church. When she saw Orsted, she rushed toward him with excitement, clinging to him and rubbing her cheek against his chest like an overenthusiastic child. This made Lily pout with jealousy, though there was little she could do about it. Soon, Orsted managed to peel Hestia off. Orsted, come on, let's go downstairs. I'll update your status, Hestia said, pulling him by the hand toward her room. You should have enough Excelia to rank up. Orsted, being dragged along, hesitated slightly at her words. Should it be enough, he wondered. As Hestia's blood dripped onto Orsted's back, the familiar light illuminated the room once more. Finally, you can rank up. Hestia exclaimed. Equals. Name, Orsted. Level, 1. Strength, EX1999. Endurance, EX1999. Dexterity, EX1999. Agility, EX1999. Magic, EX1999. Magic. Instant. Can instantly appear in front of anyone. No chanting required. Skill. Development ability, teleporter, leap. W what the hell is this X? Hestia's voice was nearly shaking. Taking a deep breath, she pushed herself onto Orsted. Orsted, you might be the most talented adventurer of all time. Hearing this, Orsted smiled slightly. So, Orsted, which development ability are you going to choose? Hestia asked, resting her chin on his shoulder as she peered at his status. Why don't we ask that half-elf for advice before making the choice, she suddenly suggested. Although Inna wasn't a member of the Hestia familia, she was a trustworthy person. Hestia couldn't deny that Inna was incredibly knowledgeable as a guild advisor. Asking her seemed like the best course of action. No, I think I understand these two development abilities quite well, Orsted replied, shaking his head slightly. Teleporter is likely due to my frequent use of instant. As for leap, it's probably because I've been defeating stronger monsters while still at level 1. There was no need to trouble Inna with this. So, which one are you going to choose? Hestia asked, agreeing with Orsted's analysis. Let's go with leap, Orsted decided. Leap, as the name suggested, likely allowed the adventurer to gain the ability to defeat opponents above their level. If developed further, it could become a trump card. Let's do it. Hestia nodded and immediately began the update. Name, Orsted. Level, 2. Strength, I0. Endurance, I0. Dexterity, I0. Agility, I0. Magic, I0. Magic. Instant. Can instantly appear in front of anyone. No chanting required. Development ability, Leap I. Skill. After the update, Orsted stood up and stretched his arms. Hestia noticed his reaction and smirked. Orsted, you don't think your strength will suddenly increase after ranking up, do you? No, I just feel the changes in my body, Orsted replied, shaking his head. He knew a lot about how status updates worked. Ranking up didn't grant a sudden surge in power but rather strengthened the adventurer's potential. When the potential was strengthened, each increase in basic abilities would provide a greater boost to overall strength. This meant that the enhancements from status increased with each level. By the time an adventurer reached level 5, they were far beyond the ranks of mortals. As long as you understand, Hestia said. Well, to celebrate your rank up today, let's go out for a big meal. A big meal? Orsted repeated. Then let's go to the Hostess of Fertility, he suggested. Orsted, don't you dislike that place? Hestia was surprised. She remembered how resistant Orsted had been when she took him to the Hostess of Fertility before. Why was he suggesting it now? I want to test my strength, so I'd like to find Ryuu, Orsted explained honestly. I see. In that case, let's hold the celebration there, Hestia agreed, nodding. Both of them left the room and found Lily at the entrance. She looked quiet. Lily, since Orsted has ranked up, let's go to the Soma Familia tomorrow to find Soma, Hestia said as she looked at Lily. Hestia-sama, there's no need to rush. It's fine to wait until Orsted-sama reaches a higher level. After all, the Soma Familia has several level 2 adventurers, Lily replied cautiously, scratching her head. Is that so? Orsted, what do you think? We'll help Lily join our ranks tomorrow. Orsted-sama. Lily murmured, her voice soft with gratitude. Read advanced chapters at patreon.com/verse7. Power Stones. 200 stones equals 1 chapter. 400 stones equals 2 chapter. Chapter 32, Direct Ryuu. Chapter 32, Direct Ryuu. Welcome, it's been a while since you last visited, Anya, the cat girl at the entrance of the Hostess of Fertility, greeted Orsted and the others with a bright smile. Her tail wagged excitedly as she spoke. Her enthusiastic attitude left Orsted, Hestia, and Lily momentarily stunned. Orsted, are you familiar with this girl? Hestia asked, eyeing Orsted suspiciously. Orsted-sama, I didn't realize you had so many friends, Lily muttered, her tone tinged with jealousy. I only came here once before, with you, Hestia, Orsted replied, holding his forehead in exasperation. Come on, come inside. Seer and Ryuhu have been looking forward to your visit, Anya said, oblivious to the tension. She grabbed Orsted's hand and eagerly pulled him inside. Seeing Orsted not resist Anya's touch, Hestia and Lily immediately grew furious. Elves were known for their aversion to physical contact with other races, a trait deeply ingrained in their blood. Only those they truly trusted were allowed to touch them. This was why Lily had believed Orsted so easily before he had patted her head, a gesture that signified his approval. Now, seeing Orsted being dragged along by Anya without resistance, Lily, who saw Orsted as a beacon of light in her life, couldn't help but feel upset. Hestia, too, was visibly displeased. She didn't fully understand why she felt this way, but the sight of Orsted being pulled away by someone else stirred an inexplicable sense of loss, as if something precious had been taken from her. Striding forward, Hestia slapped Anya's hand away from Orsted's and then wrapped her arms around his. Lily, not to be outdone, quickly ran over and grabbed Orsted's other arm, staring at him with the same intensity. "Hey!" Anya blinked in confusion, unsure of what had just happened. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Orsted asked, equally puzzled. "Humph!" Hestia snorted in dissatisfaction, pulling Orsted toward an empty table. Lily followed closely, still clinging to Orsted's arm. Anya watched their retreating figures, tilting her head in confusion before shrugging and darting off toward the kitchen. "Seer, Ryuhu, that boy is here." At her words, 3 heads popped out from the kitchen door like curious squirrels. The black-haired Chloe, the grey-haired Seer, and the green-haired Ryuhu. "That boy!" Chloe's eyes sparkled with excitement. Seer, too, looked thrilled, while Ryuhu remained calm, her expression as stoic as ever. After spotting Orsted sitting at a table not far away, Ryuhu stepped out of the kitchen and walked toward him. Seer let out a surprised squeak. "If you don't hurry, Ryuhu will beat you to it," Chloe teased from below. Hearing this, Seer quickly ran out, also heading toward Orsted. Behind the tavern, Mia, the owner of Hostess of Fertility, frowned slightly as she observed the scene. Especially when she saw Seer running like an excited child, Mia's face showed a mix of exasperation and helplessness. "What on earth is this goddess up to, coming here to work like this?" she thought. Meanwhile, Orsted looked at Hestia and Lily, who were both sulking, and sighed in confusion. "What's wrong with you two?" he asked, exasperated. This was the kind of situation he disliked the most, people getting upset without explanation, and he wasn't the type to immediately figure out why. "Orsted-sama, why didn't you pull away when that cat girl grabbed your hand earlier?" Lily blurted out, unable to hold back her question. "Ah, it's just holding hands. It's not like it's going to hurt me. Why would I need to pull away?" Orsted replied, even more confused. "Don't elves avoid contact with anyone they don't approve of? You didn't resist her, so does that mean you like her?" Hestia chimed in. "Ah, so that's what this is about. I'm different from other elves. I don't have such a strong aversion to contact," Orsted explained with a smile. Hearing this, both Hestia and Lily were stunned. "Didn't you pat my head because you approved of me?" Lily asked, her voice filled with disbelief. "About that, Lily, you are indeed someone I recognize." "There's no doubt about that," Orsted reassured her with a gentle smile. Though he didn't share the typical elven aversion to contact, he didn't go around touching everyone either. Lily, however, was someone he had come to trust. Hearing this, Lily's expression softened, and a smile returned to her face. "I told you, he only met that cat girl once. There's no way he'd approve of her so quickly," Hestia said, breathing a sigh of relief and patting her chest. "Excuse me, who are you talking about?" a flat voice interrupted. Hestia froze and turned stiffly to see Ryuhu standing nearby. "Oh no, I got caught talking behind someone's back again," Hestia thought. "Wait, did I even say anything bad?" Realizing she hadn't, Hestia relaxed. "Ha ha ha. We're talking about food. Never mind, what you like order. Read advanced chapters at patreon.com/verse7. Power Stones. 200 stones equals 1 chapter. 400 stones equals 2 chapter. Chapter 33, Freya, Stay Calm. Chapter 33, Freya, Stay Calm. Hestia and Lily were ordering the dishes they wanted, but Orsted felt as though he were facing a formidable enemy. This was because standing before them were not only Ryuhu, but also Seer. Orsted was certain that the seer in front of him wasn't the real seer but Freya herself. The reason for his suspicion? When Seer approached, Orsted heard the system prompt in his mind. When he had visited the hostess of fertility with Hestia before, Orsted had also seen Seer, but at that time, Seer hadn't triggered the sign-in prompt. Now, however, it had been triggered, and he could think of no other explanation. Orsted hadn't felt Freya's gaze on him in the past few days and had assumed she had given up. But it seemed Freya hadn't given up at all, she had simply taken a more direct approach. Even though he felt like he was facing a formidable foe, Orsted still had to claim his reward. Sign in. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host, for obtaining Eternal Arms Mastery. As the system's voice faded, a flood of information surged into Orsted's mind. It was a mastery of combat that can be said to reach the pinnacle of one's era. After absorbing this knowledge, a glint of light flashed in Orsted's eyes, and his body seemed to undergo a subtle transformation. In an instant, he had perfectly mastered many combat skills. Eternal Arms Mastery, the personal skill of Lancelot, the Knight of the Lake, was a combat style unparalleled in Arthurian legends. It was a mastery of combat that fully integrated mind, body, and technique, allowing user to unleash their full strength even under extreme mental constraints. Combat skills and experience were areas where Orsted had been lacking. Even with sun breathing, Orsted's overall combat had been limited. Against equally skilled opponents, Orsted's reliance on it would have left him at a disadvantage. Now, however, Eternal Arms Mastery had filled that gap. Orsted could confidently say that, in terms of combat skills in the same level, no one could match him. Whether facing adventurers or monsters, he was now a force to be reckoned with. Orsted, what about you? What do you want to eat? Hestia's voice pulled Orsted out of his thoughts. Orsted blinked, returning to reality, and saw Hestia and Lily looking at him expectantly. At the table, Ryuhu and Seer were also watching him. One had a calm expression, while the other seemed cheerful, but Orsted could feel an intensity in their gazes that made him slightly uncomfortable. Freya was understandable, she had been keeping an eye on him. But why was Ryuhu looking at him like that? Forcing himself to ignore the hidden intensity in their gazes, Orsted picked up the menu and casually ordered a couple of dishes. Ryuhu and Seer left together after Orsted finished ordering. Orsted, what happened just now? You seemed distracted, Hestia asked curiously after the two had left. Orsted had clearly been lost in thought. I was thinking about something, Orsted replied with a nod. It was well known that mortals couldn't lie in front of gods. However, this didn't apply to Orsted. Thanks to the system. Even if Orsted lied in front of Hestia, she wouldn't be able to sense it. Really? Well, I was wondering how strong I am now. I'm planning to ask Ryuhu to test me later, Orsted explained with a smile. Orsted Sama's situation is quite unique and can't be measured by ordinary standards. Lily understands wanting to test his strength, but why Ryuhu? Lily nodded in agreement. She understood Orsted's desire to test his strength, but she didn't understand why he wanted Ryuhu's help. Was Ryuhu really that strong? I'll explain it to you when we get back, Hestia whispered in Lily's ear. She couldn't discuss Ryuhu's identity here after all, walls had ears, and discussing such matters in public would only cause trouble for Ryuhu. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Ryuhu and Seer were going about their tasks as usual, their expressions unchanged. But their minds were racing with other thoughts. That's right. The faint aura Orsted exuded just now, it's the same aura that powerful man had back then. Orsted is the one who helped us back then. Ryuu, calm down. Don't act rashly. Let things unfold naturally. Don't interfere, Ryuu thought to herself as she washed dishes, suppressing the almost overwhelming urge to confront Orsted directly. Beside her, Seer, or rather, Freya, was even more excited. When she had seen Orsted again, she noticed that his soul was far more radiant than when she had last seen him on Babel. This told her that Orsted was growing very fast. But she hadn't expected that, just moments ago, while taking their orders, she would witness Orsted's soul burst into an even more dazzling light. Though it had dimmed quickly afterward, the brilliance of his soul in that moment had nearly blinded her. That child's soul is growing imperceptibly, becoming more radiant. Freya, stay calm. Don't interfere with his growth, Freya reminded herself, her smile unwavering as she hummed a cheerful tune and prepared the dishes. Read advanced chapters at patreon.com/verse7. Power Stones. 200 stones equals 1 chapter. 400 stones equals 2 chapter. Chapter 34, Ryuu, let me test your strength. Chapter 34, Ryuu, let me test your strength. You said you wanted me to help test your current strength. Ryuu looked at Orsted with some surprise. Yes, Orsted replied with a gentle nod. I understand. Please wait for me for about 2 hours, until the tavern closes. I'll spar with you then, Ryuu agreed without hesitation. All right. We'll head back first. You should come back early too, Hestia said, standing nearby. Seeing that the two had come to an agreement, she prepared to leave and bid Orsted farewell. Take care on your way back, Orsted nodded. Goodbye, Orsted-sama, Lily waved to Orsted, then followed Hestia as they left. Orsted re-entered the tavern and prepared to order a glass of wine while waiting for Ryuu to finish her shift. However, before Orsted could speak, someone appeared in front of him. Aunt Mia. Orsted was slightly surprised, looking at Mia. Aunt? Am I that old? Mia frowned, glaring at Orsted. Mia. Orsted hesitated for a moment before correcting himself. This is your drink. Enjoy, Mia said, gesturing to the glass. Thank you, Orsted replied, not refusing the offer, and nodded in gratitude. Hey, kid, have you known Ryuu for a long time? Mia asked casually as she wiped a wine glass. Hey. No, I don't know her. I first met Ryuu when I came here last time. Why do you ask? Orsted shook his head, curious. That girl seems to care a lot about you, as if she's known you for a long time. I thought you might have met before, Mia explained nonchalantly. Hearing this, Orsted was taken aback. Lately, Ryuu has been waiting for your arrival. I don't know why she's so concerned about you, Mia added, observing Orsted closely. She could more or less guess why Freya was interested in Orsted. It was likely because his soul was exceptionally radiant, making him a target. But she was puzzled by Ryuu's intense interest in Orsted. At first, she had assumed that Ryuu and Orsted had known each other before. But now Orsted had confirmed that they hadn't. That left only one possible explanation. Ryuu had fallen for Orsted. Mia couldn't think of any other reason. The thought of one of her daughter being taken by an outsider made her a little unhappy. However, with Freya also making moves, Ryuu probably wouldn't be taken easily. Thinking this, Mia felt somewhat relieved. Orsted, who had been silently pondering Mia's words, was equally puzzled. Please enjoy, a gentle voice interrupted his thoughts. Seer appeared, placing a plate of snacks in front of Orsted and smiling warmly at him. Mia, seeing this, said nothing. She simply turned away and began organizing the wine cabinet, pretending not to notice. Orsted felt a little awkward. He really didn't want to deal with Freya. After all, her reputation was far from stellar, and she wasn't exactly someone to mess with. However, while Orsted didn't want to engage with her, Freya was eager to build a connection. She stood beside Orsted, striking up a conversation. Orsted could only respond awkwardly. Fortunately, Ryuho came to the rescue. She grabbed Seer by the collar and dragged her back to the kitchen. Orsted breathed a sigh of relief. "Your luck is really something," Mia remarked, watching Orsted with a hint of pity. Orsted remained silent. He then began to reflect on himself. What exactly does Freya see in me? Soon the tavern finally closed. Orsted waited outside for a few minutes before Ryuho appeared. Ryuho was dressed for battle, much like her appearance in the anime when she accompanied Hestia and Hermes into the dungeon to rescue Belle. "Let's go," Ryuho turned and walked away. Orsted followed. Not long after the two left, a figure appeared where they had been standing. "Ryuho, what is your relationship with this child?" "I'm a little concerned," Freya murmured to herself, biting her thumbnail as she watched the two figures disappear into the darkness. "Freya, don't cause trouble," Mia's voice sounded next to her. Freya turned to see Mia looking at her seriously. "Don't worry, I won't interfere," Freya smiled faintly, waved at Mia, and then turned to leave, gradually fading into the shadows. "What a hassle," Mia sighed, watching Freya disappear. She then turned her gaze in the direction Orsted and Ryuho had gone, remaining silent for a long moment before muttering to herself. "What's going on here is beyond belief." Orsted and Ryuho quickly arrived near the city walls of Orario. They climbed up the walls, and Ryuho turned to face Orsted. "Come on, let me see your strength." Ryuho drew Alf's Justitia from her waist and took a battle stance. Read advanced chapters at patreon.com/verse7. Power Stones. 200 stones equals 1 chapter. 400 stones equals 2 chapter. Chapter 35, Are you okay, Orsted-san? Chapter 35, Are you okay, Orsted-san? Seeing this, Orsted didn't hesitate. He drew his sword and took a stance. Ryuho, standing opposite him, was momentarily stunned. As a seasoned warrior, Ryuho immediately noticed that Orsted's stance was flawless. She couldn't find any openings or weaknesses to exploit. In that moment, Ryuho realized that Orsted's combat and experience far surpassed her own. That's right. That person was also this powerful, so strong that no one could find any flaws. The next second, Ryuho's eyes narrowed. Orsted's figure blurred into a shadow as he instantly closed the distance between them. So fast! Ryuho barely had time to react. She quickly swung Alf's Justitia to block Orsted's sudden attack. However, in terms of raw strength, she far outclassed him. Even though Orsted's attack caught her off guard, Ryuho's superior physique allowed her to react in time and block the strike. So strong, this attack is already at level 3 strength. Ryuho's heart raced as she processed what had just happened. Ryuho didn't know Orsted well, but she knew one thing: he was a rookie. Yet, as a rookie, Orsted had just demonstrated strength comparable to a level 3 adventurer. Even with her experience, Ryuho had never encountered someone like Orsted. Despite her shock, Ryuho didn't let her guard down. Orsted's next attack came swiftly. His relentless, seamless assault left Ryuho struggling to keep up. Ryuho was certain that if she were only a level 3, she would have been defeated long ago under Orsted's onslaught. The only reason she could hold her ground was her superior status, strength, agility, dexterity, endurance, and magic, all of which were far beyond Orsted's. The fight lasted only a few minutes before Orsted disengaged. "Ryuho, may I ask what level of strength I've reached among adventurers?" Orsted asked politely after stepping back. "Level 3, Ryuho replied after a brief pause, her expression complex. Orsted had only been an adventurer for a short time, yet he already possessed the strength of a level 3 adventurer. This growth rate was unprecedented. If word got out, it would undoubtedly cause a stir. However, Ryu had no intention of spreading this information. She wouldn't cause trouble for Orsted. Orsted was slightly surprised by her answer. In his estimation, his strength should have been at level 2. But Ryu claimed he had reached level 3. So, the Minotaurs I fought weren't weak, I was just too strong. Minotaurs are undoubtedly level 2 monsters. The reason I could defeat them so easily was because my strength had reached level 3. Comparing level 1 to level 3, am I the first to achieve this? No, Belle's aunt could fight level 9 when she was level 7. It seems I'm not the first. As Orsted pondered this, he began to sheath his sword. However, before he could, Ryu spoke up. Orsted-san, could we continue sparring? I'll suppress my strength to level 3. Of course, but why? Orsted asked, puzzled. Your combat skills and experience are exceptional, far superior to mine. Sparring with you would greatly benefit me, Ryu explained honestly. Although she had been away from her familia and companions for years, and hadn't updated her status in just as long, Ryu had never stopped striving to improve. Facing someone as skilled as Orsted, she didn't want to miss the opportunity. Moreover, sparring with adventurers of similar strength was an excellent way to grow. Hearing this, Orsted remembered that he had just acquired Eternal Arms Mastery, which had elevated his combat skills to an absurd level far beyond Ryu's. This was evident from their earlier fight. If Ryu hadn't relied on her superior strength, she likely wouldn't have been able to withstand his attacks. What Ryu understood, Orsted also knew. In the anime, Belle had improved his status by sparring with powerful adventurers while at level 1 and level 2. Both times, it was Ace who trained him. At level 1, Ace had offered to train Belle, and at level 2, it was due to the pressure from the Apollo Familia that Belle sought Ace's help to prepare for the war game. Both sessions had greatly enhanced Belle's strength. Thinking this, Orsted nodded in agreement to Ryu's request. However, you don't need to suppress your strength. Can we spar at your full power? Orsted asked. Is that so? That's fine, Ryu hesitated for a moment before agreeing. With that, the two resumed their sparring. This time, the battle lasted 2 hours. By the end, Orsted was lying on the ground in a sprawled-out position. Beside him, Ryu knelt down and poked his cheek gently. Are you okay, Orsted-san? Read advanced chapters at patreon.com/verse7. Power Stones. 200 stones equals 1 chapter. 400 stones equals 2 chapter. Chapter 36, Crafting Magic Items. Chapter 36, Crafting Magic Items. It was already 4 o'clock in the morning when Orsted returned to the church. Hestia and Lily were already fast asleep, so Orsted didn't disturb them. After washing up, he lay down on the sofa. After I deal with Lily's situation tomorrow, I'll go buy a villa as our new home, Orsted murmured to himself before closing his eyes and falling asleep. The next morning, Orsted woke up feeling suffocated. After struggling for a moment, Orsted managed to free himself. He looked over and saw that Hestia had somehow moved from the bed to the sofa and was lying on top of him. Wake up, Hestia! Why are you on top of me again? Orsted wasn't surprised by this, it had happened several times over the past 2 weeks. Let me sleep a little longer, Hestia mumbled drowsily before drifting off again. Orsted-sama, just give up. Hestia-sama has a serious case of morning laziness. There's no way she'll wake up this early, Lily said, emerging from the bathroom with a cup of water in one hand and a toothbrush in the other. Hearing this, Orsted didn't try to wake Hestia again. Instead, he gently slipped out from under her and went to the bathroom to wash up. By the time Orsted finished, Hestia was finally stirring. Good morning, Orsted. Where's Lily? Hestia rubbed her eyes and glanced around. She went to buy breakfast, Orsted replied, drying his face with a towel. As soon as he spoke, footsteps echoed from the stairs, followed by Lily's voice. I've brought breakfast. After a flurry of activity, the three of them sat on the sofa and ate breakfast together. What's the plan for today? Hestia asked between bites. First, we'll help Lily. Then, we'll go buy a new home, Orsted replied. All right. I'll go see Hephaestus first and ask her to come with us, Hestia nodded. Is that really okay? I feel like something's off about this, Orsted said, feeling a bit awkward. It felt like using Hephaestus's influence to pressure the Soma Familia. It's fine. This is exactly how the Soma Familia should be handled. I've been investigating the Soma Familia these past few days. What I found made me furious. The adventurers in the Soma Familia are completely out of line. And Soma himself. This is the treatment they deserve. It'll teach them a lesson, Hestia said, her anger evident as she stood up for Lily. Lily, it's a miracle you survived this long. Hestia hadn't been idle during this time. She'd been gathering information about the Soma Familia, and what she'd learned had left her seething. Initially, she had planned to approach the Soma Familia diplomatically and negotiate peacefully. But now, Hestia was determined to use Hephaestus's influence to pressure the Soma Familia into submission. The Soma Familia deserved nothing less. Ahaha, I'm used to it, Hestia-sama, Lily laughed nervously. Orsted considered Hestia's words and felt there was some truth to them, but what about Hephaestus? Isn't this kind of thing likely to cause trouble for her? Orsted asked, concerned. It's fine. I've already talked to Hephaestus about it. She can't stand the way Soma runs his familia either, so she's happy to help, Hestia said with a smile. She's that willing to go along with this. Orsted's mouth twitched slightly, finding Hephaestus's willingness to cause trouble a bit surprising. Hephaestus and I are best friends and she's happy to help me out, Hestia said proudly. Orsted shrugged and didn't press further. He didn't know how close Hestia and Hephaestus were, but it seemed their friendship was strong enough for Hephaestus to go along with Hestia's plans. After breakfast, Hestia took Lily to find Hephaestus. Orsted, however, stayed behind to craft magic items. With so many materials collected from the dungeon, why let them sit unused? A deep light glowed in his hands as various materials floated within it, suspended in the air above his palm. Orsted's mind raced with theories and designs. He began assembling the materials, creating one piece after another. Every 10 minutes, a new piece of item floated out of the light and landed on the ground beside him. This continued for a full hour and soon the space around Orsted was filled with magic items. Amplifier, enhances the power of weapons. Swift Wind Boots, increases the user's speed. The boost depends on the amount of mana infused. Cloak of Invisibility, renders the wearer invisible. Magic Limb, prosthetic limb which can be controlled at will. Magic Cleaner, cleans an area within a 100-meter radius. Can be controlled with mana. Read advanced chapters at patreon.com/verse7. Power Stones. 200 stones equals 1 chapter. 400 stones equals 2 chapter. A/N, as I told you before, need 10 plus reviews. 8 least, help me. Chapter 37, Deal with Tsubaki. Chapter 37, Deal with Tsubaki. While Orsted was sorting through the items he had crafted, his sharp ears caught the sound of footsteps approaching from the stairs. Soon, Hestia's clear and cheerful voice rang out. Orsted, we're back. Orsted turned to see Hestia and Lily at the stairs. Along with them were 2 others, Hephaestus and Tsubaki Colbrand, the captain of the Hephaestus Familia. Welcome back. Good morning, Hephaestus, Orsted nodded, greeting Hephaestus politely. Good morning, Orsted. Are these magic items? Hephaestus's gaze was immediately drawn to the numerous pieces of items scattered around Orsted. Wow, so many! Tsubaki, standing beside Hephaestus, noticed them as well and rushed over excitedly. Tsubaki was one of Orario's master blacksmiths. Many of the city's top-tier weapons and armor were forged by her hands. In addition, Tsubaki was also skilled in crafting magic swords. In many ways, magic items and magic swords were similar. Both relied on mana to function. The main difference was that most items required the user to supply mana or mind, while magic swords contained their own stored mana and could activate their effects immediately. However, once the stored mana was depleted, the sword would shatter. Recently, Tsubaki had been researching a new type of magic sword that relied on the user's mana instead of its own. Unfortunately, she had hit a wall in her research. She had considered purchasing some magic items to study, but there was only one person in Orario known to craft such items, Asfi al-Andromeda, the captain of the Hermes Familia. Tsubaki had wanted to buy some from Asfi for her research, but Asfi had left Orario to wander the world, and it was unclear when she would return. So, Tsubaki's plans had been put on hold until now. Orsted. Hestia also noticed the items on the ground and looked at Orsted with a mix of surprise and curiosity. I forgot to tell you, Hestia-sama. Orsted-sama can craft such items, Lily explained on Orsted's behalf. Did you make all of these? Tsubaki, who had been examining the magic items, suddenly looked up at Orsted, her eyes shining with enthusiasm. Yes, Orsted replied, slightly taken aback by Tsubaki's intense gaze. For a moment, he thought she might be Freya in disguise. Hestia was equally surprised to hear that Orsted could make such, as he didn't possess the mystery development ability, which was typically required for such craftsmanship. It seems Orsted has secrets I don't know about, Hestia thought to herself, though she had no intention of prying. I didn't expect you to be capable of crafting magic items. In that case, could I place an order with you? Tsubaki is currently researching a new type of magic sword, and she needs these for her research, Hephaestus said, folding her arms and gazing at Orsted. Of course, but you'll need to provide the materials yourself. Since Hephaestus offered me a discount when I bought equipment from your familia, I'll give you a 20% discount in return, Orsted replied, laying out his terms up front. No problem. Before Hephaestus could respond, Tsubaki agreed immediately, her excitement evident. Hephaestus smiled faintly at Orsted's offer. She had given him a discount as a gesture of support, but she hadn't expected Orsted to reciprocate in this way. Still, she didn't comment further. Orsted's abilities were a boon to Hestia's familia, and Hephaestus was genuinely happy for her friend. Hey, can I buy these right now? Tsubaki asked eagerly, unable to contain her enthusiasm. Sure. If you want, I'll sell you all 5 pieces for 100 million valis, Orsted said after a moment of consideration. Deal. Tsubaki agreed without hesitation. Orsted, so straightforward? Big spender. I'm Tsubaki Colbrand, captain of the Hephaestus Familia. I'll come to you if I need anything in the future. And if you ever need help, as long as it's not too unreasonable, feel free to ask. Actually, even if it's unreasonable, I'll help, Tsubaki added with a grin as she gathered those items into her arms. Let's go to the guild now. I'll transfer the money to you, Tsubaki said, already heading for the stairs. Orario had institutions similar to modern banks, and large transactions between familias were typically conducted through these channels. After all, carrying around massive amounts of valis for transactions wasn't practical. Seeing Tsubaki's excitement, Orsted and the others exchanged glances. Hephaestus sighed, covering her forehead in mock exasperation, then smiled apologetically at Orsted and the others. Let's get this done quickly, then head to the Soma Familia to help Lily. Agreed, Hestia nodded, taking Hephaestus's hand and leading the way. Orsted stood up and followed with Lily. At the guild, Ina looked at Orsted and the others, then at the two account books in her hands, her eyebrow twitching slightly. Tsubaki-san, are you sure you want to transfer 100 million valis to Orsted? Ina asked carefully. Yes, confirm it. Hurry up, Tsubaki replied without hesitation. All right, I'll process the transaction right away. Read advanced chapters at patreon.com/verse7. Power Stones. 200 stones equals 1 chapter. 400 stones equals 2 chapter. A/N, as I told you before, need 10 plus reviews. 8 least, help me. Chapter 38, Unexpected Face. Chapter 38, Unexpected Face. As Orsted and Tsubaki were handling the transaction, a gentle voice called out from behind them. Tsubaki, I didn't expect to see you here. Hearing the voice, both turned around. They saw Finn, the captain of Loki Familia, walking toward them with a smile. However, when Finn noticed Orsted, his eyes gleamed with interest. What a strong aura! Orsted was surprised. He had met Ace and Tiona 2 days ago, and now he was encountering Finn this time, the captain of Loki Familia. Hey, Finn, are you here to report on the expedition? Tsubaki greeted him with a smile. After an expedition, it was customary for the Familia to share information about the dungeon with the guild. This was an unwritten rule in Orario. Yes. Then, I'll head over first, Finn nodded and walked toward another counter. Although Finn was intrigued by the faint but powerful aura emanating from Orsted, he didn't say anything further. Tsubaki-san, the transaction is complete, Ina said from behind the counter, handing over 2 passbooks. Thanks, Ina. Orsted, let's go. We shouldn't keep Hephaestus and Hestia waiting too long, Tsubaki said, urging Orsted to leave. She then walked out of the guild. Ina, I'll come back later to talk about my rank up, Orsted said before following Tsubaki. Ina remained calm and unsurprised. When Orsted and Lily had gone to the middle floors, Ina had known that Orsted was on the verge of rank up. The only thing missing was the necessary Excelia. Going to those floors was to defeat powerful monsters and gather enough Excelia. Now that he had returned safely, it was clear he had succeeded. Watching Orsted leave, Ina smiled and waved. Not long after Tsubaki and Orsted left, Finn approached Ina's counter. Finn-san. Ina was surprised to see Finn at her counter, as they had no prior connection. Ina-san, may I ask? The elf from earlier, his name is Orsted, correct? Is he a member of the Hestia Familia? Finn asked politely. Yes, Orsted is a member of the Hestia Familia and a rookie under my charge, Ina replied honestly. Finn was the leader of the Loki Familia, and the Loki Familia had made significant contributions to Orario. The guild wouldn't withhold such basic information, and neither would Ina. Even if Ina refused to answer, Finn could easily access the guild's archives to find out. Thank you, Finn nodded, then left the guild. At the entrance, Finn glanced down the street and spotted Tsubaki and Orsted walking away. Watching their retreating figures, Finn's eyes flickered, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. Ace, Tiona, this Orsted is far more impressive than you described. That ore is something even I admire. And a rookie, rank up so quickly. Loki, your instincts are as sharp as ever. Of course, Orsted was unaware of Finn's thoughts. Leaving the guild, both headed to meet up with Hestia and the others. They were planning to visit the Soma Familia. While Orsted and Tsubaki went to the guild to complete the transaction, Hestia and the others took the magic items to the Hephaestus store. The two groups had agreed to meet at an intersection on the way to the Soma Familia. Come to think of it, you've only been an adventurer for a little over 2 weeks, right? Tsubaki gave Orsted a curious look. As a level 5 adventurer, even if she wasn't a combat specialist, Tsubaki's senses were sharp. She had overheard Orsted mentioning his rank up to Ina before leaving the guild. This realization surprised her. The Hestia familia had only been established for a little over 2 weeks, and Orsted, its first member, was a rookie with less than half a month of experience. Yet, he had already at level 2. Tsubaki had been so focused on the magic items earlier that she hadn't fully processed this. How could a rookie craft such advanced items? Level 1 didn't have development abilities. Even if Orsted had ranked up and obtained the mystery development ability, it seemed unrealistic for him to craft magic items so soon. This made Tsubaki both surprised and deeply curious about Orsted. Yes, to be exact, it's been 17 days, Orsted replied with a nod. That's incredible. Ranking up in 17 days will cause a sensation across Orario. Your growth rate surpasses even the Sword Princesses. Congratulations, Tsubaki said, though her tone was more thoughtful than celebratory. Are you sure my rank up is something to celebrate? Orsted asked, breaking into a cold sweat. Isn't ranking up worth celebrating? Tsubaki looked confused. I'm more worried about the Donatus now. Orsted said with a wry smile. Hearing this, Tsubaki paused, then laughed and patted Orsted's shoulder. Haha, that's a valid concern. But don't worry. I'll ask Hephaestus to protect you during Donatus. Thanks, but don't worry about it. Just don't worry about it. Read advanced chapters at patreon.com/verse7. Power Stones. 200 stones equals 1 chapter. 400 stones equals 2 chapter. A/N, as I told you before, need 10 plus reviews. At least, help me. Chapter 39, Soma, the God of Wine. Chapter 39, Soma, the God of Wine. Donatus is a gathering where all the gods come together to have fun, often assigning bizarre and humorous aliases to adventurers who have recently ranked up. Powerful familias can use their influence to secure favorable alias for their members. However, newly established or smaller familias lack this privilege. What Orsted was worried about now was that he might be given a particularly strange alias at the next Donatus. But worrying was pointless. According to Hestia, the last Donatus had been held 2 months ago, meaning the next one was still a month away. Orsted could only hope for the good. Soon, Orsted and the others arrived at the meeting point where Hestia and the rest were already waiting. Let's go. Yes. After regrouping, they headed straight for the Soma familia's residence. It had to be said that, despite being a small familia, the Soma familia had a sizable membership, and their residence was quite large. This was likely due to the popularity of Soma's divine wine. Because Hephaestus and Tsubaki had accompanied them, the Soma familia's captain Xanus Lustra didn't try to stop them. Even when he saw Lily, his expression didn't change. He probably didn't even remember her. After all, Lily hadn't returned to the Soma familia in years, living alone in a small rented house. Orsted had expected some resistance, but... Hestia, Hephaestus, what brings you here? Soma's voice echoed from the dimly lit winemaking room. The god of wine, Soma, looked as gloomy as ever, his long bangs covering his eyes, making it hard to see his expression. Soma, I'll get straight to the point. I'm here to ask you to release Lily. I want her to join my familia, Hestia said firmly. Lily. Soma's gaze shifted toward Lily, his bangs barely revealing his eyes. Lily trembled under Soma's stare. She had a natural fear of this god, not because of Soma himself, but because of the years of mistreatment she'd endured from his familia members. Soma-sama, please grant Lily's request, Lily said, mustering her courage. You're one of my familia members. But it's strange that you want to leave. And you've managed to get Hephaestus and Hestia to vouch for you, Soma murmured, his tone indifferent. He only recognized Lily through fauna in her body. Otherwise, he wouldn't have remembered her at all. It was precisely because he recognized her that Soma was surprised. None of the adventurers who joined the Soma familia had ever voluntarily left. They were all addicted to the flawed divine wine he brewed, willing to take insane risks to earn Valis and get their hands on it. They were hopelessly intoxicated, a group of lost souls. "All right, let's proceed with the trade," Soma said, his tone still detached. That's it." Hestia was taken aback by how easily Soma agreed. She had expected to argue with him. After all, Soma had always been a reclusive and difficult god, even in heaven. Though she could talk to him, Soma wasn't the most approachable person. The others were equally surprised. "Is there a problem?" Soma asked, tilting his head slightly. No, nothing. "Let's get started," Hestia said, shaking her head. In the corridor, Orsted leaned against the wall, waiting quietly while Hestia and the others were inside the room. Next to him stood Xanis. The Soma Familia captain seemed to have finally remembered Lily's identity and was glaring at Orsted with clear hostility. Lily had approached Xanis years ago, asking to leave the Soma Familia. At the time, Xanis had demanded a hefty withdrawal fee of 10 million Valis. But that was years ago, and he had forgotten about Lily entirely. Now, seeing her bypass him and go straight to Soma, successfully securing her release, made Xanis furious. He had lost his chance to claim the 10 million Valis. "Don't cause trouble, or I'll kill you," Orsted said calmly, meeting Xanis's glare. "What did you say?" Xanis's eyes darkened further, his hand twitching as if ready to strike. Orsted ignored him, continuing to wait. If Xanis wanted to pick a fight, Orsted wouldn't hesitate to end it. Soon, Hestia and the others emerged from the room. "Thank you, Soma," Hestia said, holding Lily's hand and smiling at the god, who remained inside. "Leave quickly," Soma replied without looking up, already focused on brewing more wine. Hestia didn't linger, leading the group out. After they left, Xanis entered the room. "Soma-sama, why did you let her go?" Xanis shouted, his anger boiling over. "Are you questioning me, Xanis?" Soma's voice was calm but carried an edge. The words made Xanis freeze, and he quickly bowed. I am sorry, Soma-sama. Read advanced chapters at patreon.com/verse7. Power Stones. 200 stones equals 1 chapter. 400 stones equals 2 chapter. A/N, as I told you before, need 10 plus reviews. 8 least, help me. Chapter 40, Gifting Inna. Chapter 40, Gifting Inna. I didn't expect things to go so smoothly. Thank you, Hephaestus. The transfer process had gone remarkably well, and Hephaestus had played an indispensable role. Without Hephaestus, Hestia was sure Soma would have agreed to let Lily leave, but it wouldn't have been nearly as straightforward. "You're welcome. By the way, what's next on your agenda?" Hephaestus asked with a gentle nod. It wasn't often that she got to spend time with Hestia, and Hephaestus wasn't ready to part ways just yet. "I'm planning to buy a mansion. Would you mind coming along to give me some advice?" Hestia replied with a smile. Of course, Hephaestus agreed without hesitation. The group soon arrived at the guild. Once there, Orsted separated from Hestia and the others. Hestia and Hephaestus went to find the staff in charge of housing, while Orsted went to Siena. "Even though I was prepared, I'm still shocked that you rank up in just half a month," Ina said, looking at Orsted's newly updated record with a mix of awe and disbelief. She had watched Orsted's growth from the beginning and knew how extraordinary his progress was. If not for the Excelia requirement, Orsted would have been a level 2 week ago. "Now, Orsted, please tell me about your adventures." "This is the guild's standard procedure," Ina flipped to a new page and prepared to record Orsted's exploits. Orsted hesitated for a moment before responding. "What's wrong?" Ina asked, noticing his hesitation. "It's nothing. I'm just worried you might find it hard to believe," Orsted laughed, then began recounting his adventures. Ina knew Orsted had been growing rapidly and that he had ventured into the middle floors, but she hadn't thought he would face minotaurs. That was shocking. If word got out, it would undoubtedly cause a sensation across Orario. After all, a level 1 adventurer taking on minotaurs and defeating them in waves was unprecedented. However, Orsted didn't want to deceive Ina. She had always been sincere in her support, and he trusted her. Moreover, the guild wouldn't publicize such extraordinary achievements. Doing so would only encourage reckless behavior among adventurers. This was how the guild had handled Belle's info in the anime, by keeping it under wraps. After a moment of thought, Orsted decided to tell Ina the full truth. Aside from not wanting to deceive her, Orsted also wanted to increase his standing within the guild, or rather, with Auranos. Auranos would likely take a special interest in an adventurer with such immense potential, which would benefit the Hestia Familia in the long run. Orsted, did you specifically target minotaurs? Ina asked, her pen slipping from her hand as she listened to Orsted's story. When she heard that Orsted had wiped out several waves of minotaur monster parties, eliminating over 200 minotaurs, she was left speechless. Yes, that's right, Orsted confirmed with a nod. Ina fell silent for a moment. Then, Orsted, you big fool! Her shout echoed through the room, drawing the attention of adventurers and guild staff alike. Heads popped out from cubicles as people turned to see what was happening. Sorry. Ina quickly apologized, her face flushing with embarrassment. The onlookers gradually returned to their tasks. Orsted, tell me the truth. What were your basic abilities before you rank up? Don't worry, I won't record it, Ina said, leaning closer and speaking in a low voice. Orsted hesitated for a moment before answering honestly. He trusted Ina completely. She had proven her integrity time and again, and in the anime, she had kept Belle's abilities a secret. Orsted didn't want to hide anything from her. Ina wasn't like Lily, who had been by his side during his adventures and knew the extent of his growth. Ina only knew that his strength had been improving rapidly, but she didn't know just how strong he had become. If he didn't tell her, she would only worry. As a friend, Orsted didn't want to cause her unnecessary concern. After listening, Ina froze, her eyes flickering as she processed the information. Her mind was in turmoil, but after a long moment, she finally calmed down. No wonder, she said, summing up her thoughts in just 2 words. No wonder Orsted had been able to accomplish so much. With these unheard basic abilities, even without ranking up, Orsted had strength more than enough to handle minotaurs. It seems I was worrying too much. Sorry, Orsted, Ina smiled, her expression softening. It's fine. I'm glad you care so much about me, Orsted replied with chuckle. By the way, Ina, I have a gift for you, Orsted added, pulling out the amulet he had crafted for her. What is this? Ina asked, taking the item and looking at Orsted in confusion. It's something I made. It's a piece of magic item that can protect you from harm without requiring much mana, Orsted explained. Items. Magic items. Your development ability is mystery. Ina's hands trembled slightly. Yes. This is a precious gift. I'll accept it. If you ever need anything in the future, don't hesitate to come to me. Now, Orsted, let's go over your adventure story again, Ina said, picking up her pen. She had been too shocked earlier to record everything properly. All right. Soon, they finished the recording. Ina, I'll be going now. Take care, Ina replied, holding the file and waving gently. Orsted nodded and turned to leave. Watching his retreating figure, Ina tightened her grip on the amulet. Orsted, you gave this to me. What should I do? Read advanced chapters at patreon.com/verse7. Power Stones. 200 stones equals 1 chapter. 400 stones equals 2 chapter. A/N, as I told you before, need 10 plus reviews. 8 least, help me. Chapter 41, Thank you, Orsted. Chapter 41, Thank you, Orsted. Magic items are exceedingly rare in Orario, and only those with the development ability of mystery can craft them. Most of those items are imported from Altina, the country of magic. Even there, magic items are incredibly scarce and considered priceless. Otherwise, the mages of the well-established familias would undoubtedly own one or even several. These adventurers are not short on funds. However, their physical strength pales in comparison to melee adventurers, making them fragile and vulnerable in combat. As a result, most mages are long-range fighters, constantly wary of being caught off guard and killed. If protective magic items were more readily available, then they would undoubtedly equip themselves to the fullest. Ina had never heard of the kind of magic item Orsted had given her, one that could function with little mana. It was precisely because she had never encountered such an item that Ina understood its immense value. Orsted had suddenly gifted her something so precious, and she wasn't sure how to properly thank him. All she could do was resolve to support Orsted on his path to growth. As for why she accepted the gift, she wasn't entirely sure. Perhaps it was because I have feelings for Orsted, I instinctively didn't want to refuse this gift. Ina murmured softly, carefully tucking the amulet into her collar and keeping it close to her heart. Meanwhile, Orsted made his way to my Ache Familia. Hey, Naza, busy as always. Orsted greeted as he pushed the door open and walked in, waving to Naza, who stood behind the counter. Welcome, Orsted. What kind of potion do you need this time? Naza nodded gently and asked with a smile. I just got back from the dungeon, so I'm planning to rest for a couple of days. I don't need any new potions for now. I came here to discuss something with you, Orsted replied, shaking his head. With me? Let me make one thing clear: if you are here to ask me to join you in the dungeon, forget it, Naza said, raising a hand defensively. No, it's something else, Orsted shook his head again, his gaze shifting to Naza's prosthetic arm. Naza's expression grew slightly uncomfortable as Orsted stared so openly at her disability. She instinctively covered the prosthetic with her intact arm, her face turning unfriendly. Orsted, you're being very rude, Naza said, her tone sharp. Oh, sorry. I'm here because of your arm. Naza, would you like a new arm? Orsted asked, ignoring her discomfort. What did you say? Naza frowned, wondering if she'd misheard. Orsted didn't answer immediately. Instead, he pulled out the some bottle. It looked like an ordinary bottle of water, indistinguishable from any other. This was the magic limb Orsted had created. But this seemingly ordinary liquid was anything but. When applied to the body, the liquid would actively sense the user's physical condition and generate any missing limbs. In other words, if Naza applied this liquid, just pour this liquid on your body, and it will give you a new arm, Orsted explained, gently shaking the bottle. Naza's expression shifted from disbelief to astonishment, her breathing quickening. Orsted, is this true? The question didn't come from Naza but from Myaik, who had overheard the conversation from the back room and emerged with a rare look of urgency on his usually calm face. As Naza's god, Myaik had always treated her like his own child. He had even spent a fortune to purchase a high-quality prosthetic arm for her. This expense had contributed to the decline of the Myaik familia from a mid-sized to a small familia with only Naza as its member. If Naza's arm could truly be restored, Myaik was willing to pay any price. You'll know once you try it. But, Myaik, if it works, I'll charge you 1 million valis for it, Orsted said with a confident smile. Even among friends, clear accounts were necessary. Orsted intended to collect what was owed. No problem. However, as you can see, the Myaik familia isn't in the best financial state right now. We'll need to pay you back gradually, Myaik agreed without hesitation. That's fine, Orsted nodded, handing over the item. Myaik quickly took it and passed it to Neza, who was still in a daze. Neza, give it a try, Myaik said gently. Naza's eyes flickered, but she didn't say anything. She simply nodded and retreated into the back room. As Naza disappeared, Myaik turned to Orsted. After a moment of silence, Myaik's warm smile returned. Thank you, Orsted. Regardless of its effectiveness, Myaik was deeply grateful to Orsted. Not just for the potential restoration of Naza's arm, but for Orsted's kindness and care. Orsted's concern for Naza, whether her arm could be healed or not, meant a great deal to him. In fact, if things continued this way, Naza might even overcome her psychological trauma and return to being an adventurer. No need to thank me, Orsted replied with a smile. The two then chatted about their respective familias. Not long after, Naza emerged from the room. But the Naza who stepped out was different from before. The sleeve she had always worn to cover her prosthetic arm was gone, replaced by a fully restored arm. Thank you, Orsted, Naza said, her face lit up with a radiant smile, tears glistening in her eyes. Read advanced chapters at patreon.com/verse7. Power Stones. 200 stones equals 1 chapter. 400 stones equals 2 chapter. A/N, as I told you before, need 10 plus reviews. 8 least, help me. Chapter 42, Using the Summoning Card. Chapter 42, Using the Summoning Card. Naza, have you ever thought about starting over and adventuring with Orsted and the others? After Orsted left, Myaik brought up the topic again. This time, Naza still fell silent, but compared to the last time Myaik had asked, there was a new glimmer of light in her eyes. Should I start over? On the other side, after Orsted sold the magic limb to Myaik, Naza regained possession of her broken arm. After chatting with Myaik and Naza for a bit, Orsted left. This time, Orsted returned directly to the church without wandering around outside. The random summoning card. I don't know who it'll summon, Orsted murmured, looking at the card in his hand. This was the sign-in reward Orsted had received when he reached the 18th floor. The next moment, Orsted activated the card in his hand. As he used it, the card shattered into glowing particles. A burst of light erupted in front of Orsted, and a human-shaped silhouette slowly took form. Soon, the light dissipated, revealing the figure within. She had the face of an angel and the figure of a devil. Her long, shiny black hair cascaded down her back. She wore a white top with a black suspender skirt, black sleeves on her arms, black stockings, and a pair of red boots. Looking at the figure before him, Orsted was reminded of a popular saying from his previous life. Damn, the system's summoning card had actually summoned Tifa Lockhart from Final Fantasy, the bartender from 7th Heaven. Tifa Lockhart was a member of the anti-Shinra organization Avalanche. She ran a bar called 7th Heaven on Sector 7 in Midgar and participated in resistance activities alongside Barrett and others. She was the childhood friend of Cloud Strife, a former member of Shinra. On the surface, Tifa was lively and cheerful, but in truth, she was self-controlled and somewhat shy. Now that I've summoned Tifa to this world, does that mean I've separated her and Cloud? Orsted thought blankly as he looked at the girl from his past life. However, he quickly realized he was overthinking it. Orsted, we finally meet again, Tifa said warmly, showing no signs of confusion or discomfort. Her reaction suggested she was completely familiar with Orsted. Then, a stream of information flooded Orsted's mind. After processing it, Orsted understood the situation. The system was truly incredible. It had rewritten the first half of Tifa's life, seamlessly integrating her into this world. In Tifa's memories, Orsted was her childhood friend. However, he had been taken away by some mysterious force when they were young. After that, Tifa's life had continued much as it had in her original world. She still joined Avalanche and ran 7th Heaven. Just moments ago, she had been cleaning the bar when the system summoned her. Moreover, Tifa had been informed about this world, Orsted's situation, and various other details. That was why Tifa had greeted Orsted so familiarly when she appeared. Even Orsted now had memories of growing up with Tifa. They were genuine childhood friends, not fabrications. After understanding everything, Orsted smiled and nodded gently. "Long time no see, Tifa. I never imagined there could be another world," Tifa said, sitting on the sofa and observing the church with curiosity. "How have you been these past years?" Orsted asked with concern. At this, Tifa's face lit up, and she began recounting her experiences over the years. She spoke for nearly an hour. Throughout, Orsted listened attentively, not interrupting. When Tifa finally finished, he handed her a glass of warm water. Tifa took it, drank it all in one go, and let out a satisfied sigh. Then, she turned to Orsted, her eyes filled with curiosity. "Orsted, how have you been these past years?" How should I put it? "I guess you could say I've been living well," Orsted replied thoughtfully. It hadn't been long since he arrived in this world, but he'd already been fighting monsters and going on adventures. Still, Orsted shared the memories he'd received during his transition to this world and explained the situation here. Gods, familiars, adventuring, growing stronger. What an incredible world! "Orsted, can I also become a member of the Hestia Familia and adventure with you?" Tifa asked eagerly. "Why? If you're not coming with me, where else would you go?" Orsted countered with a raised eyebrow. "You're right. You're the only person I know in this world, so of course I want to stay with you," Tifa said with a smile. "All right. I'll introduce you to Hestia when she and the others return. We'll have Hestia accept you into the Familia. By the way, don't mention your past to Hestia," Orsted added as a warning. "Don't worry, I understand," Tifa replied, her gentle smile unwavering. "Speaking of which, this place is the Hestia Familia's residence. Can we really live here?" Tifa glanced around the church, her expression slightly worried. "Hestia and Lily sleep on the bed. You'll have to share the sofa with me," Orsted said with a smirk. At this, Tifa glanced at the sofa beneath them. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she seemed to consider the implications. "All right, I'll squeeze in with you tonight," Tifa said softly. "Wait, you're actually serious about sleeping with me?" Orsted was stunned. "What do you mean? That bed can only fit 2 people. Instead of us squeezing here together, do you expect me to share with Hestia or another Familia member?" Tifa raised an eyebrow, looking slightly annoyed. "Orsted." This Tifa seemed a little. "There's a possibility that a new mansion is brought. When Hestia and the others return, the Hestia Familia will move there." At this, Tifa's cheeks turned bright red, the color spreading to her ears, which also grew warm. She glared at Orsted before crossing her arms and turning away, refusing to speak to him. Orsted didn't say anything, simply watching Tifa and silently reflecting. Tifa's reaction means she really likes me, right? I replaced Cloud and became her childhood friend. It seems, it's really possible. Read advanced chapters at patreon.com/verse7. Power Stones. 200 stones equals 1 chapter. 400 stones equals 2 chapter. A/N, as I told you before, need 10 plus reviews. 8 least, help me. Chapter 43, Tifa Lockhart. Chapter 43, Tifa Lockhart. "Hey, I didn't expect Orsted to have a childhood friend," Hestia said, clearly surprised. Lily stared at Tifa with a wary expression, as if she saw her as a rival. Tifa had been summoned by the system. As a result, when Tifa explained her background, Hestia believed it immediately. So, when Hestia learned that Tifa had come to Orario specifically to look after Orsted and join his familia, she was thrilled. A mansion had already been purchased, and their assets had grown significantly, surpassing those of a small familia and reaching the level of a mid-sized one. Now, it was time to expand the familia. Hestia's next goal was to recruit reliable members. With Tifa actively seeking to join, Hestia was overjoyed. "Please guide me well in the future, Hestia-sama," Tifa said respectfully. Coming from a world without gods, Tifa held a deep respect for deities now that she knew they truly existed. This was also the attitude of most people in this world. While it was common for gods to descend to the lower world, and some people treated them casually, such individuals were in the minority. Most people revered the gods. "Just call me Hestia." "No need for formalities," Hestia said with a warm smile. "Then, Hestia." Tifa hesitated slightly, seeing Hestia's approachable demeanor. She didn't feel the usual awe associated with gods. "Yes, that's perfect. The Hestia familia doesn't have complicated rules." "Just be yourself," Hestia replied, nodding in approval. "I'd love to grant you Falna right now," Hestia continued, "but since we've just acquired our new home, I think it would be more meaningful to do it there." "It'll be a special moment," Hestia added, her eyes shining with excitement as she envisioned the familia's future growth. Although Lily didn't like Tifa seeing her as a sudden rival, she had to admit that Hestia's idea made sense. Welcoming a new member there would indeed hold special meaning. Tifa joining could be seen as the first step in familia's expansion. In comparison, Lily didn't count, as she had been traded before their new home. "Damn it, I should have waited," Lily thought, biting an imaginary handkerchief in frustration. "I'll leave it to you, Hestia." Orsted didn't join the conversation between Hestia and the others. Instead, he was busy packing the few things they needed to take to the new mansion. There wasn't much to pack, just some small, essential belongings. Orsted finished in just a few minutes. "All right, we're all packed. Let's head to our new home." "Let's go," Hestia agreed, nodding. Lily and Tifa also nodded. The four of them then left the church. "I've lived here for almost a month. It's hard to say goodbye," Hestia murmured, looking back at the entrance to the church. "You can always come back and visit if you miss it." "It's not like it's going anywhere," Orsted said with a smile. "Hey! I won't miss such a shabby place," Hestia retorted, instantly snapping out of her nostalgic mood and striding away proudly. "A shabby place? I'll tell Hephaestus you called the place she gave you shabby," Orsted teased, following her. "Go ahead. I'm not afraid." Hestia shot back. "Well, you're not wrong," Orsted conceded, his tone faltering. The two continued bickering as they walked. Behind them, Tifa watched with a soft smile, then moved to catch up. However, before she could take a step, Lily, who hadn't left yet, spoke up. Lily glared at Tifa with clear hostility. "I won't lose to you." With that, Lily hurried after Orsted and Hestia, her large backpack bouncing on her shoulders. Tifa stood there for a moment, stunned. After a few seconds, she chuckled softly. "Orsted is still so popular with girls. Even I'm seen as a rival. But it seems I really am a rival." Tifa murmured to herself, then skipped after the group with a cheerful stride. Their mansion was located near the Hephaestus familia. It took Orsted and the others about 10 minutes to reach it. Orsted didn't know much about mansions, but this one was stunning. It has enough space to house hundreds of people. It was perfect for a mid-sized familia. Hestia hadn't been involved in the selection process. Hephaestus had handled everything and ultimately chosen this property. After arriving, Hestia eagerly took Tifa's hand and rushed to her room to grant her Falna. "See you later, Orsted," Tifa called out as Hestia dragged her away. "See you later," Orsted replied. "Orsted-sama is really popular with girls," Lily muttered, pouting. Orsted smiled and ruffled her hair. "Jealous? No way." Lily blushed and denied it immediately. "I'm going to do some work," she said quickly, then ran off. Watching Lily flee in embarrassment, Orsted shook his head slightly. He wasn't oblivious to Lily's feelings for him. However, after being single for decades, he wasn't sure how to handle the situation. With a sigh, Orsted pushed the matter aside for now and began exploring their new home. Read advanced chapters at patreon.com/verse7. Power Stones. 200 stones equals 1 chapter. 400 stones equals 2 chapter. Chapter 44, Welcome to the Hestia Familia. Chapter 44, Welcome to the Hestia Familia. After walking around the mansion for a while, Orsted chose a room to serve as his workshop. With the development ability of mystery, Orsted was destined to continue crafting magic items in the future, so having a dedicated workspace was essential. A large amount of materials also needed to be stored. When Orsted returned to the main hall, Hestia and the others had already arrived. "Everything go well?" Orsted asked softly as he sat on the sofa. "Yes, everything's settled. Tifa is now a member of the Hestia Familia," Hestia replied, unable to hide her smile. Tifa's martial prowess was impressive, but such skills didn't show up in her fauna. As a result, Tifa's status was as ordinary as normal people. Hestia didn't notice anything unusual. "Please take care of me from now on," Tifa stood up and bowed slightly. "Welcome to the Hestia Familia, Tifa." "Welcome," Lily added. Although she felt a bit competitive when it came to Orsted, she understood the difference between personal feelings and familia matters. "Yeah," Orsted nodded, then turned to Hestia. "Hestia, could you update my status? I sparred with Ryuul last night, and I feel like my basic abilities should have improved." Update. Hestia was surprised but didn't refuse. She began updating Orsted's status. Name, Orsted. Level, 2. Strength, E450. Endurance, E421. Dexterity, E478. Agility, D512. Magic, H123. Magic. Instant. Can instantly appear in front of anyone. No chanting required. Development ability, Leap H. Skill. Orsted, how intense was your sparring with Ryuul last night? Hestia asked, her face filled with disbelief as she looked at the updated status. It was almost too much to believe. This time, it was just a sparring session, and yet his basic abilities had improved so dramatically. It almost seemed unreal. "Well, only I know whether it's real or not," Hestia thought. "Orsted, how long did you spar with Ryuul last night?" Hestia asked after handing the parchment which contained his updated status. Looking at the changes, Orsted fell into deep thought. "I gained so much from just 2 hours of sparring with Ryuul. Not only did my basic abilities improve, but my development ability also leveled up. Ryuul is level 4, and I'm level 2. Sparring 2 levels above me, combined with the 10-fold ability I have, makes this kind of improvement possible. If I continue sparring with Ryuul, could I max out my basic abilities and increase up my development ability? Is this for real, Orsted-sama? You improved this much after sparring with Ryuul last night? That's terrifying," Lily said, looking at the status sheet in Orsted's hand. Tifa, who wasn't as familiar with status, looked on curiously, but Lily, who understood them well, was shocked by the dramatic improvement. Since joining the Hestia Familia, Lily had seen Orsted's status updated several times, but those updates had only reflected his accumulated excelia, not his actual stats. Now, seeing such status in one night left her stunned. "Don't be too surprised by anything that happens with me," Orsted said with a slight sigh, gently reminding them. Hearing this, Hestia and Lily exchanged glances, then fell into deep thought. It seemed that Orsted was truly full of mysteries, and shocking things seemed to happen around him all the time. just like the magic items he had crafted earlier. With this in mind, Hestia and Lily mentally prepared themselves. Both silently vowed that if anything shocking happened involving Orsted in the future, they wouldn't be caught off guard again. Their expressions gradually returned to calm. Hestia, Lily, can you explain this to me? Tifa asked, noticing their calm reactions but not understanding the situation. Seeing this, Hestia and Lily exchanged a look and began explaining the challenges of improving an adventurer's basic abilities. Orsted didn't intervene in their conversation, instead focusing on his updated status. It seems that, in addition to adventuring, sparring with powerful adventurers is another way to grow stronger quickly, Orsted thought, then fell into deep contemplation. After a while, he made a decision. I'll ask Ryuha for help again. While it might not be ideal to rely on others too much, the opportunity to grow stronger so quickly was too good to pass up. Besides, hadn't Ryuha said before that he could come to her anytime if he needed help? He might as well take her up on that offer now. If nothing else, he could repay her by helping her in the future whenever she needed it. However, it doesn't seem like there's anything Ryuha needs help with right now. She's alone now, with no major concerns. The only thing she cares about is revenge, her hatred for the Evilus and those who destroyed her familia. If I encounter any of them in the future, and if I'm strong enough, I'll take them down and avenge Ryuhu's familia. Read advanced chapters at patreon.com/verse7. Power Stones. 200 stones equals 1 chapter. 400 stones equals 2 chapter. Chapter 45, Unexpected Person. Chapter 45, Unexpected Person. Orsted taught Tifa the sun breathing. Sun breathing would be taught to all members who joined the Hestia familia. Without sun breathing, it would be nearly impossible for the familia to grow fast. For now, he would take it one step at a time. If new methods to quickly improve strength became available in the future, Orsted would teach them to ensure they could grow faster. The next morning, Hestia and Lily took Tifa out to explore Orario and prepare the equipment she would need for her upcoming adventures. As for Orsted, he stayed behind to gather materials for crafting a grimoire. The main material for a grimoire was, of course, books, but not just any books. They needed to be specially processed to withstand large amounts of mana. This kind of book was typically only sold in Altina. Orsted couldn't just leave Orario and travel all the way to Altina. Fortunately, with his development abilities, Orsted could craft such books himself. He planned to purchase books and materials. Orsted wasn't very familiar with Orario, so it took him a while to find a bookstore that sold the materials he needed. The bookstore was quite large, with 2 floors and a steady stream of customers browsing the shelves. Orsted didn't bother with the shelves and went straight to the counter. "Grandpa, can I order blank books here?" Orsted asked the bookstore owner, an elderly man with grey hair and a beard. The books used to craft grimoires couldn't have any text, as written content would interfere with the process and cause errors. However, blank books were rare. Who would make books without text for no reason? So, to obtain such books, Orsted had to place a custom order through the bookstore. Bookstore owners typically had their own channels for such requests. Hearing Orsted's question, the old man looked at him with a strange expression. The strangeness wasn't due to Orsted's request for blank books but something else. "What's wrong?" Orsted asked, feeling slightly uncomfortable under the old man's gaze. "Nothing, just a bit surprised. I happen to have a batch here. Would you like some?" the old man replied, shaking his head. As he spoke, he crouched down and placed a wooden box on the counter. Inside the box were several blank books with simple, unadorned covers. Now it was Orsted's turn to be surprised. He gave the old man a curious look. What bookstore would stock such obviously specialized blank books? Though puzzled, Orsted didn't press the matter. After agreeing on a price with the old man, Orsted paid and left with the wooden box. What Orsted didn't know was that half an hour after he left, another figure entered the bookstore. "Do you have any more blank books?" The newcomer had pointed ears, a delicate and beautiful face, and a calm demeanor. Her long green hair was tied back, and she wore a cloak that concealed her attire. If Orsted had been there, he would have recognized her immediately. Riveriel Joseph, one of the 3 executives of the Loki Familia and the city's strongest mage, known as the 9 Hells. "Riveria, you know you can't make a grimoire. Just give up," the old man said, clearly familiar with her. "That's not your concern. Do you have any books left?" Riveria replied calmly, ignoring his advice. "No, there were some earlier. But they were bought by one of your people half an hour ago," the old man said with a helpless shake of his head. "Someone else bought them?" Riveria was visibly surprised. "Yes, probably another elf trying to make a grimoire, just like you." The boy looked quite young. "It'd be a shame if he got caught up in this. It could ruin his future," the old man added regretfully. Blank books weren't popular because the only people who bought them were those attempting to craft grimoires. The old man hadn't sold such items before. It wasn't until 10 years ago, when Riveria asked him to order blank books, that he started stocking them. Over the past decade, he had watched Riveria tirelessly attempt to create grimoires. However, crafting a grimoire required 2 specific development abilities, mage and mystery. While he didn't know what Riveria's development abilities were, her lack of success over 10 years told him everything he needed to know. Riveria clearly didn't meet the conditions to craft a grimoire. Now, it seemed another elf had embarked on the same path. Thinking of Riveria's decade-long struggle, the old man couldn't help but feel sorry for Orsted, who had just started down this road. Hearing the old man's words, Riveria frowned slightly. "Order some more for me. I'll pick them up in 2 days. Also, if that boy comes back, please ask him about his situation for me." Yes, I'll get right on it," the old man replied. Read advanced chapters at patreon.com/verse7. Power Stones. 200 stones equals 1 chapter. 400 stones equals 2 chapter. Chapter 46, Suspicious. Chapter 46, Suspicious. After leaving the bookstore, Riveria headed straight back to the Twilight Manor. However, as soon as she entered, she ran into Finn. Didn't you say you were going to buy? Why didn't you bring back those blank books this time?" Finn looked at Riveria with surprise. Riveria would often go out a few days after returning from an expedition and bring back blank books. Finn knew what she was trying to do with them. Riveria had been studying grimoires and attempting to create them ever since she was level 4. As everyone knew, crafting a grimoire required 2 specific development abilities, mystery and mage. Back then, just like now, Riveria didn't have mystery. Yet, she refused to give up. She wanted to research the process of making grimoires to see if she could trigger the conditions for obtaining this development ability. However, after so many years and 2 rank UPS, Riveria still hadn't obtained mystery or succeeded in making a grimoire. Despite this, she hadn't given up. After every expedition, she would bring back blank books from a bookstore in Orario and continue her experiments. The results were always the same: no progress, and countless hours wasted. "Someone else bought them," Riveria sighed. "Hey! There are others who buy these kinds of books." Finn was genuinely surprised. Aside from mages trying to craft grimoires, who would buy blank books? Could it be? "I don't know, but I've asked the storekeeper to keep an eye out for me," Riveria replied. Even without Finn voicing his thoughts, Riveria could tell what he was thinking from his expression. "I hope whoever bought those books succeeds," Finn said with a smile. Only those attempting to craft grimoires would buy blank books. Aside from Riveria, Finn had never heard of anyone else in Orario trying to make grimoires. Of course, there might be others, but he wasn't aware of them. However, it was a fact that no grimoires had been produced in Orario. If there had been, Finn, as the captain of the Loki Familia, would have known. The grimoires in Orario all came from Altina. Even then, only a handful made their way to Loki Familia. If someone in Orario succeeded in crafting one, it would be a blessing for the adventurers here, especially for large familias like theirs. Grimoires were incredibly valuable, as they could awaken magic in adventurers. While they were expensive, large familias like the Loki Familia could afford to purchase a few. If there were a steady supply of grimoires, the strength of the Loki Familia would undoubtedly grow. This wasn't an exaggeration. Otherwise, Riveria wouldn't have been so determined to study them. Yes, I hope so too, Riveria nodded. You said the person who bought the blank books was an elf. Finn suddenly caught on to something Riveria had mentioned. Yes, the shopkeeper said it was an elf boy, Riveria confirmed. Hearing this, Finn immediately thought of Orsted. Did you ask the old man what the boy looked like? Finn asked. What are you implying? Finn, I won't go around investigating my own people. Don't think that just because I'm an elven royal, I can do whatever I want, Riveria replied, her tone tinged with displeasure. As a member of the elven royalty, Riveria was revered by many elves. With a single call, she could summon elves from all over Orario. This was one of the privileges of her status. But she disliked this power. Which was why she hadn't pursued the matter further when she learned that the buyer was an elf. Now, hearing Finn's question, Riveria assumed he wanted to investigate the elf, which only deepened her dissatisfaction. No, I was just wondering if that elf you mentioned might be Orsted, Finn explained calmly, unbothered by Riveria's reaction. Do you think the boy who bought those books is that person Orsted? Riveria frowned. Yes, I've heard so many incredible things about Orsted. So when I heard that the person trying to make a grimoire was an elf, the first person I thought of was Orsted. I have a feeling it might be him, Finn admitted. He couldn't help it. Orsted had left a deep impression on him the day before, and that impression was still fresh in his mind. It can't be that much of a coincidence, can it? Riveria's frown deepened. It's no trouble. Where's the bookstore you usually visit? I'll go ask. It's still early, so it won't take much time, Finn said, preparing to head to the bookstore. I'll take you there, Riveria said after a moment of thought. Read advanced chapters at patreon.com/verse7. Power Stones. 200 stones equals 1 chapter. 400 stones equals 2 chapter. Chapter 47, Handsome Elf? Chapter 47, Handsome Elf? That elf who bought the books. The shopkeeper looked surprised. Yes, could you describe what he looked like? Finn asked politely, his tone gentle. Speaking of him, I've seen many elves, and most of them are quite handsome. But this is the first time I've seen one whose appearance rivals that of a god. Even Riveria can't compare to that boy in terms of looks, the old man said. Hearing such high praise from the shopkeeper, Finn and Riveria exchanged surprised glances. Neither Ace nor Tiona had mentioned that Orsted's appearance was so striking that it could rival a god's. Did I guess wrong? Finn couldn't help but doubt himself. I don't know the boy's name, but he has long silver hair tied in a ponytail, the old man added. Hearing this, Finn and Riveria's hearts skipped a beat, and they exchanged another glance. Finn then turned back to the old man. Thank you, old man. The two thanked him and left the bookstore. Riveria, do you think it could be Orsted? Finn mused aloud as they walked down the street, stroking his chin. Just ask Ace and Tiona. A face like that would be hard to miss. You're right. We'll know once we ask them, Finn agreed. The two quickly returned to Twilight Manor. As soon as they arrived, they called for Tiona and Ace. However, although they had only called for 2 people, 3 showed up: Ace, Tiona, and Tiona's sister, Tioni. Finn, why did you call us here? Tiona asked loudly as soon as she entered the office. I have something to ask you, Finn replied gently. Tiona, what does that Orsted look like? Riveria asked directly. Riveria, are you interested in Orsted? Tiona's eyes lit up at the question. Let me tell you, Orsted is incredibly handsome. Even if Ace stood next to him, Orsted's brilliance wouldn't be overshadowed, Tiona gushed, clearly excited at the thought of Riveria potentially finding a partner. I'm not joking. What does Orsted look like? Riveria frowned, her tone sharp. Well, I wasn't exaggerating. Orsted is truly stunning. In our familia, only Ace can compare to him, Tiona replied, her enthusiasm dampened but still answering Riveria's question. Hearing this, Riveria and Finn exchanged a subtle nod. What's going on? Tioni asked, noticing the silent exchange between Finn and Riveria. Finn didn't hide anything and explained the situation regarding Orsted. After hearing Finn and Riveria's explanation, Tioni and the others were visibly surprised. I didn't expect Orsted to be trying to make a grimoire, just like Riveria. I wonder how skilled he is. If he's capable, Riveria, you could collaborate with him. It's not good for you to work alone in isolation, Tiona said casually, her hands behind her head. Though her words were casual, they struck a chord. Hearing Tiona's offhand remark, Riveria and Finn recalled what Loki had said earlier. Loki had told Riveria that her intuition suggested it would be beneficial for Riveria to connect with Orsted. It was rare for gods to have such intuitions. While some's intuitions could predict future events, most were little more than nonsense. Because of this, Riveria hadn't taken Loki's words seriously, and neither had Finn. But now, given how things had unfolded, both Riveria and Finn were inclined to believe Loki's intuition this time. Riveria, why don't you give it a try? Finn asked tentatively. Riveria frowned but didn't respond immediately. Finn and the others waited patiently for her answer. After a long pause, Riveria finally spoke. We'll discuss it later. Finn. Ace. Tiona. Tioni. While the Loki Familia was discussing Orsted, the man in question had already returned to Hestia Familia Mansion. However, Orsted didn't stay long. After placing the books in his workshop, he headed out again. Crafting a grimoire required more than just his skills and the books, he also needed various materials. The materials Orsted had on hand had already been used to create other magic items, so he needed to purchase more. His first stop was Babel. If there was one place in Orario with the most selection of materials, it was Babel. The materials sold there were more expensive due to the high cost of renting space in the tower. However, the advantage was that Babel had a wider variety of items than anywhere else in the city. Unless it was something extremely rare, it could usually be found there. Orsted didn't have time to search elsewhere, so he chose Babel, even if it meant paying more. Read advanced chapters at patreon.com/verse7. Power Stones. 200 stones equals 1 chapter. 400 stones equals 2 chapter. Chapter 48, Telling My Ache. Chapter 48, Telling My Ache. My ache. Are you here to buy something too? Orsted asked, surprised to see My Ache in Babel. My Ache lived a frugal life. Apart from attending Donatus, he rarely had any business in Babel. Orsted hadn't expected to run into My Ache here. I was actually planning to find you tonight to tell you something. Naza has agreed to go to the dungeon. So, I came to buy some better herbs to make stronger potions for her, My Ache explained gently. Oh, has Naza overcome her psychological trauma? Orsted was pleasantly surprised. Yes, thanks to you. Ultimately, Naza's trauma stemmed from having her arm bitten off by a monster. Even with a prosthetic, she couldn't feel the presence of her arm. Now, with the magic item you gave her, Naza can fully sense her arm again, and her fear of monsters has diminished. That's why she's willing to give it a try, Myaik elaborated. If that's the case, let Naza join us. We'll take care of her, Orsted offered warmly. Of course. Even if you hadn't suggested it, Naza was planning to find you, Myaik replied with a nod. By the way, what are you here to buy? I'm planning to make something, so I came to gather some materials, Orsted answered honestly. In that case, let's go together, Myaik suggested. Orsted had no objections. The two walked side by side through Babel. Myaik quickly found the herbs he needed. Orsted, however, wasn't as fortunate. Didn't you find the materials you were looking for? Myaik asked, noticing Orsted's disappointed expression. No, I thought all the materials would be here, but I'm missing a few, Orsted admitted. What materials are you looking for? Tell me. I'm more familiar with Orario than you are. Maybe I can help, Myaik offered enthusiastically. It's a few medicinal herbs. Moonlight orchid, deer heart grass, painted lotus, and the last one, wisteria, Orsted listed the herbs he needed. Orsted, are you looking for these? Myaik's eyes widened in surprise. Is there a problem? Orsted asked, puzzled by Myaik's reaction. No, nothing. But these herbs are only available at Wheat Manor, Myaik explained with a smile. Hey! Dash! Outside Orario, Orsted and Myaik walked along the road. There's a Demeter Familia shop in Babel. Why don't they sell these herbs there? Orsted asked, confused. Although I don't know what you need those herbs for, Orsted, they're materials used to craft grimoires. They're extremely expensive and difficult to cultivate. Wheat Manor doesn't have much of them. Most are reserved by mages from Altina. A small portion is allocated to mages in Orario who study grimoires. It's quite troublesome to acquire them. But let's go and see what we can find, Myaik explained gently. Orsted hadn't expected crafting a grimoire to be so complicated. He hadn't realized these materials were exclusively grown by Demeter Familia. He wasn't sure if he'd be able to obtain them. If he couldn't, it would be like a skilled chef without ingredients. As he thought this, an image of Demeter appeared in his mind. She's more endowed than Hestia and Tifa. Hey, Orsted, tell me the truth. Can you craft a grimoire? Myaik asked, unaware of Orsted's internal struggle. Myaik had been pondering something and finally spoke up after a moment of silence. Although he had only known Orsted for about 10 days, Orsted was clearly full of mysteries. He could even create magic items. Myaik had a feeling Orsted might even be capable of crafting a grimoire. Orsted. Is it that obvious? Even if I need these materials, it doesn't necessarily mean I'm crafting a grimoire, Orsted replied, a bit exasperated. He didn't mind Myaik knowing. After all, Naza would soon adventure with him. There was no need to hide his plans to craft a grimoire from Myaik. Myaik would find out eventually. And Myaik wasn't a bad god, he wouldn't harm Orsted. It's not that obvious. These herbs are so expensive that they have no other use besides crafting grimoires. Who would waste money on them if they weren't making a grimoire? Myaik replied with a wry smile. No one except those crafting grimoires would buy the herbs Orsted needed. If Orsted purchased them, anyone with half a brain would assume he was making a grimoire. Of course, buying them didn't necessarily mean he was the one crafting it. Only Myaik, knowing Orsted could create magic items and sensing his mysterious nature, would suspect Orsted himself was the one crafting the grimoire. Others probably wouldn't dare to think that. After all, crafting a grimoire required two specific development abilities. Orsted was a new adventurer, yet he could already craft magic items. That alone was mysterious enough to make Myaik suspect the truth. If you ever need one, you can come to me to buy it, Orsted said with a smile, subtly advertising his skills. Hearing this, Myaik's eyes lit up. Then I'll have to make more potions. Otherwise, I won't be able to afford it. Read advanced chapters at patreon.com/verse7. Power Stones. 200 stones equals 1 chapter. 400 stones equals 2 chapter. Chapter 49, Demeter. Chapter 49, Demeter. I didn't expect you to come to me. Orsted and Myake met Demeter on the grounds of the Wheat Manor. Though it was called Wheat Manor, it was filled entirely with medicinal herbs. When Orsted and Myake arrived, Demeter was crouched in front of a herb, carefully tending to it. Seeing Myake, Demeter's face lit up with surprise. As the goddess of agriculture, Demeter had many dealings with the Myake familia. In the past, the two familias had collaborated frequently. But after the decline of the Myake familia, Myake had rarely visited. In fact, he had almost stopped coming altogether. Demeter hadn't expected to see Myake here today. Long time no see, Demeter, Myake greeted with a gentle nod, then introduced Orsted. This is Orsted from Hestia Familia. Hestia's Familia. I didn't expect Hestia to have established a familia just a few months. Demeter covered her mouth in surprise. It's a pleasure to meet you, Demeter, Orsted introduced himself. Then, system prompted. Sign in. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host, for obtaining natural breath. Natural breath, those with the natural breath are protected by nature, loved by all living things, and possess strong resistance to all elements. With such a description, Orsted wasn't entirely sure what natural breath was for. However, what Orsted didn't know was that the moment he obtained natural breath, Demeter's eyes suddenly brightened. Demeter didn't know what had happened to Orsted, but she felt a very familiar aura suddenly emanate from him. As the goddess of agriculture, she had dealt with nature in heaven and continued to do so after descending to the lower world. She was intimately familiar with nature. She was certain that the aura now radiating from Orsted was nature itself. Demeter loved nature deeply, which was why she spent most of her time in this manor outside Orario. This place had the strongest natural resources near the city. However, the aura emanating from Orsted was anything she had felt before. So strong, in fact, that she felt an irresistible urge to embrace him. Myake. Demeter. Myake looked at the scene in confusion. Orsted? Orsted was equally baffled. He had been pondering the uses when a fragrant scent filled his nostrils. The next moment, his vision went dark, and he felt a soft, warm pressure against his face. Ah, sorry. I just like this child so much that I couldn't help myself, Demeter said, though she didn't seem particularly apologetic. Her body had moved on its own, pulling Orsted into a tight embrace. Even after realizing what she had done, Demeter didn't let go. Instead, she hugged him even tighter. Myake, straight face, what on earth is going on? How could Demeter act so familiarly with someone she just met? These thoughts swirled in Myake's mind. Demeter, I think you should let go of Orsted. If you keep hugging him like that, he might suffocate, Myake said kindly, noticing Orsted's struggles. Oh. Sorry, Demeter finally loosened her grip. As soon as she did, Orsted instantly retreated 10 meters, looking at Demeter with a mix of fear and bewilderment. Damn, gods are terrifying. What was with Demeter's strength? He hadn't been able to break free and had nearly suffocated. I'm sorry, Orsted, Demeter said with a smile. Despite his fear, Orsted resisted the urge to flee immediately. He still needed the materials to craft the grimoire. I'd like to purchase some medicinal herbs, Orsted said after taking a deep breath to calm himself. No problem, Demeter agreed without hesitation. Myake. This is definitely strange. It wasn't this easy when I came to Demeter to buy herbs before. There's something unusual going on between these two. Demeter seems unusually fond of Orsted. Myaik narrowed his eyes slightly, silently observing the interaction. Orsted was also surprised. Myaik had warned him that the herbs he needed were in high demand and might be difficult to obtain. Yet Demeter had agreed so readily. Was there some kind of catch? Sure enough, Demeter spoke again. Orsted braced himself. Here it comes. However, what Demeter said next caught him off guard. Orsted, I may visit you in the future. Don't turn me away when the time comes. Hearing this, Orsted tilted his head slightly. That's it. Read advanced chapters at patreon.com/verse7. Power Stones. 200 stones equals 1 chapter. 400 stones equals 2 chapter. Chapter 50, finally made 1. Chapter 50, finally made 1. Although Orsted didn't fully understand what was going on with Demeter, he successfully purchased the herbs he needed. He wasn't sure if he could complete his first grimoire tonight, but he was determined to try. Orsted, I can't help but feel like you are quite popular with women, Myaik remarked with a smirk as they walked back. Hey! Are you saying Demeter likes me? Orsted wasn't stupid and immediately caught the implication. Ah, this is the first time I've seen Demeter hug someone like that, Myaik replied with a grin. Hearing this, Orsted's mind flashed back to the anime. When Hestia and Belle were on a date, Demeter had shown up with a group of goddesses to interrupt them. Demeter had hugged Belle without hesitation, giving him a facial cleanser. Thinking of this, Orsted blurted out, I don't believe it. His tone was firm. Myaik. Myaik didn't understand why Orsted was so serious, but in his memory, Demeter had never hugged anyone else. Many goddesses in heaven had no interest in male gods. Compared to romantic relationships, those goddesses preferred to watch drama and gossip. He didn't know why only Hestia and a few others were called Virgin Goddess. What was the reason? Myaik couldn't recall. His mind began to wander. Myaik, what's wrong? Orsted asked, noticing Myaik's distracted expression. I was just thinking about why Hestia and a few others are called Virgin Goddess. Demeter and the others clearly haven't been involved with anyone either, so why don't they have that title? Myaik didn't hold back and shared his thoughts. Orsted realized he might have stumbled upon some incredible secret. Why do you look so surprised? Do you think she was shameless? Myaik teased, noticing Orsted's shocked expression. No, that's not it. Orsted quickly shook his head. The two chatted and laughed as they made their way back to Orario. Let's part ways here. Remember to save a copy for me when you finish making them. Of course. Orsted nodded. Myaik nodded in return, then turned and headed toward his shop. However, after a few steps, he seemed to remember something and turned back. I'll have Neza wait for you at Babel Square tomorrow morning, Myaik called out before continuing on his way. Orsted didn't respond but watched Myaik's retreating figure for a moment before turning toward Hestia Familia Mansion. When Orsted returned, Hestia and the others hadn't come back yet. But that was to be expected. Although Orsted had visited 3 places in a row, it was still afternoon. Hestia had mentioned before leaving that they would explore Orario. If Orsted wanted to see Hestia and the others, he'd likely have to wait until evening. But Orsted didn't mind. Although they were companions, it wasn't realistic or healthy for Orsted to keep them tied to his side at all times. Hestia and the others had their own lives and responsibilities. Orsted went straight to the workshop and immersed himself in crafting the grimoire. The process took over 5 hours. When it was finally done, Orsted looked at the book floating in front of him. The first grimoire is complete, he murmured to himself. The light from the book dimmed, and it slowly descended into Orsted's waiting hands. With mystery and mage, the necessary development abilities for crafting a grimoire, Orsted had everything he needed and at the highest level. Orsted didn't know what X rank corresponded to, but it was likely the highest. Holding the grimoire, Orsted paused for a moment before opening it. As the book opened, a white light burst forth, illuminating Orsted's face. Within the light, countless magical runes flooded his mind, accompanied by strange, otherworldly voices. To others, these voices might have been incomprehensible, but Orsted understood perfectly. These were the magic chants from the world. Those who heard them would inevitably gain a spell. The type of spell depended on the individual's luck. The grimoire was a tool that connected to the source of the world. For most people, opening the book would vaguely guide them to a spell that suited them. But Orsted was different. He remained fully conscious, which meant he could actively choose his spell. However, being able to choose didn't guarantee he could find the spell he wanted. The grimoire could only maintain a connection to the source for a limited time. Even if one was conscious and capable of choosing, finding the desired spell within that time frame was unlikely. Moreover, staying too long like this risked mental assimilation. Orsted didn't dare linger too long. His mental strength wasn't strong enough yet. So, he selectively chose a spell and withdrew from the it. Read advanced chapters at patreon.com/verse7. Power Stones. 200 stones equals 1 chapter. 400 stones equals 2 chapter. Chapter 51, I'm making grimoires. Chapter 51, I'm making grimoires. Miracle? What kind of magic is this? The magic Orsted had obtained was called miracle. The only thing he could grasp was that this magic would activate when he truly desired something to develop in a specific direction. As for what would happen afterwards, Orsted had no idea. Why does this feel like making a wish? Orsted muttered to himself, stroking his chin as he pondered. After a moment of hesitation, he shook his head, deciding to set aside his thoughts and focus on crafting the grimoires. Before Orsted could finish his second grimoire, Hestia and the others returned. Orsted! Hestia called softly as she opened the door to the workshop, finding Orsted deeply engrossed in his work. Is it already this late? Orsted glanced up, surprised to see Hestia, Lily and Tifa standing there. You're still making magic items at this hour? Hestia stepped inside, followed by Lily and Tifa, and surveyed the cluttered workshop with a mix of surprise and concern. Orsted had mentioned earlier that he was going to buy materials, so Hestia had assumed he was working on another magic item. After all, in her mind, the only thing Orsted would need materials for was crafting magic items. No, I'm making a grimoire, Orsted replied, shaking his head before returning to his work. Hestia was stunned, Lily was surprised, and Tifa was confused. You all go ahead and rest. I'll be done soon, Orsted said without looking up, his focus entirely on the task at hand. Seeing Orsted so absorbed, Hestia and the others exchanged glances but decided not to disturb him. After giving Orsted a meaningful look, Hestia gently ushered Lily and Tifa out of the workshop. Once they were in the main hall, far enough from the workshop to ensure their voices wouldn't carry, Hestia finally let out her excitement. Haha, Orsted is truly my lucky star. Hestia had been amazed when Orsted made those magic items. He didn't even have development ability of mystery, yet he succeeded. But now, he was making a grimoire? That should require development ability of mage. Anyways, Hestia had complete faith in Orsted and was certain he would work miracles again. Orsted-sama is truly amazing. Lily remarked, not finding Hestia's reaction unusual. Hey, what's a grimoire? Tifa asked, the only one unaware of the importance of what Orsted was making. Oh, I forgot you're new to all this. A grimoire is. Realizing Tifa's confusion, Hestia began to explain. After hearing Hestia's explanation, Tifa finally understood just how valuable a grimoire was in this world. So, in the future, all members of our familia can awaken magic? Tifa asked, her eyes lighting up. Exactly. That's why I'm so excited. With Orsted able to make grimoires, every member of our familia can awaken magic, Hestia nodded enthusiastically, still unable to contain her joy. Magic was notoriously difficult to awaken naturally. 90% of adventurers in Orario couldn't awaken magic through normal means. But with a grimoire, magic could be awakened 100% of the time. With mana and the unique spell, adventurers gained an entirely new combat capability. In other words, with Orsted's ability to craft grimoires, the Hestia Familia had already surpassed other familias at the starting line. "I feel like our familia has a bright future," Hestia said, her eyes shining with hope. Lily and Tifa couldn't help but agree. However, as Hestia's expression began to shift towards something more ecstatic, the two exchanged awkward glances. Their goddess seemed a little too excited. But the next moment, their minds began to race as they imagined the possibilities. Lily already had Cinderella, but it was supportive in nature. She longed for offensive magic and was eager to see what Orsted's grimoire could offer. Tifa, who had never been exposed to magic, was equally excited. She couldn't wait to discover what kind of thing she might awaken. Orsted, of course, was unaware of the future the three were envisioning. At the moment, he was entirely focused on crafting grimoires. 2 hours later, Orsted completed his second grimoire. "There's only one copy. It wouldn't be fair to give it to anyone first. I'll wait until I've made a second one," Orsted murmured, holding the grimoire in his hands. Read advanced chapters at patreon.com/verse7. Power Stones. 200 stones equals 1 chapter. 400 stones equals 2 chapter. Chapter 52, Naza Irisus. Chapter 52, Naza Irisus. The next morning, Orsted and the others were ready to explore dungeon. Hestia, as usual, was still fast asleep in her room. Orsted left a note for her, then departed with Lily and Tifa. "By the way, Tifa, are you sure you don't want to wear any equipment?" Orsted asked, glancing at Tifa. She looked much the same as when she'd been summoned, except for the pair of ordinary boxing gloves she now wore. "Yeah, I'm fine. I don't like wearing equipment," Tifa replied with a smile. "That kind of equipment isn't suitable for Tifa. She's better off fighting lightly like this," Lily chimed in. As she spoke, Lily recalled the strength Tifa had displayed during their training session at the previous day. She couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. Tifa's strength was impressive, perhaps not on par with Orsted's, but definitely greater than Lily's. And Lily wasn't weak anymore. She could now handle killer ants and hellhounds. Yet Tifa's power far surpassed hers. Lily suspected that Tifa could probably take on a minotaur alone. Hearing this, Orsted recalled scenes of Tifa's battles from his previous life and nodded in agreement. Indeed, Tifa excelled in hand-to-hand combat and was incredibly agile. Wearing equipment, even light armor, would only hinder her. Although Tifa couldn't use sun-breathing with her fists, Orsted respected her choice. "Oh, by the way, today, besides the three of us, there's a new member joining our team," Orsted added, remembering that Lily and Tifa didn't yet know about Naza. "A new member?" Lily looked puzzled. "Is it a girl?" Tifa asked with a smile, clearly intrigued. "Why do you assume it's a girl?" Orsted replied, slightly exasperated. "Haha, because you're so handsome, Orsted. It's easy for you to attract girls," Tifa teased. "I'm handsome, thank you. But you're right, it is a girl. Naza from the Myaik Familia," Orsted revealed. "Naza? Isn't she afraid of monsters? We invited her several times, but she always refused," Lily said, surprised. She knew very well that Orsted wanted Naza as the team's pharmacist. Lily greatly admired Naza's potion-making skills and fully supported Orsted's efforts to recruit her. However, despite multiple invitations, Naza had always declined, citing her fear of monsters. So it was unexpected that Naza had agreed after just a few days. What had changed? Lily's expression shifted from surprise to curiosity. Tifa, too, looked puzzled, though her confusion stemmed from not knowing who Neza was. Orsted nodded and explained Neza's situation in detail. That's wonderful, Lily said, genuinely happy for Neza. She didn't feel the same defensiveness toward Neza as she did toward Tifa. Neza didn't seem to have any romantic interest in Orsted, so Lily didn't see her as a threat. Tifa, on the other hand, was a different story. Even though Tifa was a fellow Familia member, Lily couldn't help but feel a bit hostile toward her. Of course, this hostility only surfaced when it came to Orsted. Otherwise, Lily and Tifa got along quite well. It's great that she's able to overcome her fears, Tifa said, hearing Neza's story for the first time. She was genuinely happy for her. Orsted, however, wasn't paying attention to their conversation at the moment. He was too busy wailing internally. It's over. Freya's started again, hasn't she? Orsted thought, feeling the burning gaze from Babel. Damn! Under Freya's intense gaze, Orsted forced himself to ignore the discomfort and continued chatting with Lily and Tifa as they walked toward Babel. Meanwhile, on the top floor of Babel, in a spacious room with floor-to-ceiling windows, Freya stood by the window, looking down at the city below. She was dressed elegantly, a faint smile playing on her lips. After just 2 days, that child's soul has grown even more dazzling. It's truly irresistible. I want to hold him in my arms and cherish him, Freya murmured softly, her voice echoing in the room as she touched her chest. At the entrance to the dungeon, Neza was already waiting. She stood there, hands clasped in front of her, exuding a gentle aura that starkly contrasted her previous demeanor. Neza, congratulations on stepping out of the shadows, Lily said warmly as they approached. Thank you, Neza replied with a gentle nod. You must be Neza Irisus, right? I'm Tifa Lockhart, the new member of the Hestia Familia. It's nice to meet you, Tifa said, extending her hand. I'm Neza. It's nice to meet you too, Tifa, Neza replied, shaking Tifa's hand with the same gentle expression. While Lily and Tifa greeted Neza, Orsted stayed quiet. He was busy signing in. Orsted hadn't expected the sign-in prompt to trigger when he met Neza this time, as it hadn't before. It was an unexpected surprise. But surprises like this were welcome. Orsted hoped there would be more of them. Read advanced chapters at patreon.com/verse7. Power Stones. 200 stones equals 1 chapter. 400 stones equals 2 chapter. Chapter 53, let's go. Chapter 53, let's go. Sign in. Sign in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining forging, X. Orsted, System, are you trying to turn me into an all-round adventurer? With mystery, I can craft magic items, and with mage, I can create grimoires. And now, with forging, I can not only make equipment but also forge magic swords. Orsted fell into deep thought. Forging was a skill tailored for blacksmiths. With the forging development ability, one naturally gained an edge in crafting equipment. As long as the materials weren't vastly inferior, gear forged by a blacksmith would always outshine that made by one without it. And now, Orsted had acquired the forging, X development ability. In other words, he had reached the pinnacle in this field, a master craftsman. With enough materials and the will to do so, Orsted could forge the world's most powerful equipment, weapons, and magic swords. He could craft magic items, produce grimoires, and now forge top-tier equipment and magic swords? What was next? Brewing potions? Growing medicinal herbs? Orsted didn't believe the system wasn't grooming him to be an all-round adventurer. Why is it like this? My Akesama must have told you. Orsted's slightly distracted expression led Neza to mistakenly assume he was unsettled by her appearance. She smiled and spoke softly. No, I was just lost in thought, Orsted replied, shaking his head. He glanced at Naza's exposed white arms and offered a gentle congratulations. Congrats on overcoming your psychological trauma. Let's go, Naza said with a warm smile. The group nodded and proceeded inside, descending into the dungeon. Lily and Tifa weren't just worried about Orsted, they were also concerned for Naza. Although she insisted she'd moved past her fears and no longer dreaded monsters, who could say for sure how she'd fare? Fortunately, Naza's condition matched her claims. When she encountered her first monster again, she instinctively stepped back, but in the next moment, she summoned her courage, drew her bow, and felled a kobold with a single shot. Congratulations, Naza, Orsted said after watching her dispatch the monster he'd deliberately left for her. What precise archery, Tifa remarked, looking at Naza. Thank you, Naza replied. It seems the Myaik Familia will soon reclaim its former glory, Lily added with a smile. Thank you for the kind words, Naza responded. But Myaik-sama has said he won't expand the Familia recklessly. He plans to take the elite route moving forward. She smiled as she explained. The elite route? That's a solid plan, Orsted agreed. Indeed, focusing on quality over quantity was a wise choice. Take the Astria Familia from a few years back, every member was an elite, none below level 3, and with just 11 members, they ranked among Orario's prominent familias. Yes, Naza affirmed. With that, the four of them ventured deeper into the dungeon, breaking through floors one by one. As their adventure officially began, Orsted took the chance to gauge Tifa's strength. She was formidable, monsters on the upper floors posed no challenge to her. This wasn't surprising, Tifa had been part of Avalanche, so she was far from a mere decorative fighter. Soon, they reached the middle floors. This time, Orsted didn't aim for the 15th floor specifically, opting instead to explore the 13th. In the past, he'd sought out minotaurs to earn excelia. Now, that wasn't necessary, hellhounds and some middle-floor monsters would suffice. While slaying these monsters wouldn't greatly enhance his abilities, he couldn't focus solely on himself. Neither Lily, Tifa, nor Naza was ready to face a minotaur. Lily lacked the strength to handle one. Tifa, newly exposed to middle-floor monsters, wasn't yet acclimated, and Naza, having just returned to the adventuring front lines, was still adjusting. Before she'd stepped away, Naza had only recently ranked up. She could manage weaker monsters, but minotaurs were another matter, especially now, as she needed time to regain her footing. Though they weren't hunting minotaurs specifically, Orsted and his group still slew monsters as they progressed, gradually descending to deeper. Returning from the middle floors in a single day was impractical, so they planned to fight their way through, as Orsted and Lily had done before. Orsted's luck remained as dreadful as ever in a good way. Along the journey, he gathered a wealth of rare materials and an abundance of drops items. When it had been just him and Lily, the drop items were plentiful, but with Tifa and Naza added to the mix, it grew even larger. As they pressed forward, slaying monsters along the way, they soon reached the 15th floor, the point where minotaurs began to appear. Orsted grew especially vigilant. With Lily, Tifa, and Naza in tow, he wasn't sure if the latter two could handle a minotaur, so he stayed on high alert. Before long, the group encountered their first wave of minotaurs on this expedition. Read advanced chapters at patreon.com/verse7. Power Stones. 200 stones equals 1 chapter. 400 stones equals 2 chapter. Chapter 54, Captain Orsted PS Bonus. Chapter 54, Captain Orsted. The first wave of minotaurs that the group faced today was not large, only 7. Orsted took down 5 of them single-handedly. He left the remaining 2 for Tifa, Lily, and Naza to handle. Along the way, Orsted had already gauged Tifa's strength. Although dealing with a single minotaur was somewhat challenging for her, it was still manageable. With caution, killing a minotaur shouldn't pose a problem. The other minotaur was handled by Lily and Naza together. Lily wasn't a match for a minotaur on her own, but with Naza supporting her, it wasn't an issue. Even with this arrangement, Orsted kept an eye on both battles. As for the minotaurs Orsted took on, before his rank up, he could kill several minotaurs at once with sun breathing alone. Now, having ranked up and gained eternal arms mastery, it was even easier. Compared to before, Orsted had essentially swapped muskets for cannons, and killing 5 minotaurs in seconds was child's play. Tifa had little experience fighting dungeon monsters like these. The weaker monsters they'd encountered earlier were easy for her to defeat, so her inexperience hadn't been apparent. But now, facing a minotaur that matched her strength, Tifa's weakness became clear. Lacking experience with these monsters, she was very passive during the fight. However, Orsted could see that Tifa was adapting quickly. She went from being chased and battered by the minotaur to fighting back and landing hits on it. Lily and Naza, on the other hand, didn't share this flaw. Though neither was as strong as a minotaur, they had plenty of experience fighting monsters. Plus, Naza was clever. Together, they had no trouble dealing with their minotaur. When the minotaur targeted Lily, Naza shot an arrow at it, dealing damage and drawing its attention. Then it was Lily's turn. As soon as the minotaur shifted toward Naza, Lily used sun breathing, pulling its aggression back to her. Once its focus returned, Lily avoided direct confrontation, instead darting around to provoke its attacks while occasionally striking it herself. The minotaur, caught between the two, was completely outmaneuvered. Orsted was pleased with this and felt reassured. Though all three performed well, Orsted planned to give them special training once they reached the 18th floor, teaching them more skills and techniques for fighting monsters. As the first and strongest member of the Hestia Familia, Orsted had naturally become its captain. Guiding the Familia to grow stronger was his responsibility. While Naza wasn't officially part of the Hestia Familia, she would be traveling with them moving forward, and Orsted had no intention of leaving her out. Soon, the three finished off their opponents. "Phew, I'm exhausted, but it feels so rewarding," Lily said, picking up the magic stone that dropped from the Minotaur's remains with a bright smile. Though she and Naza had taken it down together, her involvement gave her a strong sense of accomplishment. This was a Minotaur, something she'd never dared imagine defeating in the past. "Here." Naza handed Lily a potion. "Thanks." Lily accepted it without hesitation, offering her gratitude before drinking it down. Orsted had invited Naza to join the team because of her skill in crafting potions. Since she handled the group's supply, there was no reason to refuse her offer. Naza nodded slightly, then took the remaining potions and approached Tifa, handing her a bottle. "Thank you, Naza," Tifa said, accepting it with a smile. Unlike Lily, she didn't drink it right away. Instead, she examined it curiously. "Is something wrong?" Naza asked gently, noticing Tifa's reaction. "No, it's just my first time seeing a potion like this. I'm curious about it," Tifa explained before opening the bottle and drinking it all. "If you're interested in potions, we can talk about it sometime," Naza offered, slightly surprised by Tifa's curiosity. "Really?" Tifa's eyes lit up. "Yes," Naza confirmed with a nod. "Thank you so much, Naza!" Tifa exclaimed, overjoyed, and hugged Naza excitedly. Naza patted her back gently, and Tifa quickly released her. Naza then walked over to Orsted. "Here, Orsted." Despite having just seen him dispatch 5 Minotaurs effortlessly without expending much energy or taking damage, she still offered him a potion. She'd prepared it beforehand to restore stamina and heal injuries. Orsted didn't refuse. He took it but didn't drink it, slipping it into his pocket instead. "I'll have it later," he said. The group rested briefly, and then resumed their journey. Along the way, they defeated more Minotaurs and collected various materials, eventually reaching the safe zone on the 18th floor. "I'm all sweaty." "Tifa, Naza, let's go take a bath." As soon as they arrived, Lily tossed her backpack to Orsted, grabbed Tifa and Naza by the hands, and dashed into the forest. Orsted watched their retreating figures with a faint smile before picking up the backpack and following behind. Read advanced chapters at patreon.com/verse7. Power Stones. 200 stones equals 1 chapter. 400 stones equals 2 chapter. Chapter 55, Curious Naza. Chapter 55, Curious Naza. While Lily and the others went to bathe, Orsted remained on guard nearby. Sitting on the ground, he examined the materials in his hands, contemplating their potential uses. These were Minotaur horns drop items known for their exceptional hardness, making them ideal for forging weapons. Orsted was now considering what kind of equipments he could craft from them. On a previous trip with Lily, Minotaur horns had dropped after he defeated them. Back then, lacking a way to process, he'd sold them off. But now, having acquired the development ability of forging, Orsted could put these materials to good use. Although Lily uses sun breathing in combat, she prefers dagger-type weapons, he mused. However, sun breathing requires a sword to maximize its potential. Using a dagger would weaken its power. In that case, a compromise might work, a short katana, like the kind Ichimaru Jin wielded. As for Tifa, her attacks rely on fists and gloves. Ordinary combat gloves aren't quite suitable for her style. I'll research and craft a magic item tailored for her. For Lily's weapon, I'll experiment combine the mystery and forging to see if I can create a magic sword that absorbs mana and is indestructible. For Naza, an archer who uses a bow and arrows, retrieving arrows after every shot is a hassle. I'll craft a quiver that automatically recovers them, much more convenient. If possible, I'll also work on making her arrows as durable as an indestructible weapon. Staring at the materials on the ground, Orsted muttered to himself. Naturally, the items for Lily and Tifa would be free, as they were his familia members. For Naza, though not a familia member, he'd charge only a modest fee as a fellow party member. With his plans set, Orsted got to work. Lily's weapon would require proper forging tools, which he didn't have on hand. Unlike magic items, weapons couldn't be shaped solely with mana. Tifa's gloves, however, could be crafted directly as magic items. Selecting a Minotaur horn and gathering additional materials from Lily's backpack, Orsted began the process. A blue light flared as his mana enveloped the materials, lifting them into the air, wrapped in a glowing aura. Meanwhile, Lily, Tifa, and Naza were bathing in a nearby pool. What a dreamlike scene! Tifa murmured, gazing at the ceiling with a hint of awe. Though she knew this was a fantasy world, the sight of glowing crystals illuminating the cavern instead of sunlight still amazed her. The ceiling is studded with luminous crystals that brighten and dim, Naza explained gently. They seem to shift with the surface's day and night cycle. When it's daytime above, the crystals glow, when it's night, the safe floor darkens. Judging by their light now, nightfall is probably near. Let's finish bathing soon and set up camp. I see, Tifa replied, nodding in understanding. She glanced at Lily, who sat beside her, eyes fixed on Orsted's direction. Lily, why are you staring over there? Tifa asked, puzzled. Are you worried Orsted might peek? Naza teased, a playful smirk tugging at her lips. It was meant as a joke, but Lily nodded earnestly. Yet. Naza's smirk froze. She sank halfway into the water, stunned. Tifa, unfazed, merely raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. She didn't mind if Orsted saw her, so she didn't react strongly. Lily, what happened when you and Orsted came down here? Naza asked, half her face submerged, bubbles rising as she spoke. Realizing she might have said too much, Lily stiffened. After a moment, she let out a dry laugh, hoping to brush it off. But Naza and Tifa weren't buying it. They fixed her with expectant stares, silently pressing her to spill the details. Unable to withstand their gazes, Lily's cheeks flushed slightly as she recounted what had happened on their last visit. Even as adventurers, girls couldn't resist a good gossip session. By the end of Lily's tale, Naza and Tifa's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Unaware of the commotion, Orsted had finished crafting Tifa's gloves. Orsted imbued the gloves with the maximum potential the materials could support. They could amplify Tifa's strikes from 1 to 5 times their normal power. Worn by her, they'd let her hit with 5-fold strength, though overusing that power risked damaging the item. Done. Read advanced chapters at patreon.com/verse7. Power Stones. 200 stones equals 1 chapter. 400 stones equals 2 chapter. Chapter 56, Ace, I saw. Chapter 56, Ace, I saw. Ace? Why are you here? Just after finishing magic item, Orsted sensed a presence beside him. Turning around, he saw Ace leaning forward, hands on her knees, and flinched in surprise. Ace's presence was almost imperceptible. Even though he'd been fully focused on process, Orsted remained attuned to his surroundings, yet he hadn't noticed her approach until she was right there. You can make magic items. Ace didn't answer his question. Instead, she tilted her head slightly, her tone laced with curiosity as she sought confirmation. She'd just witnessed Orsted's hands glowing with light, and when it faded, a pair of items appeared. Items that can be created like that were classified as magic items. She knew this much. It was her first time seeing one crafted before her eyes, and the maker was someone she'd been thinking about lately. She hadn't expected to encounter Orsted again after just 3 days, here on the 18th floor. That he could craft magic items was surprising. Perhaps Riveria and the others were right. Orsted might be the person who brought those books. The elven boy before her was full of unexpected talents. She'd have to tell Riveria and the others about this when she returned. Ace's reaction made Orsted's eye twitch slightly. He'd asked her a question, only for her to respond with one of her own. But knowing her personality, he let it slide. As you saw, I was indeed making a magic item, he admitted. There was no point in denying it when she'd seen everything. As he spoke, he tucked the items away. So, you just got back from an expedition, why aren't you resting at your base? Orsted asked, curiosity piqued as he stowed items. His question stirred memories of the past few days. On her way back from the dungeon, she'd crossed paths with Orsted and watched him kill minotaurs with ease. At the time, she hadn't thought much of it, only that he was strong. But later, when she saw Lily's swordsmanship and learned that Orsted had taught her, Ace felt a spark of interest. She wanted to spar with someone who wielded such refined skills. Yet, having only just met him, she couldn't bring herself to ask. She'd set the thought aside, not dwelling on it too deeply. Lily's swordsmanship, she presumed, was impressive but not invincible. There were those who could counter it, like herself. A spar with Orsted would be ideal, but if it didn't happen, she could always ask Finn instead. For the past few days, she'd stayed with the Loki Familia as usual, with no plans to return to the dungeon. That changed yesterday when Finn and Riveria mentioned that Orsted might be able to craft grimoires. That piqued her interest intensely. No adventurer could resist the allure of grimoires. Even as a level 5 adventurer, Ace was no exception. She possessed only one magic aerial and longed to awaken another to bolster her strength. But grimoires were rare in Orario, nearly impossible to come by. Even when one surfaced, the Loki Familia might miss it, snatched up by another Familia unnoticed. It all came down to luck. If Orsted truly could craft grimoires, Orario would have its own grimoire-making mage. The Loki Familia might secure some, and she could potentially obtain one too. She didn't let her hopes soar too high, but the possibility gnawed at her. So, that morning, she'd left the Familia and headed for the dungeon. Before entering, however, she'd seen a guild notice. Hestia Familia's adventurer, Orsted, had ranked up from level 1 to level 2. That realization hit her hard. She'd ranked up from level 1 to level 2 in a year, a record dubbed the fastest in Orario's history. Yet Orsted had done it in under a month. It was unprecedented, unimaginable. And there was more. Knowing he'd just ranked up, she recalled that, at level 1, Orsted had defeated level 2 monsters like the Minotaur with ease. How had he achieved such power at level 1? She burned to know, but as a near stranger, she had no right to ask. His secrets weren't hers to pry into. So, despite her curiosity, she'd pressed on with her original plan and entered the dungeon, never expecting to find Orsted on the 18th floor, crafting a magic item before her eyes. Snapping out of her reverie, Ace looked at Orsted and said softly, "Congratulations on reaching level 2. Once again, she hadn't answered his question. Orsted. Read advanced chapters at patreon.com/verse7. Power Stones. 200 stones equals 1 chapter. 400 stones equals 2 chapter. Chapter 57, So Strong, PS Bonus. Chapter 57, So Strong. In other words, you couldn't sit still, so you came back to the dungeon. Orsted and Ace sat side by side under a large tree. Yeah, Ace nodded gently, then turned to look at him. She didn't say anything, just gazed at Orsted quietly. "Why are you staring at me like that?" Her unwavering attention made Orsted shift uncomfortably. Though Ace's gaze lacked the intensity of Freya's, it carried a sharp, piercing quality. Noticing his discomfort, Ace realized she'd been too obvious. She quickly averted her eyes. "Sorry." Seeing Orsted had rekindled her desire to spar with him, a urge she couldn't suppress, leading to her staring. When she apologized, a thought struck Orsted. He recalled the anime, how Ace had taken an interest in Bell Cranel due to his rapid growth, curious about how he'd gotten stronger so quickly. Was she giving him the same look now? Was he getting the protagonist treatment? Just as Orsted opened his mouth to speak, footsteps approached. He and Ace turned toward the sound. Lily, her hair still wet, emerged alongside Tifa and Naza, walking toward them. "Sword Princess." As they drew closer, Lily spotted Ace beside Orsted. Her voice faltered, caught off guard. She clearly hadn't expected to see Ace here. Naza, however, remained unfazed, her expression calm as ever. "Naza, who is she?" Tifa whispered to Naza. "Sword Princess, a first-class adventurer of the Loki familia." Naza murmured back, briefly explaining Ace's identity to Tifa. "Orsted-sama, what's going on?" Snapping out of her surprise, Lily turned to Orsted for an explanation. "When you were bathing, Ace happened to show up, so we started talking," Orsted replied simply. "Very suspicious." Lily muttered, eyeing Ace with a skeptical squint. That was classic Lily, wary of any girl who got close to Orsted, especially potential rivals. Even Tifa hadn't escaped her scrutiny. Only Naza seemed exempt from this treatment. After the brief exchange, the group set out to find a campsite. They soon located an open space and quickly pitched 2 tents, one large, one small. "Ace, you can rest with Lily and the others," Orsted offered. As the Hestia familia grew stronger, they'd inevitably cross paths with the Loki familia. Building a rapport with Ace couldn't hurt, especially at no cost to him. "Thank you," Ace replied, accepting without hesitation. She'd entered the dungeon on a whim this time, unprepared with a tent or supplies, planning to stay at an overpriced inn in Rivera. A ready-made tent was a welcome alternative. She'd rather avoid Rivera's exorbitant rates if possible. With the tents set up, the group cooked a simple dinner to tide them over. "All right, dinner's done. Now I'll give you some special training and share all the experience and skills I know." Lily, Tifa, and Naza hadn't yet responded, but Ace's eyes lit up beside him. She'd been pondering how to broach the topic of sparring with Orsted to test his strength. Now he'd handed her the perfect opportunity. Lily and the others had no objections. Orsted's demonstrated prowess was more than enough to warrant learning from him. Since it was training, they went one at a time. Lily was first. For nearly a decade, Lily had been a supporter, observing countless adventurers in combat and secretly picking up fighting techniques. Her frail physique had kept her from practicing until she met Orsted. After he taught her sun breathing, her strength grew through training, finally giving her the ability to fight monsters. Over time, she'd begun adapting those learned skills into her own. But her knowledge was haphazard, lacking structure. Before the system sign-in, Orsted hadn't possessed reliable combat skills to teach her. Now, with Eternal Arms mastery, it was different. Even a sliver of this expertise was enough for her to study and learn over a month. Lily was trying her best. Faced with Orsted's skills, she couldn't fully grasp their depth. Instead, she committed every word and movement to memory, planning to apply them in future battles. Naza and Tifa followed the same approach, memorizing rather than learning in the moment. Ace, watching from the sidelines, was a different story. As a level 5 adventurer, her strength, experience, and insight into fighting were exceptional. While Lily and the others couldn't appreciate Orsted's lessons, Ace could. Each explanation and demonstration struck her like a revelation. Her eyes grew brighter with every word. So strong, she murmured. Read advanced chapters at patreon.com/verse7. Power Stones. 200 stones equals 1 chapter. 400 stones equals 2 chapter. Chapter 58, Let's Head Out, PS Bonus. Chapter 58, Let's Head Out. Orsted didn't mind Ace observing from the sidelines. The combat skills and experience he was teaching were basic. As a level 5 adventurer, Ace surely knew these fundamentals already. Whether she watched or not made little difference. Still, Orsted had considered sparring with her. He hadn't forgotten the boost to his status after sparring with Ryuhu. Not only had his basic abilities surged, but his development ability had jumped a rank. The effect was too good to ignore. Orsted didn't realize, however, that the skills he was teaching weren't as simple as he thought. Even Finn had recognized Orsted's strength just from his aura without ever witnessing his fights firsthand. Ace, at level 5, paled in comparison to Finn across the board. Even the basic lessons he taught Lily and the others offered Ace substantial insights. As she observed Orsted guiding Lily and the others, Ace felt a growing excitement. Though she gained much from watching, it paled compared to what she'd learned from sparring with him directly. Yet she had no pretext to ask, having only met Orsted twice, their relationship remained distant. She couldn't help but envy Lily, Tifa, and Naza, who were sharpening their skills under his tutelage. Her desire to spar with him intensified, but she stayed silent until Orsted finished the training session. As the ceiling crystals dimmed, night fell over the 18th floor. Late that night, when all was quiet, the large tent housing Lily and the others rustled softly. A blonde figure slipped out. Ace approached Orsted's tent with light steps, her expression hesitant. Her hand hovered near the entrance, reaching out then pulling back, torn between opening it and retreating. Inside, Orsted's eyes fluttered open. Ace's presence was subtle, nearly undetectable, but her indecision betrayed a faint trace of her aura, alerting him. Ace. Orsted parted the tent flap and saw her standing there, uncertainty etched on her face. "It's late, what's wrong?" he asked softly, mindful not to wake Lily and the others. His sudden appearance startled Ace, breaking her reverie. She quickly composed herself. "Orsted, can I ask a favor?" After a deep breath, she met his gaze with resolve. Orsted didn't reply, instead tilting his head with a puzzled look, inviting her to elaborate. Seeing his cue, Ace pressed on without hesitation. She explained her desire to spar with him. Orsted's eyes brightened instantly. He'd entertained the same idea earlier but held back. They'd only met twice and weren't close enough for him to suggest it. He'd planned to wait until they knew each other better. Now, Ace had come to him first. It was a rare opportunity. Orsted craved strength and wouldn't pass up a chance to boost his status through sparring. He'd seized the opportunity with Ryuwu, and he wouldn't miss it with other powerful adventurers either, especially not with Ace stepping forward now. Hearing her request, he agreed without a second thought. "Let's head somewhere farther off so we don't disturb Lily and the others," Orsted said quietly, slinging his weapon onto his waist as he stepped out of the tent. "Yeah," Ace nodded softly. The two slipped away side by side, disappearing into the forest. Lily, Tifa, and Naza slept soundly, oblivious to their departure. After a day of fighting monsters and enduring Orsted's training, exhaustion had claimed them. Their sleep was deep. Short of a major disturbance, nothing would rouse them. Read advanced chapters at patreon.com/verse7. Power Stones. 200 stones equals 1 chapter. 400 stones equals 2 chapter. Chapter 59, Fighting Ace. Chapter 59, Fighting Ace. A few minutes later, Orsted and Ace arrived at another space. This was a bit far from their tent, so they didn't have to worry about disturbing Lily and the others. "Ace, go all out. Don't hold back," Orsted said gently after arriving at the place. He turned to face her. As soon as he finished speaking, Orsted drew the sword at his waist and charged toward Ace. His sudden movement caught Ace off guard. She hadn't expected it, but her reflexes were lightning fast. The moment Orsted launched his attack, she unsheathed Desperate and raised it to block. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out, accompanied by a fierce burst of air that rippled from the point where their blades met. The gust lifted their long hair, sending it dancing in the wind. So strong! This kind of power is definitely not level 2. Ace thought, her eyes contracting slightly as she felt the force transmitted through her sword. This speed, it's not something a level 2 adventurer could possess. Ace had gathered intel about Orsted. The guild had announced his rank up, so she knew his official level. Yet the speed and strength he'd just displayed far exceeded what a level 2 adventurer should be capable of. He was already performing at level 3. Orsted had only recently ranked up, yet he had this kind of strength. Could he have been hiding his true level? Was he not level 2, but level 3 all along? A whirlwind of thoughts raced through Ace's mind in that fleeting moment. But the next second, she cast them aside and focused entirely on the fight. Whether Orsted had concealed his level or not, it wasn't her place to pry. Digging into someone without cause was rude. It could even turn allies into enemies. Ace had no desire to strain her relationship with Orsted over something like that. True to her nature, Ace followed his request without question. When Orsted told her to go all out, she didn't hesitate or worry about whether her full strength might seriously injure him. Increasing her strength slightly, she gripped Desperate tightly. The weapon surged with force, and with one swift strike, she sent Orsted flying backward. Orsted flipped mid-air and landed steadily on the ground. The moment his feet touched down, Ace shot toward him like an arrow loosed from a bow. Seeing her approach, Orsted's eyes gleamed with excitement. He took a bold step forward and charged to meet her. Bang! Their next collision dwarfed the first. Both Orsted and Ace had poured far more strength into this strike than before. Even Ace, feeling the sheer strength behind Orsted's attack, felt her eyes flicker once more. Level 4, she thought, her instincts screaming the truth. His power had undeniably reached level 4. Just moments ago, it had been level 3. How had it spiked again so quickly? Orsted hadn't used any visible skills. Was this his hidden potential? For a level 2 adventurer to unleash level 4 strength was almost unthinkable. Yet Ace kept her surprise buried, her expression unchanged. Wielding Desperate, she launched into a relentless assault. Facing Ace's fierce onslaught, Orsted remained calm. It was a grueling challenge, but his face betrayed no strain. A closer look might reveal the faintest curve at the corner of his mouth. Orsted was enjoying this. The rising intensity of the battle, the growing strength he felt within himself. How could he not be thrilled? Orsted knew his own strength well, but sparring with Ace was pushing him further. His power was climbing steadily in the heat of combat. It reminded him of his fight with Ryu. He was certain this was tied to his development ability of leap. In his previous sparring session with Ryu, the boost hadn't been as pronounced as it was now. If his strength had increased by about 10% against Ryu, here it was 20%, maybe more. Ryu had remarked that his strength already rivaled level 3. Now Hestia had updated his status, and his basic abilities had risen again, making him even stronger. Now, facing Ace, his strength surging far beyond what it had been before. Jumping to level 4 had boosted his strength by roughly a fifth. If he could increase this development ability further to B or A, might it double his strength outright? Orsted had a theory, perhaps Beldiant owed her incredible strength to a similar ability. Constantly challenging powerful monsters and adventurers could have honed it to perfection. It was just a hunch, of course nothing he could confirm. Still, it solidified his resolve. He needed to seek out more high-class adventurers stronger than himself to spar with. The mounting pressure from Ace snapped him out of his thoughts. He couldn't afford to lose focus. The clash of their weapons echoed relentlessly, fierce gusts of wind sweeping through the clearing. Fortunately, they were in an open space. If this had been a forest, the shockwaves from their strikes would have torn it to shreds. The battle raged on for over 2 hours before finally coming to a halt. Exhausted, Orsted collapsed onto the ground, sprawled out without a care for appearances. Beside him, Ace, sporting a few minor injuries, knelt halfway and gently poked his cheek with one finger. "Are you okay, Orsted?" she asked softly. The scene felt oddly familiar. Read advanced chapters at patreon.com/verse7. Power Stones. 200 stones equals 1 extra chapter. 400 stones equals 2 extra chapter. Chapter 60, Why am I so powerful? Chapter 60, Why am I so powerful? I'm fine. Lying on the ground, Orsted gazed at the sporadic light filtering through the ceiling, a faint smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. After sparring with Ace this time, Orsted could clearly feel his development ability growing. During their fight, he had visibly become more powerful. Otherwise, Ace wouldn't have sustained even minor injuries. After all, Ace hadn't held back. Under normal circumstances, Orsted's strength should have peaked as level 3. But when facing opponents far stronger than himself, his development ability of leap allows him to improve rapidly mid-battle. During his clash with Ace, his strength had risen to level 4. Ace hadn't gone easy on him, fighting with her full might. In such a scenario, only someone with strength above level 4 could have a chance to injure her, and even then, it was largely due to Eternal Arms mastery. His base strength is level 3, combined with leap and combat skills refined through Eternal Arms mastery, had enabled him to leave a mark on her. It was an impressive feat. Hearing Orsted's response, Ace didn't press further. She quietly sat down beside him. "Hey, Orsted, why are you so strong?" A flicker of confusion passed through Ace's eyes as she murmured, almost to herself. She had entered the world of adventurers at 8 years old, earning her current strength through 7 years of relentless battles. She wasn't sure if Orsted was hiding his true level, but her keen senses told her the strength he'd just displayed had grown during their fight. It wasn't hidden strength, nor was it magic or skills. Orsted had genuinely improved in the heat of combat. Even Ace felt a thrill at the thought. It was the first time she'd seen an adventurer grow so quickly in battle, jumping nearly a full level. Hungry for strength herself, she couldn't help but fixate on Orsted's situation. "Why am I so powerful?" Hearing Ace's quiet muttering, Orsted paused. Was he stepping into Belle's story again? In the anime, Ace never voiced it outright, but her actions showed a strong curiosity about Belle's rapid growth, a desire to understand how he became so strong so fast. Now, with Orsted, she was asking it directly. After a brief moment of surprise, he collected himself. Who knows? Maybe it's fate, Orsted said with a smile, shaking his head. I can't tell you how to boost your strength quickly, but I can help you another way. You're welcome to spar with me anytime. Revealing his system was out of the question. It wouldn't even help if he did. Sun breathing was only for his familia, wasn't something he could share with Ace. The only practical aid he could offer was sparring. In their recent confrontation, Orsted had noticed Ace's combat skills were far inferior to his own, thanks to Eternal Arm's mastery. If not for her overwhelming raw power, she wouldn't have stood a chance. Had her strength been one rank lower, level 4, he was confident he could have defeated her. During the fight, she'd even started picking up on his techniques as they clashed. Orsted didn't mind. He'd gained something too. He hadn't updated his status yet, but he could feel his development ability leap strengthening. When he did update his status again, his basic abilities would surely see another dramatic spike. They'd surged after his sparring session with Ryu, and it made no sense for them to stay stagnant after facing Ace. The thought made him chuckle. Hearing Orsted invite her to spar anytime, Ace's eyes brightened slightly. She opened her mouth to thank him, but before she could, she noticed his expression. Confusion clouded her face. What are you laughing at? Ace tilted her head, staring at Orsted with a blank look. You smile when you think of happy things, Orsted replied. How could he not be happy? He'd ranked up just days ago. A few more battles like this, and he'd likely amass enough Excelia to rank up again. Ace couldn't grasp Orsted's situation and simply stared at him, puzzled. Orsted had no intention of explaining further. Seeing he wouldn't elaborate, Ace watched him silently for a few seconds before turning away. She joined him in gazing at the ceiling. After a quiet moment, they rose and left the area. The next morning, after a simple breakfast, the group packed up their tents and started toward the surface. Sword Princess, are you coming back too? Lily asked curiously, glancing at Ace as they walked through the forest. She'd softened her tone. No trace of yesterday's hostility remained. One bout of antagonism was enough, any more might upset Orsted, and Lily didn't want that. Yes, I need to head back too. It's on the way, so I'll travel with you guys, Ace replied with a slight nod. Read advanced chapters at patreon.com/verse7. Power Stones. 200 stones equals 1 chapter. 400 stones equals 2 chapter. Hestiax Orsted. Chapter 61, Insane Growth. Chapter 61, Insane Growth. After Orsted's training session on the safe zone yesterday, Lily and the others had noticeably improved. Tifa wielded the magic glove crafted by Orsted, and her power had increased. Moreover, she had worked diligently when Orsted taught them combat skills. When facing a Minotaur again today, Tifa held the upper hand from the start of the battle and maintained firm control throughout the fight. It took her only 1 minute to defeat the Minotaur. Although Lily and Naz's battle wasn't as impressive as Tifa's, it was a marked improvement over yesterday. The day before, Lily had been injured by a Minotaur while working with Naza, but that didn't happen today. The Minotaur didn't harm Lily at all and was ultimately slain through their combined efforts. The situation was looking very promising. Orsted was quite pleased with these developments. Such progress in just 1 day was remarkable. They've put the skills you taught them to good use, Ace said calmly as she observed the fight alongside Orsted. A larger than usual number of Minotaurs had spawned this time, but aside from those left for Tifa, Lily, and Naza to handle, the rest were swiftly dealt with by Ace and Orsted. With their overwhelming strength, they killed the monsters instantly and then watched the others' battles unfold. Ace could see that they were effectively applying the skills Orsted had taught them and doing so with surprising precision. Considering that Orsted had only trained them for 2 hours, split among the 3 of them, their progress was already impressive. Yet, Orsted replied with a faint smile. The rest of the journey passed without incident. Orsted and his group fought their way from the 18th floor back to the surface. Then let's part ways here, Ace stood in front of the guild, bidding Orsted farewell. If you ever want to spare with me, feel free to seek me out, Orsted said with a slight nod. Thank you, Ace replied softly before turning to leave. Orsted-sama, we're back. Not long after Ace departed, Lily and the others emerged from the guild. Let's head home, Orsted said with a nod. The four of them left the guild together, walking side by side. In front of the Myaik Familia shop, Naza stood on the street outside, gazing at the shop's sign with a slightly dazed expression. After a moment, she stepped forward and gently pushed the door open. Welcome. How can I assist you? Oh, Naza, welcome back. Myaik, standing behind the counter, looked up. He began his usual greeting out of habit but paused when he saw Naza, a warm smile spreading across his gentle face. I'm back, Myaik-sama, Naza said softly, a smile gracing her lips. She's finally moved past it. That's wonderful, Myaik thought as he listened to Naza's gentle tone. He could tell she had overcome her psychological scars and no longer feared monsters. She had been reborn. Meanwhile, Orsted returned to the Hestia Familia's mansion with Lily and Tifa, where they were immediately greeted by Hestia's enthusiastic welcome. She flung herself into Orsted's arms, clinging to him tightly. Welcome back, Orsted. Hestia-sama, we're back too. Lily protested, noticing Hestia's eyes were only for Orsted. Seeing Hestia draped over him, Lily reached out to pull her off, clearly displeased. No way. Let me go, this is how Orsted and I get along. Hestia clung to Orsted even tighter, as if glued to him. Watching the two bicker, Orsted shook his head helplessly. He glanced at Tifa, who was smiling as she observed the scene, and gave her a wry, resigned smile. After the commotion settled, the group entered the mansion. Come on, Orsted, hurry up. I'll update your status. Hestia waved her hands excitedly, clawing the air with a lovesick grin on her face. Seeing Hestia's antics, Lily slapped a hand to her forehead, looking exasperated. Tifa, unfazed, continued to watch with a smile. Orsted gave a small chuckle, then removed his shirt, lay on the sofa, and waited quietly for Hestia to update his status. Name, Orsted. Level, 2. Strength, S900. Endurance, S921. Dexterity, S945. Agility, S912. Magic, E423. Magic. Instant. Can instantly appear in front of anyone. No chanting required. Miracle. Your wish may be granted. Skill. Development ability, Leap G. Except for magic, all four basic have reached S. Hestia exclaimed, beaming with pride as she examined Orsted. My Orsted really is the best. But wait, your development ability increased again. That's so fast. And you even gained new magic? What happened that I don't know about? After her initial excitement, Hestia's attention shifted to the changes in Orsted's development ability and the new magic. Her curiosity piqued. Orsted took the parchment Hestia had printed and began explaining as he reviewed it. Oh, I see. So that's how it works, Hestia said, nodding along. Sparring with opponents stronger than you can boost your development ability. Then you should train more with Ace. Oh, and if you get the chance, spar with that Ryuhu too. But I can't believe you made 2 magic grimoires yesterday and used one yourself. Hestia's tone shifted to surprise before she turned to Orsted with a grin. In that case, let's make more for Lily and Tifa later. I was planning to do that even if you didn't suggest it. Thank you, Orsted, Tifa said gently from her seat nearby. Thank you, Orsted-sama. Lily chimed in, then leaned over to peek at the parchment. Your basic abilities are still improving as quickly as ever. It's incredible. She then turned to Hestia with an impatient nudge. Hestia-sama, please update my status too. I think my adventures over the past 2 days have paid off. I must have improved a lot. Alright, I'll update you right now, Hestia agreed. Me too, Hestia. Tifa added. Yup, you're next after Lily, Hestia replied with a nod. Read advanced chapters at patreon.com/verse7. Power Stones. 200 stones equals 1 chapter. 400 stones equals 2 chapter. Chapter 62, Finn's description. Chapter 62, Finn's description. While Hestia was updating Lily's status, elsewhere, at the Twilight Manor, Ace, who had parted ways with Orsted, had just returned. Ace, are you heading to the dungeon again? Riveria, standing in the second-floor corridor, frowned as she looked down at Ace, who had just stepped in from the first floor. Yes, Ace replied, nodding gently without hesitation. Hearing this, Riveria pressed a hand to her forehead in exasperation. Don't push yourself too hard, Ace, she said kindly. It's absurd to dive back into the dungeon right after returning from an expedition. I understand, Ace nodded again, her tone soft. You clearly don't, Riveria retorted, unconvinced. Regardless, you're not allowed to go into the dungeon for the next week. Take some proper rest. But, Riveria, I want to go, Ace said, frowning slightly as she pushed back. Ace. Riveria's brow furrowed deeper. What's the reason? This was unusual. Ace had never openly rejected such a request before. Even if she might sneak off to the dungeon later, she'd typically agree verbally. This was the first time Riveria had heard such a direct refusal. Ace fell silent for a moment, then spoke slowly. Orsted went to the dungeon. I want to follow him and spar with him. I can learn more powerful combat skills that way. Riveria. Come with me. The 3 executives of the Loki Familia, Finn, Riveria, and Gareth had gathered, along with Ace and their goddess Loki. All right, Ace, tell us everything, Riveria said after assembling the group. You dragged me all the way here. What shocking thing happened? Loki asked with a grin, lounging on the desk with her legs crossed and arms folded. Ace glanced at Finn, Gareth, and Loki, hesitated briefly, then began recounting her recent experience in the dungeon. Magic item. Gareth mused after hearing her story, his brow creasing. I didn't expect Orsted to be crafting magic items. It seems our suspicions were right. Orsted might be preparing to make a grimoire. They had previously speculated that Orsted might be planning to create a grimoire. At the time, they weren't certain. But now, hearing that Orsted could craft magic items, Gareth was convinced. Crafting magic items required the mystery development ability, and if Orsted possessed it, those blank books were almost certainly for grimoires. Making a grimoire also required the mage development ability, but that was easier to acquire. As long as an adventurer had magic, there was a chance to unlock it upon rank up. With mystery already in hand, Orsted would likely gain mage at his next rank up. Once he had both, creating a grimoire would only be a matter of time. I told you, Riveria, you should have gotten closer to Orsted, Loki teased with a smug smile. He's got the mystery. If you spend more time with him, you might trigger it when you rank up next. Riveria couldn't help but roll her eyes. In her current state, ranking up could take years. Her stats were sufficient, but her Excelia, the great feat required for a rank up, were sorely lacking. She estimated it'd be 1 or 2 years at least. Still, Loki had a point. Associating with an adventurer who had mystery could increase the odds of unlocking it. Perhaps she should take Loki's advice and reach out to Orsted. Hold on, Ace, are you serious about what you just said? Gareth interjected, his tone skeptical. He could accept that Orsted crafted magic items, but Ace's claim that Orsted's combat skills were terrifying. Ace might not match Finn or Gareth, but among the Loki Familia, she boasted the strongest close combat prowess of anyone below their tier. Other first-class adventurers like Bet, Tiona, and Tioni couldn't best her. How could Orsted, a rookie who'd just reached level 2, outshine her in combat skill? Ace didn't respond verbally, merely nodding in silent affirmation. This is downright unbelievable, Gareth said with a sigh. I used to think Orsted just had exceptional swordsmanship, he continued, but it seems that's not the whole story. This elf you met might be an all-rounder. But Finn, you don't seem surprised at all. From the start, Finn had worn a calm smile, even when Ace claimed Orsted's combat skills were extraordinary. Unlike Gareth, who'd been shocked, Finn's expression hadn't flickered once as if he'd already known. Well, I had a hunch, Finn replied with a gentle smile. I've never seen Orsted fight, but I've witnessed his incredible aura firsthand. It left me in awe. Someone with that kind of presence isn't weak or ordinary. Riveria. Loki. Gareth. Read advanced chapters at patreon.com/verse7. Power Stones. 200 stones equals 1 chapter. 400 stones equals 2 chapter. Chapter 63, Familia's Growth. Chapter 63, Familia's Growth. Holding the parchment in his hand, Orsted's eyes lingered on his development ability. Previously, he had sparred with Ryuu, a level 4 adventurer, leaping 3 levels to challenge her. Under the effect of tenfold boost, his development ability had jumped from I to H. Now, he had leapt 4 levels to spar with Ace, advancing it further from H to G. The difficulty of increasing a development ability increases with each rank. For example, Riveria had gained her first development ability, Mage, upon joining the Familia. Yet, after 30 years, it had only risen from I to E, a mere 4 ranks. In contrast, Orsted had advanced 2 ranks in just a few days. This rapid progress was undoubtedly due to the tenfold boost, but the act of leaping levels to fight adventurers far stronger than himself played a crucial role as well. Orsted had unlocked the leap development ability as a level 1 adventurer after slaying those minotaurs. This feat had been recognized by the Falna. After 2 consecutive fights, Orsted had pinpointed its exact effects and the conditions for use. The higher the opponent's level, the greater the power he could wield, and the more EXP he earned, accelerating his growth. It was an ability tailored for ranking up through overwhelming challenges. Fighting level 5 adventurers gives rewards like this. If I take on level 6 or even level 7 opponents, won't I rank up even faster? Orsted murmured to himself, stroking the parchment as names surfaced in his mind: Finn and Gareth of the Loki Familia, Alan, Hayden, Hogni, and Otter of the Freya Familia, the only melee adventurers above level 6 currently in Orario. After a moment of contemplation, Orsted set his thoughts aside. Glancing around the empty hall, he stood and headed to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Orsted's cooking skills were neither exceptional nor poor, the foods he made were decent enough. Sometimes he'd bring food from outside, but occasionally he cooked himself. Back in the church, there'd been no proper kitchen, just a makeshift stove. Chopping vegetables on bedside table had been a hassle, limiting him to simple dishes. Now, in their new residence, he had the freedom to cook as he pleased. During the process, Hestia and the others poked their heads into the kitchen. Seeing Orsted cooking, they offered to help, but he shooed them out. Hestia and Lily were utterly hopeless in the kitchen, technically capable of cooking, but the results were disastrous. Tifa, however, was quite skilled. She'd handled the cooking when they camped in the dungeon the previous night. Still, Orsted didn't let her stay, instead instructing all 3 to wash up and join him for dinner later. Half an hour later, Orsted, Hestia, Lily, and Tifa sat around the table, laden with several appetizing dishes. It smells amazing as expected, Orsted's cooking is the best. Hestia exclaimed, eagerly grabbing her cutlery and digging in without a hint of decorum. Table manners were a foreign concept in the Hestia Familia. Seeing Hestia's enthusiasm, Lily quickly joined her, worried that any delay might leave her with scraps. Orsted and Tifa, however, didn't rush. Even as the food vanished rapidly, they ate at a leisurely pace, unconcerned about going hungry. Soon, the meal was devoured. Looking at the satisfied faces of those slumped in their chairs, Orsted stood to clear the tableware as usual. But Tifa beat him to it, gently pushing him back down. "I'll handle it," she said. "Then I'll leave it to you, Tifa," Orsted replied with a gentle smile, not protesting. "MHM." Tifa nodded with a smile, then tossed a piece of parchment to Orsted before starting to clean up. Orsted caught it, intending to ask something, but his words caught in his throat as he read the contents. == Name, Tifa Lockhart. Level, 1. Strength, I96. Endurance, I98. Dexterity, I99. Agility, I99. Magic, I0. Magic. Skill. Tifa's status was unremarkable compared to Orsted's explosive growth. Her 2 days of adventuring had raised her basic abilities by nearly 400 points, impressive, but no magic or skills had emerged. Yet, this was only ordinary next to Orsted. For anyone else, such progress would mark her as a prodigy among prodigies. Who besides Orsted could achieve this in a single day? Orsted, however, wasn't surprised by Tifa's rapid improvement. She'd been practicing sun breathing lately, and had faced minotaurs head-on from the moment she became an adventurer. It'd be odd if she didn't improve this much. It looks like I need to craft another grimoire soon for Tifa and Lily. I can't play favorites, Orsted muttered to himself, noting Tifa's 0 magic stat among her otherwise stellar numbers. Just as he finished, another parchment appeared before him. "Here, Orsted-sama," Lily said, leaning across the table with one hand extended, a parchment pinched between her fingers. Orsted nodded gently, took it, and began to read. Read advanced chapters at patreon.com/verse7. Power Stones. 200 stones equals 1 chapter. 400 stones equals 2 chapter. Thanks. We'll be having bonus chaps today. Chapter 64, A Forge. Chapter 64, A Forge. Name, Lilyruka Arde. Level, 1. Strength, B765. Endurance, B768. Dexterity, A812. Agility, A854. Magic, C642. Magic. Cinderella. A transformation magic that allows the user to alter their appearance into that of another person they've seen. Skill. Artel Assist. Enhances the user's carrying capacity. Hey, Lily, you're ready to rank up. Orsted's eyes brightened slightly as he examined the parchment. Yes, I can rank up, but I want to train my BA to S first, Lily replied, beaming with a smile and nodding eagerly like a squirrel. Orsted-sama's basic abilities reached SSS, so I can't just rank up at B so casually. Still, I'm setting a limit this month. If I can't push my stats higher by then, I'll give up and rank up, she added, shifting her tone to reflect her resolve. Hey? Why? Orsted asked, caught off guard. Lily wants to get her alias alongside you at the Donatus, Hestia interjected before Lily could respond. Lily scratched her head shyly, her plan exposed. Having an alias isn't exactly a good thing. I'd rather skip it, Orsted said, his eyes twitching at the mention of titles. He had no interest in the Donatus, the assembly where gods bestowed often embarrassing aliases on adventurers and secretly hoped it would never convene again. Those mischievous gods could stay in the heavens for all he cared. It doesn't matter to me, Lily said with a love-struck grin. As long as I can get an alias alongside Orsted-sama, I don't care what alias they give me. To her, sharing an alias bestowal moment with Orsted felt hopelessly romantic. Orsted's eyes twitched again. It might not matter to you, but it does to me. Don't worry, Lily, I'll make sure it's a good one, Hestia said with a sly, almost sinister chuckle. Lily. Orsted. By the way, Hestia, I have a favor to ask, Orsted said after a brief silence, recalling something. Of course, Orsted. What is it? Hestia's eyes sparkled as she nodded enthusiastically. I'd like you to help me buy a forge, Orsted said without hesitation. Hestia blinked, momentarily stunned. A forge? Isn't that for blacksmiths? Why does Orsted need one? Then, realization hit her. Her eyes gleamed, and she leapt onto the table, closing the distance to Orsted in an instant. Gripping his shoulders, she gasped with rapid breaths, Orsted, you can forge weapons. Yes, I can, Orsted stammered, startled by her sudden fervor. Haha. Orsted really is the best. Hestia crowed, hands on her hips, face tilted skyward as she laughed without a shred of dignity. Lily and Tifa, who was washing dishes nearby, turned to look, their eyes wide with surprise. Orsted said nothing, merely rubbing his forehead. Hestia's goddess-like image seemed to erode further every day since they'd met. Oh, right, Orsted, Lily, Tifa, skip the dungeon for a few days, Hestia said after climbing back to her seat, her laughter subsiding. The monster fairy is coming up. Let's have some fun instead. The monster fairy? Orsted mused. It's already that time. Orsted-sama. Let's take a break and enjoy it, Lily said, her eyes lighting up at the mention of the festival. Yeah, all right. Speaking of the monster fairy, he recalled how, in the anime, Freya had released monsters captured by the Ganesha Familia to test Belle, sparking chaos. That shouldn't happen this time. Which brought up another thought: where was Belle Cranel? There'd been no sign of him. Had he joined another familia? It seemed plausible. In the anime, Belle had faced rejection everywhere until Hestia took him in. But Orsted's presence in this world had altered so much, perhaps enough to create a butterfly effect. Could Belle have lost his chance to rise because of him? Well, whatever. It's not my problem. Let's make another grimoire first. I'll give one to Tifa and one to Lily. As for sparring with Ryuu, that can wait until tomorrow. After a quick farewell to Hestia and the others, he headed to the workshop to begin crafting a new grimoire. The sooner they get magic, the better. Unbeknownst to Orsted, as he worked, a cart piled with straw rumbled slowly toward Orario from beyond its walls. Atop the straw, two figures lounged with legs crossed, their faces obscured by feathered hats. Beside them sat a girl with short blue hair and glasses, her delicate features framed by a thoughtful expression. Hermes-sama, why the sudden decision to return to Orario? She asked. There's something I want to confirm, the man called Hermes replied, lifting his feathered hat to reveal a handsome, roguish face. He gazed at the clear night sky with a faint, enigmatic smile. Read advanced chapters at patreon.com/verse7. Power Stones. 200 stones equals 1 chapter. 400 stones equals 2 chapter. Chapter 65, Freya, Orsted PS Bonus. Chapter 65, Freya, Orsted. After completing the grimoires, Orsted gave one to Lily and another to Tifa. Is this a grimoire? Lily asked, her eyes wide with wonder as she examined the simple, hefty book in her hands. It's my first time seeing one. Tifa, who had also received a grimoire, remained silent, her fingers gently tracing its cover with a thoughtful expression. Go ahead and use them, Orsted said with a nod. When you open a grimoire, it connects you to the source of magic. Under its power, you'll awaken a spell that suits you. Thank you, Orsted-sama. Lily replied eagerly, barely containing her excitement. Without hesitation, she sat on the ground, opened the grimoire, and began reading. A brilliant light enveloped her. Tifa moved 3 meters away. She settled down, opened her own grimoire, and was soon bathed in the same light. Their figures flickered faintly within the light. Orsted, now that you can craft grimoires, what's your plan? Hestia asked, breaking her silence with a warm smile. Though she had only descended to the lower world a few months ago, she understood how coveted grimoires were among familias. With Orsted's ability to create them, the Hestia familia could forge powerful alliances if managed well, a tremendous opportunity for their familia. Still, she left the decision to him. If he was willing, they'd pursue it. If not, it wasn't worth forcing. Orsted caught the unspoken meaning in her words. I'll prioritize making grimoires for our familia in my spare time, he said with a smile. After that, I'll consider Hephaestus. As for others, Hestia, I'll leave that to you. Which familias do you think we should work with? Let's go with those. Hestia nodded, her smile widening. All right, I'll scout familias and see who we can partner with to build those connections. Then, as if struck by a sudden thought, she added, but don't overdo it, okay? I don't want you pushing yourself too hard. I know, Orsted assured her. He glanced outside. It's still early. I'm going to find Ryuu. Go ahead, Hestia said without objection. Knowing Orsted's ability to grow stronger required sparring with stronger opponents, she had no issue with him seeking out Ryuu. She'd even encouraged him to keep training with Ace. Orsted nodded, casting a final glance at Lily and Tifa, who were still immersed in their grimoires. He turned to leave the mansion, but before he'd taken a few steps, Hestia's voice called out. Hey, Orsted, would you go on a date with me? He froze, then turned to face her, surprise flickering in his eyes. Hestia's usual playful grin was gone. Her hands were clasped tightly in front of her, her cheeks flushed, and even her ears were tinged red. Her shy, expectant gaze met his, brimming with hope. Orsted didn't know how to respond at first. A date? He'd never considered it. In the anime, Hestia had gone on a date with Belle because she loved him. But now, did Hestia feel that way about him? Her eyes, so earnest and unguarded, left no room for doubt. They were the eyes of someone in love, eyes Orsted recognized from countless moments in his past life. Facing her vulnerable expression, he hesitated, then nodded. Hestia's face lit up with a radiant smile. Great! Let's make it the day after tomorrow. Don't tell Lily or Tifa, okay? Okay, Orsted said softly, nodding again. Without another word, he turned and left, heading toward the hostess of fertility. After he was gone, Hestia perched on the only chair in Orsted's workshop, her feet swinging idly. She gazed at Lily and Tifa, now cocooned in glowing light, and grinned with quiet pride. Ha, Lily, Tifa, I'm taking the lead, she murmured, her voice smug. I'll be waiting for you at the front. Meanwhile, in the grand halls of Folkvangr, home of the Freya familia, Freya sat on the edge of her bed in a lavish, ornate room. In her hands was a piece of paper bearing a portrait of Orsted, his hair tied back in a ponytail. If Ace were there, she'd have recognized it instantly as the guild's notice of Orsted's rank up, posted just a day ago. Somehow, it had found its way to Freya. Freya's breaths came in hushed, trembling whispers as her fingers caressed the portrait. A soft moan escaped her lips, and her hand drifted to her breast, her touch lingering as her eyes fixed on Orsted's image. I didn't expect it, she continued, her tone low and reverent. In less than a month, you already ranked up. Read advanced chapters at patreon.com/verse7. Power Stones. 200 stones equals 1 chapter. 400 stones equals 2 chapter. I'm cooking really hard. Chapter 66, Mia's Thoughts. Chapter 66, Mia's Thoughts. Walking toward hostess of fertility, Orsted murmured softly, Hestia. He was utterly unaware of how Hestia had changed. He couldn't pinpoint when Hestia had fallen for him, and the uncertainty gnawed at him. In the anime, Hestia saw Belle as her first familia member precious, but not romantic. Only after Belle's hard work did her feelings deepen into love. Without that turning point, she likely would have treated him solely as her first companion. After all, a god falling for a mortal was rare. But what about me? Orsted thought. Nothing extraordinary has happened to me, no moment that could be called a turning point. So why? Why does Hestia love me? He didn't understand. Not at all. Hey, I'm here, he said, snapping out of his thoughts as he reached the tavern. Orsted, nay, called Anya, spotting him instantly. She grabbed his hand and tugged him inside. Come in, come in. Ryuu, your Orsted's here. Anya shouted the moment they entered the tavern. The patrons barely glanced up, but 3 heads poked out from the kitchen like stacked hamsters: Seer, Chloe, and Luno. Ryuu, your guy's here, Luno teased from the bottom. Seems this Orsted's got it bad for you, Ryuu, Chloe added with a sly grin, her eyes glinting mischievously. Ryuu ignored them and stepped out of the kitchen, her expression calm. Orsted-san, are we continuing tonight? She asked evenly. Her words sent a ripple through the kitchen. Luno and Chloe gasped, hands flying to their mouths, while Anya spun around, eyes wide. Ryuu, have you and Orsted gotten that close, nay? Ryuu's question, innocent to her, sounded scandalous to others, sparking a misunderstanding. But even if she'd known, she likely wouldn't have cared. Ryuu was oblivious in her own way, slow to pick up on such nuances. Nearby adventurers perked up at the commotion. Orsted, one muttered. The fastest-ranking adventurer, another exclaimed, glancing over. Looks just like the guild's poster. His companion nodded. First member of the new Hestia Familia, right? It's wild. Ranked up in less than a month. Smashed the record for fastest rank up. How'd he do it? Heard the guild kept his exploits under wraps. Gotta be something big. Should we ask him? You ask. Why me? You go. You brought it up. As the table's chatter spread, more adventurers noticed Orsted. Whispers grew, eyes turned his way, and the attention made him uneasy. Ryuu, meet me at the usual spot, Orsted said quickly, then slipped out of the tavern. The crowd's gaze shifted to Ryuu, but she didn't flinch. Unfazed, she walked back to the kitchen. Though Orsted was gone, the tavern buzzed louder, his name on everyone's lips. What a shock, Mia mused from behind the bar, having just heard of Orsted's rank up. To rank up that fast, his soul must shine bright. She frowned slightly, muttering to herself. Hope that kid can handle it. Mia knew her goddess, Freya, too well. When Freya set her sights on someone, she'd stop at nothing to claim them. If Orsted joined her familia early, fine. If not, Freya might pull something extreme. Mia wouldn't put anything past her. Shaking her head, she let it go. Orsted wasn't her concern, no matter how promising he seemed. Unaware of the tavern's gossip, Orsted hurried to the city wall where he and Ryuu had sparred before. The wall was shrouded in darkness, silent and still. He sat on the ground, leaning back on his hands, and gazed at the starlit sky. No matter the world, the night sky always brimmed with stars. But the constellations of his past life were gone. Still, as he traced the stars, he noticed patterns forming, their shapes a mystery he couldn't unravel. He could only marvel at the cosmos enigma. Ryuu didn't keep him waiting long. An hour later, she arrived. Read advanced chapters at patreon.com/verse7. Power Stones. 200 stones equals 1 chapter. 400 stones equals 2 chapter. Chapter 67, Son of Nature? PS Bonus. Chapter 67, son of nature? It was late, so when Ryuhu arrived, Orsted got straight to the point. He wanted to spar. Ryuhu agreed without hesitation. She'd already guessed his intent, arriving dressed as she had last time, weapons in hand. After a brief exchange, they began. Once again, Ryuhu was stunned by Orsted's progress. Just days ago, he'd been at level 3 strength, but now he'd reached level 4, only slightly below her in every aspect. His combat skills were flawless, so honed that he fought her to a draw. She couldn't land a single hit on him. Days earlier, she'd defeated him with ease. Now, he matched her step for step. Shock coursed through Ryuhu, mingled with excitement. The stronger Orsted grew, the more he could help her. It has to be you, she thought, her resolve hardening. Only you can save the Astrea Familia. With that conviction, she threw everything into the fight. The sparring lasted an hour, leaving both Orsted and Ryuhu sprawled on the ground. Unlike before, when Ryuhu could crouch beside Orsted and tease him, poking his cheek to check if he was okay, this time she was just as exhausted. They lay silently, staring at the starry sky, their panting gradually easing. After a long pause, their breathing steadied. Ryuhu turned her head, studying Orsted's face in the dim light. "Orsted-san," she said softly, "what's changed with you these past few days?" Orsted smiled, recalling Ace asking a similar question after their last spar. "Sorry, Ryuhu, I can't explain how I'm getting stronger." "No, that's not what I mean," Ryuhu said, shaking her head. "I won't pry about your strength. I'm talking about the unique aura around you." She'd noticed it back at the hostess of fertility. After a few days apart, Orsted exuded a gentle, comforting presence that made her feel at ease, almost urging her to step closer and bask in it. She'd restrained herself, but the feeling lingered, nagging at her. Years ago, she'd sensed a powerful aura from the benefactor who saved the Astrea Familia, a figure shrouded in mystery, their face unclear, radiating strength but lacking the soothing warmth Orsted now carried. Was she wrong? Was Orsted not that benefactor? No, she couldn't be mistaken. The powerful aura Orsted bore matched that savior's, unmistakable in its intensity. But this new, gentle aura was different, absent from her memories of that day. Perhaps the benefactor's powerful aura dominated then, suppressing this softer one? Lost in thought, Ryuhu recalled the savior who'd appeared on the battlefield, blocking the attack at the last moment to save her familia. That figure's strength was undeniable, but it didn't carry the warmth Orsted now radiated. Orsted's voice broke her reverie. "Ryuhu, you can feel it?" he asked, surprised. "What's that supposed to mean?" Ryuhu blinked, caught off guard. "Your aura's so obvious, how could I not feel it? It's like being wrapped in a mother's embrace." Orsted's eyes widened. The thing Ryuhu described could only be the natural breath he'd gained from signing with Demeter. It was his only trait resembling an aura. "It's something else," he explained, deciding honesty wouldn't hurt. "An elven gift, tied to nature itself." Hestia, Tifa, and Lily hadn't mentioned anything unusual, so he'd assumed the natural breath was subtle, barely useful after acquiring it. He hadn't expected Ryuhu, an elf, to sense it so vividly. Ryuhu's voice trembled. "Orsted-san, what are you?" Most elves, including Ryuhu, grew up in forests, surrounded by nature's embrace. Yet none carried its aura as Orsted did. If she hadn't felt that comforting warmth herself, she might have doubted him. But now, she couldn't deny it. Orsted shrugged, a faint smile playing on his lips. "I don't know how to explain it. It awakened up a few days ago, that's all." There was no way he'd reveal the truth behind it, not that he could, even if he wanted to. Ryuhu fell silent, her gaze drifting back to the sky. After a long moment, she murmured. "Orsted-san, are you the son of nature?" Orsted stared at her, bemused. "What? Dash. Read advanced chapters at patreon.com/verse7. Power Stones. 200 stones equals 1 chapter. 400 stones equals 2 chapter. Chapter 68, Orsted's Scent. Chapter 68, Orsted's Scent. Son of Nature. Orsted thought, bemused. He'd transmigrated into this world with his past life's memories intact. He knew the term Son of Nature. Thousands of years ago, Riveria's ancestor was called the Son of Nature. Me, the Son of Nature? That's absurd. Orsted shook his head at Ryuu's words. No, I'm not the Son of Nature, he said firmly. I only awakened this by accident. Ryuu didn't respond, her gaze lingering on him with quiet suspicion. Feeling her eyes, Orsted shifted uncomfortably. Hey, Ryuu, have you ever thought about adventuring again? He asked. Ryuu froze, then fell silent. Orsted cursed himself. He'd blurted out the first question that came to mind, not considering the weight it carried. He'd once thought of inviting Ryuu to join the Hestia Familia, but not now. They'd only sparred a few times, hardly a deep bond. Bringing it up could stir painful memories, not build trust. He thought of the Astria Familia, Ryuu's comrades, slaughtered years ago by the Juggernaut. Sorry, Ryuu, he said quickly. Hey? Why are you apologizing? Ryuu asked, puzzled, her expression free of the anger he'd braced for. Nothing, Orsted mumbled, realizing Ryuu hadn't shared her true identity with him. His apology must have seemed out of nowhere. Orsted-san, are you asking me to join your familia? Ryuu said after a pause, her eyes steady on his. Yeah, Orsted admitted, nodding. He hadn't meant to say it now, but the thought had crossed his mind. In the anime, Ryuu eventually joined the Hestia Familia. Who wouldn't want her? Sorry, Orsted-san, Ryuu said gently. I'm alone now, but my comrades are still out there, waiting. They're not in Orario, but they'll return someday. When they do, I'll rejoin my familia. So, I can't join yours. Orsted blinked, confused. The Astria Familia still exists? Her comrades are alive. In the anime, the Astria Familia clashed with the Rudra Familia in the dungeon, their battle drawing Juggernaut. The monster wiped them out, leaving Ryuu as the sole survivor. But now, Ryuu claimed her familia was intact, its members merely away from Orario, with her waiting for their return. If they're alive, why is she here alone? You'll understand someday, Ryuu said with a faint smile, reading his skepticism but offering no answers. Orsted didn't press her, though curiosity gnawed at him. The Astria Familia's fall was a fixed tragedy. Yet Ryuu's words suggested a different reality. Had the Familia avoided destruction? Butterfly effect. Orsted mused. I've heard of changes rippling after a transmigrator arrives, but before. Walking down Orario's dim streets, he rubbed his forehead and sighed. What's going on? He was glad the Astria Familia might be safe, its loss had always pained him in his past life. But this deviation unsettled him. The world he thought he knew was slipping out of alignment, altered before he'd even awakened in it. This isn't the world I knew, Orsted realized, pausing to gaze at the starry sky. Since I arrived, it's become something new. Shaking his head, he continued toward home, the empty streets echoing his steps. When he arrived, Hestia, Lily, and Tifa were already asleep. Careful not to disturb them, Orsted slipped into his room, collapsed onto his bed, and drifted off. Morning came with a weight pressing against him. Orsted opened his eyes to find Hestia's cherubic face inches from his, her soft breaths warm against his cheek. Hestia, how'd she get in here, he thought, his mouth twitching. Back in church days, Hestia would often sneak onto the sofa at night, sprawling across him as she slept. After Lily joined, she'd stopped mostly. Apparently, old habits died hard. Not wanting to wake her, Orsted gently slid Hestia onto the bed beside him, rose quietly, and left the room. Unbeknownst to him, moments after he closed the door, Hestia's eyes fluttered open. She glanced toward the doorway, a sly grin spreading across her face. Burying her nose in Orsted's pillow, she giggled. Hee hee, Orsted's scent. Read advanced chapters at patreon.com/verse7. Power Stones. 200 stones equals 1 chapter. 400 stones equals 2 chapter. Chapter 69, Monster Feria. Chapter 69, Monster Feria. The Monster Feria, CO hosted by the Guild and the Ganesha Familia, was a yearly spectacle and event where Ganesha Familia members captured and tamed monsters, parading them in orarios for a thrilling monster taming show. It drew crowds, dazzling the city with its chaos and charm. But beneath the fanfare, it served a deeper purpose, a calculated plan by Aranos and Ganesha to prepare Orario for Xenos. Aranos knew Xenos monsters with human-like intelligence would eventually be exposed. To ease their integration, he needed Orario's residents to grow accustomed to monsters. The Ganesha Familia, known for taming monsters rather than despising them like other familias, was the perfect ally. When Aranos shared his vision, Ganesha agreed without hesitation. He funded the Monster Feria annually, taming hordes of monsters and bringing them surface. Over time, Orario's citizens became desensitized, their fear of monsters dulled. If the Xenos' existence broke, the city might have enough mental cushion to accept them or at least not riot. Years of festivals had worked. Crowds thronged the thoroughfare, their cheers echoing, the air thick with excitement. Vendors lined the road, their stalls wafting warm aromas of sizzling barbecue and sweet confections. Ribbons and fragrant flowers adorned the street, more vibrant than usual, while ropes crisscrossed overhead, strung with fluttering flags. The banners bore twin emblems, ferocious lions for the monsters and elephant heads for the Ganesha Familia. Children's laughter rang out, painting the scene in festive hues. Orsted trailed quietly behind Hestia, Lily, and Tifa, his arms laden with half-eaten snacks. The trio couldn't resist the street's temptations, darting between stalls to buy treats, taking a bite or two, then passing the rest to him. Over 20 snacks now weighed down his hands, and no amount of nibbling seemed to dent the pile. The scene felt oddly familiar. Orsted's mind drifted to his past life, to snack streets where he'd seen boyfriends dutifully clutching food while their girlfriends shopped. Just like this, he thought, a wry smile tugging at his lips. Hestia, Tifa, and Lily were unstoppable, and as their familia companion, what could he do but indulge them? Shrugging, he popped a piece of snacks into his mouth. Meanwhile, on the second floor of a cafe overlooking the street, a figure in a dark blue hooded robe sat at a table. The warm wood grain decor framed her, but even with her face shadowed, her fair skin hinted at unearthly beauty. Such was the effortless allure of Freya, goddess of beauty. Freya gazed out the window, her attention fixed on the bustling street. A faint creak broke her focus as the door opened, wood scraping against the floor. Two presences entered. She turned slowly to face her invited guests, Loki and Ace. Loki's light red hair and rumpled shirt gave her a careless air, while Ace, adorned in elegant attire with a sword at her hip, wore her usual blank expression, as if untouched by the world. Loki yawned, scratching her head. Nobody visits a temple without a reason. Bah, wrong line. This ain't the Twilight Manor. Anyway, you've been poking around lately, Freya. I was gonna track you down, but you beat me to it. So, what's your game? In the anime, Loki had summoned Freya to this cafe, but in this world, Freya had called the meeting. Her lips curved into a fox-like smile. Just looking for some fun, Loki. Thought I'd give you a heads up. Don't worry, it won't step on your toes. Loki's eyes narrowed. Knew you didn't invite me for tea. Let's be clear, if you mess with me, I won't hold back. I'll skin you alive. Their gazes locked, a silent clash of divine wills rippling through the room. The was cafe emptied to begin with, leaving only Freya, Loki, and Ace. They'd booked the place themselves. Loki broke first, slumping slightly. "It's about a guy, isn't it?" she asked, voice tinged with suspicion. Freya's smile deepened, but before she could answer, her eyes flicked to the street. Ace's gaze followed, her expression shifting subtly. Loki, catching their distraction, turned to look. "Isn't this Orsted?" she muttered, spotting the familiar figure amid the crowd. Read advanced chapters at patreon.com/verse7. Power Stones. 200 stones equals 1 chapter. 400 stones equals 2 chapter. Chapter 70, Something Came Up. Chapter 70, Something Came Up. Loki turned to look at the street below and spotted Hestia. She let out a surprised exclamation. Fortunately, the bustling noise below drowned out her voice, so Hestia didn't hear her. Otherwise, she would have surely looked up. Though Hestia remained oblivious, Orsted, with his keen hearing, caught Loki's voice. His eyes instinctively darted toward the sound. Noticing the three figures, Orsted's mouth twitched. Without hesitation, he grabbed Hestia's hand and bolted forward. Orsted-sama. Lily, confused by his sudden action, hurried to keep up. Tifa didn't follow immediately. Instead, she glanced at Loki and the others, her gaze settling on Ace. After meeting Ace's eyes, Tifa smiled, nodded politely, and then turned to catch up with Orsted. "Hey, that's the guy you met, right, Ace? He's quite the looker, handsomer than most male gods." Loki, catching sight of Orsted's appearance, raised an eyebrow. She quickly pieced together Orsted's identity and turned to Ace with a grin. "Yes, that's Orsted," Ace replied with a slight nod. "You know him?" Freya, seated across from them, had already looked away. Her brow furrowed slightly at Loki and Ace's conversation. "Wait, don't tell me he's the one you're interested in." Her eyes gleamed as Freya's frown sparked a theory. If true, this would be entertaining. As rivals, Loki relished the thought of Freya targeting Hestia's familia, leaving Hestia scrambling to counter her moves. The chaos would be delightful. Freya didn't respond. She gave Ace a long, probing look, then stood and left without a word. Her abrupt departure puzzled Loki. What's her deal? Leaving without saying anything? Loki muttered after Freya was gone. The next moment, she shouted in outrage. "That jerk invited me out and then ditched me with the bill. Ace, let's go too." "Time to soak in the festive atmosphere," Loki said, downing her coffee in a huff and standing up. "Yes," Ace agreed. Meanwhile, Orsted had swiftly pulled Hestia away from the area. He wanted nothing to do with Freya and preferred to avoid her entirely. "What's wrong, Orsted?" Hestia asked, puzzled by his urgency. Though confused, she hadn't resisted his pull. In fact, holding his hand made her oddly happy. They ran for 100 meters before Orsted finally stopped. The moment they did, she checked on him. "Your rival Loki was back there, staring at you," Orsted said, his mind racing for an excuse. He couldn't admit he was avoiding Freya, not out of fear, of course. So, Loki became the scapegoat. In Hestia's eyes, Loki was her sworn enemy, the kind of person she'd bicker with on sight. "Hey? Why run from Loki-sama?" Lily, who had caught up, tilted her head in confusion at Orsted's words. "Because that woman and I can't stand each other. We argue every time we meet," Hestia said, crossing her arms with a huff. "Oh. I get it," Lily replied. Her eyes flicked to Hestia's chest, then to the memory of Loki's flatter figure. She nodded, suddenly understanding their rivalry. Tifa, a step behind, overheard the exchange. In her mind, she compared Hestia to the red-haired goddess she'd just seen. Covering her mouth, she stifled a giggle. They really were opposites. All right, enough about that. Let's keep exploring, Orsted said, eager to move on. By the way, are you all going to the show? Yes. I've always wanted to see it, but I never had the chance. Plus, it's no fun going alone, Hestia said excitedly. Let's go together. Lily chimed in. Sounds good, Hestia decided, seeing Lily's enthusiasm. Tifa had no objections. The group headed toward the Colosseum. Halfway there, they ran into Ina and Misha. Orsted. Perfect timing, please help me. Ina's eyes lit up when she saw him. She hurried forward and grabbed his hand. Hestia. Lily. Tifa. Haha, sorry. Something came up. Misha called out awkwardly to the three before dashing off. What? Lily snapped, realizing what was happening. Furious, she started to chase after Orsted to pull him back. Tifa gently stopped her. Something's going on nearby. Miss Ina needs Orsted's help, so let's not interfere, Tifa said calmly. She sensed several disturbances in the area. Ina likely needed Orsted to handle one of them. I guess. Hestia sighed. Ina had looked genuinely anxious, so she didn't protest. As a reasonable goddess, she trusted there was a good reason. Lily calmed down, though she still pouted unhappily. Don't worry, I'll make sure Orsted makes it up to you later, Tifa said, taking Lily's hand and leading her toward the Colosseum. She comforted her like one would a child. Lily pursed her lips but said nothing. Hestia, come on. Tifa called. Coming. Hestia replied, hurrying after them. Read advanced chapters at patreon.com/verse7. Power Stones. 200 stones equals 1 chapter. 400 stones equals 2 chapter. Chapter 71, Tioni, he's handsome. Chapter 71, Tioni, he's handsome. What happened? Orsted asked as Ina dragged him along. Though he asked, Orsted already had a hunch. Could Freya be stirring trouble for him, like she did with Belle? But Orsted was quite strong. The monsters tamed by the Ganesha familia for the monster Feria wouldn't be a match for him. Monsters have escaped and are wreaking havoc on the streets. Orsted, please help find and eliminate them, Ina said, turning to explain before pleading earnestly. Seriously? I understand, Orsted replied, stopping to nod in agreement. Though he didn't know Freya's motives or plans, this was Ina's request, and Orsted wouldn't refuse. With a light tap of his foot, he launched himself like a gust of wind, landing on the tallest chimney nearby. As he appeared, Orsted noticed a familiar figure on another chimney to his left. It was Ace. Ace sensed Orsted's presence and gave him a slight nod. Orsted nodded back, then gestured that he was moving out. In an instant, his figure vanished. Ace paused briefly before disappearing as well. Orsted didn't know what Ace was dealing with. Sensing monsters on East Street, he rushed there immediately. Unlike Ace, who had aerial, Orsted relied on instant. Earlier, while strolling with Hestia, Lily, and Tifa, he'd explored East Street thoroughly. Now, he could teleport to the spot he'd visited. In moments, Orsted appeared before a monster. Several Ganesha Familia members, wearing their signature masks, were struggling against it. Behind them lay injured Orario residents. The Ganesha Familia members were clearly outmatched, otherwise, they'd have defeated the monster already. The moment Orsted arrived, he struck. To the onlookers, the monster was cleaved in half, dissolving into ashes. Orsted glanced at the group, said nothing, and used instant again. After some moments, he killed every monster in the vicinity. With the area clear, Orsted paused. Instead of returning to Ina, he used instant once more, appearing on a rooftop. Goddess Freya, Orsted said softly, his expression complex as he faced a hooded figure. "Oh my, you found me!" Freya replied, unsurprised. She smiled gently, her tone warm. "You're quite perceptive, aren't you?" Orsted didn't answer. He studied her expressionless, choosing not to ask why she'd orchestrated this. He knew, for Freya, this was trivial, a playful whim she wouldn't dwell on. She acted on impulse, and pressing her for answers would yield nothing. Seeing Orsted's silent gaze, Freya remained quiet too. She observed him with a smile, as if memorizing every detail. The longer she looked, the more her eyes gleamed, making Orsted's scalp prickle. Without hesitation, he used instant to leave. "Hee, such an adorable child," Freya murmured, chuckling as Orsted vanished. She wasn't surprised, only amused. Meanwhile, on another area, Loki familia were battling monsters. These weren't usual tamed monsters but a vine-like plants resembling flora. Fighting them were the Hiriut sisters and Lefia. The monster's body was tough. Tioni and Tiona, who'd come to enjoy the monster Feria unarmed, struggled to damage it. Rather than fight recklessly, they played support, letting Lefia take the lead with her magic to destroy the monster. But they hadn't anticipated the monster's sensitivity to magic. The moment Lefia started chanting, the monster, entangled by Tioni and Tiona, shifted its focus. It lunged at Lefia with startling speed. Neither Lefia nor the sisters could react in time. They watched helplessly as monster attacked toward her. With Lefia's delicate frame, a single hit could leave her gravely injured. But fortune favored the girl. Orsted appeared just in time. Spotting the attack, he acted without thinking, slicing the monster in half with a single strike. "Orsted!" Tiona shouted, overjoyed to see him as her worry for Lefia eased. "So this is the person you mentioned. He's as handsome as you said," Tioni remarked. Hearing Tiona's greeting, she pieced together Orsted's identity and raised an eyebrow in surprise. Tiona hadn't exaggerated. Orsted's looks could indeed outshine most gods. Orsted, however, was momentarily disoriented. Instinct let him teleport to places he'd visited, but it didn't reveal what was happening there. Arriving to an immediate attack had thrown him off. Still, he quickly assessed the situation. "Nice work, Orsted!" Tiona cheered, running over to give him an enthusiastic thumbs up. "You're welcome," Orsted replied with a gentle nod. "So you're Orsted. Seeing you in person beats all the rumors," Tioni said, strolling over to size him up. "Rumors?" Orsted's eyes twitched. What was that supposed to mean? Unbeknownst to him, Lefia stood nearby, staring at him. Her eyes held a mix of confusion and faint delight. "Such a comforting presence," she murmured. Read advanced chapters at patreon.com/verse7. Power Stones. 200 stones equals 1 chapter. 400 stones equals 2 chapter.